Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
It's time for our EU Challenge Finals, and after this weekend, not only will we know which two teams will be moving on and playing in the World Championship, but we will also be crowning ourselves a Challenge Champion. Animus, 117, Kings, and Exclusive. It's going to be a tough weekend for our teams as they battle it out to keep themselves in the competition. Which team will come out on top? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Hello, everyone, and everyone. Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is going to be an exciting day here in the studio as today is our challenge finals. Our top 4 teams have made their way here after weeks of play in the challenge season to now battle it out for that top spot and, of course, the 2 places all the way through to World Championship. I am your host, Glitter Explosion. We've got Bobby, Shift, and Mommy ready to close out this entire thing. 2 days of action. Are you excited for it, Bobby?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the longest buildup we've ever had for a stage 4, and I think we, no question, have the 4 best teams in all of Europe represented here. So I'm very excited to see what happens. Obviously, we got 3 top dogs, but I think that 4th seed can make some noise as well.
All 4 teams have played each other very, very tightly, so it does build towards what should be a very exciting finish here to EU. But the biggest thing about it is all about who gets the top 2. So the fact that we have at least one being qualified today builds for a lot of anticipation on the weekend.
And now we're building up EU. We're finally going to be having an answer as to who the top 2 teams are. But on the macro sense, we have 3 regions playing this weekend: Japan, LATAM, and EU. I mean, it's an action-packed weekend.
Yeah, there is a lot going on in the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series COD Mobile space. So obviously, you guys know the drill. If you haven't done so already and you want to keep up to date on everything, follow our social media. Okay, we've got Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all of our live streams. That way you don't miss a single second from any of the regions across the board, as well as joining our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can join our community, hang out, get even more updates, and talk all things COD Mobile with us. So make sure you check that out as well. Now, you guys know the drill, okay? We've got to start explaining everything. And if you've been here the whole time, then you already know how this works. But if you're just showing up here for the finals, we're going to do one final run through of this format. Bobby, you've got this.
Oh, man, I've been practicing so long for this one. Stage 1, rank play. Stage 2, rank with friends. Stage 3, I'm a little bit distracted. 128 team bracket. Round robin is done. We've finally made our way into the double elimination bracket, and once we are through to the final, we will have our 2 teams that have qualified for Stage 5 of the World Championships.
Obviously, everyone's going to be fighting for those top 2 spots, but we've talked about this a lot throughout the season. There's also some money on the line for our teams, not just the prize pool that we've been talking about this whole season so far either. Okay, the prize pool that we showed you guys previously, that was just for the past 7 weeks, for that group stage of the challenge season. There's a separate prize pool for the finals now, Mommy.
I mean, the group stage, if you're after that, you're definitely not being left empty-handed, and you have $7,000 to play with. The second and the first, there's a little bit of money in between them, but like what you already mentioned, the first and second is where you want to be at, especially to represent Europe in your region. So not only are their pockets full, but our hearts as well.
Right? So they've already gotten a little bit of money just for making it this far. They'll get a little bit more after they're done with their competition here, but what would make that sweeter is getting those top 2 spots. Now, we keep talking about these teams, how impressive they are. Let's talk about the schedule, okay? Because like we mentioned earlier, we've got 4 teams here, but it is a double elimination, right? So they're going to drop down from the winner's bracket if they lose and still have one more opportunity to make their way through the loser's bracket to try and make their way through to grand finals. Now, we're going to be starting off the day today with all the teams obviously in that upper brackets, and they're in their matchups based off their seedings.
Yeah, so the number 1 team, after we had that absolutely mental final matchup between Animus and 117, sees Animus as the group leader. They play up against Exclusive, who was nearly as a part of that major tiebreaker scenario that we just barely missed out on. And then 117 takes on Kings to follow up. But we do finish the day, Glitter, as I kind of teased that before, with the upper bracket final. So by the end of the day, one of our 2 EU teams that are going to Stage 5 will be qualified.
Yeah, which obviously means everybody at home, you need to be following along today and tomorrow, because like Shiv said, we'll only have one of our teams qualified through to that grand final here today. We still then have to make our run through that loser bracket down to the lower half, and we also will find out then not only who could potentially win, but who's making 100% sure their way through to World Championship, and it will all end tomorrow. So you got to just make sure you're sticking around for everything. But now that we've gotten all of that done out of the way, you know how it works, you know how much money's on the line, you know what in total is on the line and who's playing. Let's talk about our matchups. We're just going to get straight into it because we want to get into all of the fantastic gameplay that we're going to be seeing here today. You saw it on the schedule. We've got our first match right around the corner between Animus and Exclusive. What can we expect out of this matchup?
Obviously, we've seen these two teams go up against each other earlier in the season, and it was actually a really good matchup. I would say Exclusive played Animus almost closer than they did Kings or 117. The fact that they were able to take a Hacienda hardpoint off of them is not something we really expected to see, especially given the fact that Exclusive mainly have looked super strong in the search and destroy. So showing that they're able to really take it to Animus, who finished the #1 seed in Europe, 0 match losses. I think this is going to be a better matchup than a lot of people expect.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, to be sure. That's why all 4 of our teams are here, because they are the best in their region. Let's start talking about the teams individually, and then we have some stats we're going to deep dive for you guys later as well. We'll start with the Animus roster, though. Shift, talk me through them.
Yeah, it's been interesting kind of having a conversation about this Animus squad, because at the beginning of this season, we were worried about their search and destroy. There was also conversations about how even Guathilla was saying, we want Drari to play. We also learned in the last week of gameplay that Boot was having internet issues in the first couple of weeks. But boy, I'll tell you, the set starting 5 with Boot in the mix really did look super polished when they played up against 117. Boot in particular really has kind of thrusted himself into the spotlight for this team amongst a roster of full veterans, really besides himself. So, you know, I think they've definitely come through. They've improved every single week, and they've shown that they can also grow the newer individuals that don't necessarily have the same kind of veteran experience that the more established guys do.
Sure, now they've had a couple weeks between last time we saw everybody play to now to get those final kinks kind of ironed out before we head into the finals competition. And then on the flip side of things, could potentially be a little bit of a harder road for Animus. They have to go through Exclusive. Talk to me about the roster here, Mommy.
This Exclusive team definitely has brought it close every single time between these top dogs. I mean, we should definitely take notice of all these members because they work so well with one another. I'm looking at Veer. We've been talking about this guy from the beginning of the broadcast. He's been so consistent when it comes to the gameplay in those respawns. And you're looking at Neil as well to open things up when it comes to the search and destroy. So this team still had a little bit of things to work out, especially on their defensive side, both in that search and destroy and also in that control as well. But they had a lot of time to play with when it comes to changing those strats. So I'm looking forward to their gameplay today up against Animus.
I think it's going to be a fantastic way to kick everything off to get things started. But I mentioned we have some stats that we can talk about for these teams because we wanted to give you guys a little bit more insight to what we could potentially expect out of these two teams going head-to-head to start off the entire day. So let's start deep diving that just a little bit here. I know that you said it could potentially be Exclusive. That is a little bit difficult for Animus to go through, Bobby, but here are some stats that can kind of support that. You guys had mentioned a couple of these things already as well.
Yeah, I think especially with Hacienda being one of the only hardpoint losses that Animus saw throughout the season, that's a map I'm fully expecting to be banned off. I'm not sure what their go-to was, but especially given how strong Exclusive look there, I'm anticipating that we'll see some sort of change there. And then ultimately, the control map, I think, is going to play a crucial role. Exclusive have looked super solid on the raid control.
Yeah.
Animus did not allow them to play that last time around, so we'll see if Animus can find a way to sneak Crossroads back in. Exclusive didn't look terrible on standoff either, so it'll be interesting to see what ends up being the go-to for that one.
Obviously, this was the last time they had gone up against each other here, Shift. In general, it was still an overall very close matchup. So I think that if they've managed to nail down quite a few things, you even see how close the last hard point was between these two squads, there could be some potential for Exclusive to take a few maps off of Animus.
It's an interesting storyline to try to build because I think Bobby hits the nail on the head when it comes down to maps that looked really good for one team or the other versus how they played up against each other, in particular on this matchup. But I don't necessarily know if we're going to get much different in this particular matchup because, like Bobby said, you know, when we look at things like the map 3, neither team really likes standoff for the overall control, and we already kind of know the situation on raid, so I'm expecting to see Crossroads again. The same thing can be said about 2 of the 3 hard points that I think we may see. We very well may get a repeat of this hardpoint pool because there are some very hard set vetoes for both teams, one being Arsenal, the other being Apocalypse, so it only leaves a couple of options. The only thing that I think may sneak into this pool would be Summit, which again doesn't necessarily favor one team or the other. But when you're talking about how these two teams match up, and I think in particular kind of telling the story for Exclusive, how do they beat Animus? They have to be just better flat out in map 1 and map 3. If they can come out and take the control, extend this series longer, it puts this series layout more into their favor to get onto their surge pick or their hardpoint pick, depending on which comes last.
We've got some more head-to-head stats here with them. Mommy, anything you want to point out?
Like what everyone already said, is that Exclusive has a little bit more of a difficult time because Animus is just such a well-rounded team. And for Exclusive, they may have a chance with that control, trying to figure out where it could be. Because when it comes to that control game, Raid is their #1 pick. 4 out of 4, especially up against those really good teams. They've been 3-0ing Raid the entire time. So control is definitely one thing that they have an upper hand in. But when it comes to S&D, we kind of thought that Exclusive would be a little bit good before stage 4, but it just seems like they have a little bit of a difficult time that I already mentioned beforehand on the defensive side. They're good on the attack. So that one thing that I think that they need to do, start on the attack. Be team 2 if they win that coin toss, right? Just so they can start on the attack first and kind of have that momentum towards their favor.
All right, we'll have to see if that is what ends up happening for them. We're going to get the vetoes up here on the screen in just a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see if we do end up with the same map pool that we saw last time they went up against each other, or if they try to kind of change things up, see if there's anything that Animus thinks might work better in their favor, or on the flip side, anything that works in Exclusive's favor that they can try and get through, see if they can get themselves a quick start out of the gate, like you were saying, Shift, as that being something that will be important for these two teams. Now, in the event they're not able to get that early start, Bobby, what do you think Exclusive could potentially do if they kind of are starting from behind?
I mean, you look back in the past couple of weeks, this is the largest gap that we've had in gameplay for the European region. So they've had more opportunity to try to build some more things into their rotation that the other teams might not expect. I'm fully anticipating that's probably going to come in regards to the control and try to see if they can capitalize there. So even if they don't get their preferred map pick in Raid, I'm expecting them to have at least improved in Crossroads strikes, knowing that probably well ahead of time that's the map that they're going to be going up against Animus on, and I'm hoping that we see some improvement out of them. But across the board, there were no maps that were dominant for Animus in the matchup that we saw between these two. So I think minuscule improvements in any direction or another could potentially result in an extra map for Exclusive.
I think the other side of things too, just to kind of throw a more zoomed out macro approach, Exclusive have yet to win a search and destroy against the other top 3 teams that are in this playoff bracket. Now that said, they've only been beat up once. Their worst loss in search was a 7-2. I believe they played Kings on that. Everything else has been 7-4s, 7-5s, or overtimes. So it really just comes down to, I think a lot of it, decision making and being able to make mid-round adaptations. So if you go to a map that you maybe not have the best win-loss record on, but you have a lot of rehearsal on, that will hopefully build towards, hey, when we were here last time, we made this mistake and it cost us. You have to clean those moments up, because I still think path to victory for Exclusive is through the respawn, but I still think based on how they've played Search in the past, it's not as bad of news as the stats make it look.
All right, and also, chat, we want to hear from you and let us know your thoughts on how you think this first matchup's going to go, because all of our predictions got put on social media already, which you should be following. So I want to see where you guys kind of fall, with whom you agree with, okay? Because Shift has always got those spicy takes when it comes to the predictions. We'll get the veto up here on the screen now so we can start talking about that map pool. And as the hard point comes through, is this what you were expecting? What's going on?
I don't think I've ever been this excited to see like the next pick and bans, but this is sort of what Shift already said a while ago. It's basically like a mirrored image as to what we have, but look at that.
I forgot it was back.
It's back, we're finally back, and that just throws off everyone here because we don't have any kind of stat land so far here in stage 4. So it's the first time after a long time we're seeing firing range, and I mean, so far that's not looking good for Animus. The last time they played here was up against 117 Not Found, and it was not a pretty scoreline.
That was 2 months ago.
I was about to say though, 2 months ago is a lot of things to work with. So it's just that one map that I'm looking at in particular.
I can just see the gears like turning in your head, Shift.
Here's the thing, and yeah, the Crossroads is not, the thing I was kind of going at is Exclusive have to pull a wild card. It was either going to be in their search and destroy pick, or if they had the onus of deciding what they wanted to do between Crossroads and Standoff, do something wild and force Animus to play Standoff. It's a hard call, though, and it would be a huge risk. But firing range, again, like Mommy had mentioned, we haven't seen it in quite some time, and this could be one of those moments where it's you haven't shown anything. Teams have had a week and a half to prep up, and now all of a sudden, this is kind of a wild card situation. So I think for Exclusive, they have to win this firing range search and probably also take the takeoff. I think this has to be a 1-2. Had to be like a 1-2-5. I think if you're Exclusive here, if you want to win this series.
All right. Well, now that we know all of the picks and bans, Bobby, I want to get your final thoughts on this before we get into the first match of the day while I let them get set up on the other side of the studio.
I'm surprised he said 1-2-5 and not 2-4-5.
I was about to say.
The fact that they already beat them on Hacienda hardpoint, I feel like that's got to be a go-to, and I think especially if you can take the firing range, a lot of it going to come down to how much scrim practice they've had over the past couple of weeks. And from what I've heard, EU's been kind of all over the place in regards to where the scrims have been. So it'll be interesting to see. And then also the fact that I believe Tactician has been restricted for Stage 4 playoffs as well. So that likely means that teams that are super dependent on flashes aren't going to be able to have that as much of a crutch, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more of a pure style of gameplay.
I think this is going to be a very fun way to kick things off. We've got maps we haven't seen for a long time and some changes that our teams will have to deal with. So casters, let's send it on over to you and get this day started.
Let's do it. Yeah, the reason that I say 1-2-5, just to throw some clarity, that is Exclusive's most played hardpoint, and a 7-point win on Hacienda doesn't necessarily give me enough confidence to say, oh, because they won it by 7 points, they're going to win it again. So I think that's where my headspace is that you trust if you're Exclusive. Yeah, you may have had a misstep last time you played Takeoff versus a squad, but it's your most played map. It should be your staple when it comes to hardpoint. That's why I think they have to come out and win this map number 1.
Very valid point. And we already know from Exclusive, they need to pull out every single momentum that they have coming in from the first hardpoint and S&D. And like what Chip already mentioned, they love playing here in Takeoff. Although all of their dominant wins have been up against teams that aren't even here anymore in this competition. So that's something to look at, but that is still practice. That'll be very interesting how they'll play it up against.
And this is the cool thing, and we'll say the same thing about North America eventually when we get to Seattle. It's like this will be our first time that these 4 teams will have a chance to really set up a schedule to go through VOD, not just do scrims and scrims and scrims, but actually prepare yourself for the map selections, as well as once you eventually get onto the maps that you expect, being able to polish up the things like mistakes that we kind of saw be a crutch towards some of the squads in their particular matchups. For this Exclusive team, I think the biggest thing is I say 1-2-5. They have yet to win a search and destroy team versus the top 4 squad. And the thing about that statement is not only do you have to win a search in this particular match to win, but we're going to have that same conversation tomorrow if Exclusive do end up dropping here, because then you're playing 117 or Kings, both of which are great search squads. So it's one of those situations that Exclusive's biggest linchpin towards success and being a top 2 team is to make sure your search is ready to go for this weekend.
Has to be solid, has to be prime. And like what we already mentioned earlier in the desk is that they have kind of a struggle when it comes on the defensive side. And so that's why I feel like it was really important for them to be team 1 so they can kind of dictate where they will be starting off when it comes to that search and destroy, because that momentum can be everything for a team. And especially we're starting things off with that hard point where in Takeoff, things can just really steamroll out of control. Last week in North America, speaking of, you knew you were going to say that, where we saw Tribe absolutely smash Luminosity, but let's see if, things will be in the favor of Exclusive this time around.
Yeah, I knew you were going to bring that up, because it was just one of those, like, this series is so great. Wait a second, why are we watching a 250 to 80 game happen? Yeah, that was pretty nuts. But that's the thing, is things like that can happen on Takeoff if you start to build momentum. You get ahead of the 8 ball, you force your opponents to be in terrible situations off spawn. You can really dictate and control pace very quickly. So we should have a good one here, friends. Again, I know a lot of people are sitting here saying that Exclusive is being slept on, and I would tend to agree. My prediction was a 3-0, but I think all 3 maps are going to be really tight if it ends up being that result. Otherwise, I would not be surprised to see Exclusive not just possibly take a map, but also possibly threaten this Animus squad based on previous results and the fact that it isn't just Animus they've played close in the past. They've played all of the other top 3 teams very, very close across every single map and mode that we've seen them on.
And it's like one thing that we can mention here when it comes to Takeoff, it was pretty close up against Animus the last time that they did play here. So a lot of the repeat maps, we're going to be seeing it here in this series, which we love to see and see the little kind of adjustments that they do. One thing that I noticed in particular is Exclusive before in that game versus Animus, they kind of tend to lose spawn. They kind of just go in there for the, the gunfights, but hopefully they do a little bit more of an adjustment here, especially in that P2 spawn where they usually go in there for that early rotation here, Shift.
Well, let's find out. It is double elimination playoff bracket time. Exclusive trying to start things off with a huge upset versus Animus, the #1 team from the group stage. We've got Takeoff. Let's get it on, friends, as we jump onto the hard point. Then Exclusive will be the first ones in, but Rasmo pulling out a sniper rifle off the get-go has made good use of it, and with that, Animus will control the high ground, and with that, get back into the hill.
Animus does have control of the high ground and also the hill. Only one person to contest that. So every single time that we see Animus get those high ground positions, they have a little bit more of an easier time getting those kills.
Well, Exclusive will see themselves kind of spawn behind P2, trying to work their way back in. Animus will smoke things out, try to control the zone as much as they possibly can, but the kills do come through, and they come through quickly. Exclusive right back in, back and forth affair so far. Neil, long-range shots, has Boot in sight, but can't quite find the gunfight. So with that, last 15 seconds about to come through, contest time on the way. And it does look like Animus want to play from the top side of the map and flip the spawns around, which they will. And Rasmo, who's just been hanging out with the sniper rifle, had a 4-0 start, but eventually does get taken down, and you'd imagine he would swap weapons here as we get ready for the second hill.
Yeah, it's a tight hill that you definitely want to have a little bit more of a closer range and can get multiple kills all at once. But we do see that Animus is planning to be having that left side spawn, which is more favorable. And unlike Exclusive the last time, they just let go of that spawn. They only have 2 players right here on the hill, but the fight for spawn is going to ensue. But unfortunately, we do get to see Balance losing that.
Yeah, a little bit of a block spawn situation, but it's Guathilla off the pinch to turn the tide of the hard point. So even though Animus will lose that left-sided spawn, they do control a lot of space around the hill. And all of a sudden, Exclusive are in a little bit of trouble here trying to get out of that spawn, largely due to the fact that Animus is overwhelmed from the front so darn quickly. Status changes, though. Exclusive will flip back around. Balance able to get in to contest. Follow-up from Neil, good as he takes down Boot. And yep, back and forth we go here early.
It's so good from both of these teams. They're just not leaving this uncontested whatsoever. And Champy going to be able to apply that pressure just for the contest, allowing one more player, Veer, to try and help him out, but he's still alive. The only person to contest, not just that, they also have Generator spawn to try and cut off their rotation from Animus.
Yeah, Animus is going to have to make a decision here as far as what do they want to do on this rotation. They're a little short-handed, and they are not in a favorable spot, although Guathilla, an early start, he's going to try to get the Annihilator out, but Neil shuts him down instantly, and then follows up, takes down the middle of the map, and oh, this has been great for Exclusive. They now hold operators, and it just comes down to, do you get a read on where this Animus hit's coming from, because the claw is out, and Neil is waiting for a chance to use it, and honestly, he hasn't found an opportunity to even shoot up any shots yet.
Maybe a little bit early from Neil to take out the claw so far, not able to use it very convincingly. It is going to be Animus that will be surrounding the hill so far. They're going to be taking that as Narcs opens things up with the Purifier, able to shut down the Exclusive teams. Not just that, player number 4, that's Rasmo, anchoring his spot down to try and just do so much damage here from mid.
This has been really good awareness from both teams, honestly. Exclusive have the favorable setup towards Jenny's side as they try to work them towards P3. Animus kind of forfeit their losses. They throw a little bit of contest towards the top side of the map, but they do eventually kind of crack a code and keep this thing pretty level considering the circumstances as we rotated from 2 to 3. And now as we head from 3 to 4, though, this is where the first major obstacle will really occur as Animus are still on the back foot, and Exclusive will have a perfect setup ready to go for the new hill.
I mean, the pinch is going to happen coming in from Exclusive. They have that one player up top. That's going to be, I think it was Creed, and then also player number 4, Champy, to try and apply that pressure from that 2F in the launch center base.
Well done.
And so far, not just that, they're also bringing out their operators and their score streaks as well.
Oh, very blessed spawn here from Neil. He spawns essentially on top of the hard point because Animus were threatening from both sides at the same time. Here comes the hit from back. Couple of kills are good. Creed changes the angle, but shut down with Dillock up close and personal. Gets the job done with 35 seconds still to fight. Animus will secure the break. Exclusive, not really in a position to use much else in terms of operators. Just Champy is the last one who has one, but as he's shut down, Animus looking good for the hold. Pending they can take care of Veer, who's the last one left alive. And a little bit of patience here. Animus will just kind of back off, wait for reinforcements, and then re-hit this together. And the kill feed very convincing as Rasmo will start to turn the tides of the claw. But Champy battles back, and Exclusive haven't given this up.
And for the moment, you actually saw Exclusive just flush in one by one, and they didn't really win the gunfights, but good thing for them that their spawns were going to be right there, cross into that generator spawn, and now getting the scrap points. But the setup for Animus is going to be good here for P1.
Yeah, this is not, I mean, honestly, the scoreline is tighter, or not as tight as the actual game has been so far. 97-64, the count after our first set. But like you mentioned, Animus in a really good position over the top of this first hard point, or at least initially we thought so. Rasmo, Narcs both get taken down, so Exclusive now have the numbers, trying to work over for the left side of the minimap, but Animus off spawn, get a read on it, shut it down, and now they're chipping away at the lead.
Narcs just had an essential kill off a champion where he had an essential power position up top here in 2F launch center base. Animus now on the other hand has Shark right there to go in there for the hard points, but they are not able to sustain. So far both of these teams not having any kind of map control whatsoever, but Exclusive already going to be set up for P2 later on.
It just feels like the patterns of the game are being controlled by Exclusive at the moment. You know, they're sacrificing 10-15 seconds in certain hills to make sure they're in the setup that they want for the one upcoming. And it's led to these 45-15 exchanges at moments. And now as Exclusive look to set themselves up for P2, they are a little bit pushed back, so Animus will create a little bit of time and space here in front of the second hardpoint as the score goes to essentially a tie game.
Exclusive set up for the next hill, but unfortunately for them, losing a lot of the gunfights on the left side of the map just prompts them to on the right side. But Creed with a big double, he's been having really big kills and really good power position so far. Neil goes down, and it's still going to be a contested point where Balance brings out the War Machine at the perfect time, and Animus going to be kind of stuck in spawn.
Wow, this is unbelievably relenting from Exclusive. You've got not just the War Machine to clear the hard point, but now you've got Annihilators trying to foot in the spawn trap. Not fully going to happen, though. Animus, they fought back through this beautifully. Narcs gets 2. Flash on the Neil doesn't quite allow him to get the 3rd. So Exclusive with the proximal spawns will get here to reinforce and retake the hard point quickly. But Animus have done well to try to neutralize some of the score. Boot's also going to pop out the War Machine. Don't love that call, as there's only a little bit of time left, and he doesn't really allow too much of his team to even get there. So with that, scrap time looks good for Exclusive, and now Animus have to win this rotation over to 3.
Rotational gunfights right now being won by Animus. Rasmo has been getting really huge kills, but he does get eliminated. So the fact that they're going to be going in for control, and now Animus is going to be having a spawn all the way back into P2. This is not the side they were looking for here in P3.
That's a big route from Balance, just hops up top red. And now he's got a chance to try to control the second floor. Animus fighting back. Veer trying to win Jenny's by way of the Annihilator. But on the hard point itself, Narc does have the Purifier out in his own right. That will lead to a contest, if not neutral, time coming through. Veer still looking to poke at some players, but isn't really able to connect. But Neil, he gets enough space to start popping out the claw. Purifier also out for Champy. Back and forth goes the kill feed. Exclusive looking for the break. They will spawn close. The numbers look good. Animus trying to break back through. Shark Boot get a double. Creed right in front. And yes, he will clear off enough to allow Exclusive to hang on to the hard point.
Man, that is such a beautiful play when it comes to the ops from Exclusive, and they've been having a really phenomenal job. Creed yet again gets a double, flushes out all the players from Animus, but the rotation for next already being positioned by Animus. But when it comes to the scrap, it's still going to be Animus right there, but will be greeted by those 2 players from Exclusive.
How about the ARs from Exclusive? Veer and Creed both getting some work done. Veer around the back. He's actually going to jump into the hard point, tries to surprise Animus from the second floor. Champy, red dot chasing, trying to find the kill on Iguatilla, which he eventually will. Will there be a trade onto him? Not quite. Champy slipping all over the place. Champy for 3, not going to be able to get the 4th. His teammate beat him into the punch. And with that, Exclusive once again win the rotation to 4.
I mean, Exclusive is just on point at this moment. Narcs gets another essential kill, but they will be greeted by a pinch coming in from Animus, and that is a pretty good thing from Animus that we've seen so far. They're not letting go of the points quite yet, even though it's like slowly leading up to the favor of Exclusive, but they're contesting, they're fighting, and right now they only have that one operator to play with, but Rasmo gets shuts down.
Animus still finding the kills as Exclusive looks to contest this back 20. Veer trying to find some damage, can't quite connect. Decides to jump in for contest time, and how about this? Animus are now all of a sudden starting to really build some momentum. This last 25-30 seconds has been clean for them. And there's a chance to where not only are we going to see some operators, but there could be some score streaks in hand, and that could be crucial for Animus trying to come back all the way.
And it will be Neil trying to go in there for more of an upper hand, and he does pick up that kilo 1-for-1. That will be essential And for him to get that power position, definitely going to be big for P1. We already know that Exclusive kind of struggled the last time around where Animus got majority of P1. But they will have that left side spawn. And player number 4 in Champy has been dominating here in this side of the map in the 2F launch center.
I like this for Animus. Let Gwithilla try to get to work with the Annihilator, but actually, hold on a second. The SMGs for Exclusive just push right into it, find the kills, clear off the hard point. And now it's Exclusive who's starting to earn some win condition-based time here. Shark, Boot, still able to fight back. They've done well so far to try to keep Animus in the game. But there's a lot that has to happen as Exclusive start to earn up almost every single operator. This next 20 is a massive, not just opportunity for Exclusive to put this game out of reach, but if they could find a way to win spawns, they can win the game.
And speaking of score streaks and operator skills, Animus is also leading up into a 4th one-way. They have 3 right off the bat. It's just a matter of who can counter who in P2.
Neil.
But Neil is going to be quite slippery right there as he is able to get that spawn point. Allows player number 2, Veer, to spawn right beside, but will be greeted by Rasmo.
Needs to get this trade though. Neil trying to find his way with a claw, but Narc shuts him down. Hold on a second. Animus, they're just going to ask about everything to get themselves back in. And honestly speaking, for Exclusive, they've popped 2 operators and found nothing with it. Animus still a chance to contest. They do not hold the proximal spawns, but they have the opportunity to play from the front. Narcs pops the Purifier, and Narcs lets everyone have it. He gets 3 before dropping. Now the Sparrow from Creed, it feels a little forced, and he hits the edge of the window, and Animus have all of a sudden found their way back into the game.
You can feel frustration from that kill over there where he takes himself out and Exclusive flushed out even though they do have the more favorable spawn. Animus plays out their operators a little bit better here in P2. Will be greeted by 2 more players here to try and contest for one last time, and Shark almost wins that gunfight, but it's just Exclusive be on the left side of the spawn. Only one person in Neil will be in that next hill.
Oh, Neil will get a kill on Erasmo, so Animus will know that there's a threat on this rotation. But boy, have they ever worked their way back into this game. On rotation, we focus. Shark gets 1. Read onto more around the back. Shark holding his life outside Jenny's. This could be huge for Animus. Into the hard point. They get the read on Creed. Animus will win rotation, and Rasmo pops out the claw. Trying to make sure nobody else gets in, but he will eventually be able to do the damage needed, and Animus will get past the 200 point mark. Exclusive are scrambling.
This is for Exclusive. They need to find a way to breathe and actually just recollect themselves because it is going to be a 1v1 situation every single time. But Veer and Neil get essential kills. 3 players trying to flood. And so far, it is going to be Animus getting majority of the kills. A Shark and Boot going to be getting those kills.
Shark has gotten himself fully streaked out. Narcs not able to quite double down. Whoa, and Gwithilla nearly gets the transfer for the 2-piece. Champy last 1v1. Won by Narcs. And oh, hold on, friendos. We've got ourselves a tie game. 8 seconds of scrap time. Narcs not to be deterred. He just had a Purifier on P2. He's going to have another for P4. Dead tie game as we rotate.
Rasmo brings out the Preddy, but does not get killed. He will not be able to kill Veer. Boot with a big kill gets rid of Neil, but has to worry about those 3 players. Still going to be an even game as Gwithilla gets the Annihilator out. Hunter Killer drone in hand, and it's going to be so close here.
Narcs also has the Purifier out. He's off the regen. He's holding one door. Gwithilla's holding the other. 245 to 229. Exclusive are split spawning. They can't hit this together. Champy tries to break in. No way, no sir. And Animus pull off another miracle on Takeoff, one of which we've seen more times than we care to count. But wow, what a first map that was for Animus.
Man, you know what's the best thing here is the fact that they brought the operator usage so perfectly at the late game. I mean, they kind of struggled in the beginning, right? Exclusive was looking phenomenal. But this time around, it seems like in an Animus fashion, right? They're so good at just saving their operators in the late game.
So many hero moments, flat out. It doesn't just happen at the end of the game. Rasmo, you called it, that last P2, he didn't get a full read that Spawns had flipped on the left side of the map. He still came away with 1 and damage onto the second to allow a trade to happen, which even gets Animus further into this hard point, where you then got the battle of who's going to win their operator fights. And boy, I'll tell you, that's just one of many moments that Rasmo was able to save for his squad. He was on rotation with Gwithilla over to 3, where they eventually won the Jenny spawns. Shark was there to kind of clean up, hold his life, and it just felt like even though the patterns for exclusive was like, okay, we'll give up 10 seconds on old, we'll rotate everybody over to new, that mentality was forfeited as we got to that last set of hills, and Animus was able to reap the benefit of it.
And also in P2, where we do get to see both of these teams just absolutely bring out all of their big guns, but it was always just Animus shutting them down. And even though exclusive had the more favorable spawn there in P2, not able to sustain it. And we do get to see that one player accidentally take himself out from exclusive. That was very unfortunate.
Yeah, huge fumble.
To see. Exactly.
Yeah, that was a huge fumble, because that was honestly, as soon as that Sparrow gets off the table,
that's it.
Animus pops everything. There's no counter. And then at the very end, you'll see like Withilla on one side, Narcs on the other. I'll Annihilator these windows. You Purifier that door. And it's 45 for it's 45 for almost everybody on the side of Animus except for Boot. But he gets a minute 15 in the hill. 40 bombs across the board from really both sides. But yeah, Animus, who were out slaying, especially in that last rotation and a half worth of hills, eventually saw that turn into some hardpoint time.
It really is who is going to save up those ops. And also when it comes to the gunfights, Animus was able to kind of win those rotational gunfights a little bit more to speed up that operator usage, to kind of just go in there for the bar, right? So Animus just doing clutch things, and that's really difficult to see for exclusive, knowing very well that they almost had it in the bag but let it go. And they've been having a hard time closing out games.
Yeah, that's been kind of the story. I think we'll say the same thing in North America about the teams that found themselves in the 3 and the 4 seeds coming into these playoffs, or even the teams that finished in 5th and didn't quite make it. Was in tight moments and tight games, the pressure starts to heat up, and our more experienced, more veteran rosters are built for that. It almost feels like, not sit there and say that exclusive isn't veteran, because they of course are, but definitely felt like there's a missed opportunity, maybe a bit of a dropped ball. But the thing is, now we start to look at firing range for the first time here in Europe. Kind of a wild card pick in terms of what should we expect here, because again, we haven't seen it, but it's not an unfamiliar map. I think this is going to be simply put down to, can exclusive regain, set up a solid game plan, do better on defense than we've seen them, depending on whatever map it happened to have been in the past, and really start off this map on a strong foot again, like they had here at Takeoff. Just finish it this time.
Yeah, I feel like this will be a really good game, because I honestly think that exclusive is a really good S&D, but like what we mentioned, kind of fumble at the very last stages. But up against Animus, they brought things really close. It was a 7-5. So I think it was a back and forth that we really get to see from exclusive. But the problem is with Animus, they're so good at translating that first blood into a win. Even though it was a back and forth, it's just so good.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing when it comes to firing range as well, is you lose that opening number, you all of a sudden feel really stressed on picking a bomb site. Doesn't matter what side of the bomb you're on, defensively or offensively, the map gets stretched really thin because mid-map just becomes no man's land. So I think there's a lot of things for us to kind of keep our eye on. It's going to be fun to try to break it down for the first time, at least here in Stage 4. For the EU region, at least, we've seen it across a couple others. And I'll tell you, you're absolutely right. When it comes to first bloods, typically lead to 1 rounds on this map, just based on how it plays.
We're looking at you, Neil, as the sniper
guy.
I mean, a lot of pressure, obviously, and he did do a phenomenal job a while ago in hardpoint. He was the top rack. I think like 1 minute and 47 on the hill, and the most kills in his team. So it'll be impressive how he'll lead his team when it comes to firing range, especially that we already kind of preempted it, right? Is they haven't played firing range in such a long time. But also, in the flip side, that could be a really great thing, because you don't have any kind of information whatsoever. You can definitely use that to your advantage, just kind of pulling tricks out of the hat.
Sure. And that's what I really wanted to see, I think, for exclusive in the map selection process, was find a way to prep something that you think will get through the draft and then be super prepared on it, because that really feels like the only real lifeline when it came to the map pick and ban, largely off the fact that both the teams have preferred very similar maps, talking about Hacienda, talking about Takeoff, talking about Summit. But even in the Search and Destroy, we saw a lot of Express out of them. I wasn't surprised to see Meltdown also in the pool here for a map number 5, but firing range obviously is one of those maps that we haven't had a chance to watch either team on. So I think for exclusive, this is a great pick in terms of trying to build some favor in the map pool. The problem is, on the other side of the sword, is they haven't beat a Search and Destroy, or beat any of the top 3 teams rather, on Search and Destroy yet, which is huge.
And for Game 5 in Meltdown, I mean, Exclusive hasn't played that map yet. So both of these S&D maps is a huge question mark where they needed to step things up when it comes to their S&D because it was just so close, no cigar in type of situation. So I'm excited to see if ever we do get to reach that Meltdown, what kind of things they'll bring up into the table. But Animus looking super solid in this Meltdown map. But as we're talking about Firing Range, we're finally gonna be opening things up. And wow, I miss you, Firing Range. I could kiss the screen right now.
Oh, please don't.
Please don't.
That'd make it awkward for me. I don't want to be a third party to that action. The Animus will be starting on defense. Veer trying to snipe through bottom mid. And how about this from Animus? They are looking to get super aggressive right through tires. Doesn't quite work out though. Veer gets first blood. Rasmo does respond to at least a little bit of aggression over towards the backside of the A site. And with that, the oversaturation of players at mid eventually do turn out. Creed gets spun on by Shark, who's not done. Give him 3 in the round. And how about that for an opening set of aggression for Animus' defense?
Lesson learned coming in from Exclusive is that if you're going to put one person in those tight spaces, make sure you put 2 players because up against Shark, he can 1v2 you. And there you go, opens things up with that 3-piece. And now for Animus, now they're going to be doing a different look, a 2-1-2 split for them.
Wow, I'm actually surprised that Veer takes the same angle. Same smoke comes out for Animus. Veer backs up early, but the set towards what was aggression in round 1 for Animus was kind of a fake this time. Shark still good for a 2-piece inside trailer. Not enough follow-up, though, to allow his teammates to hold off the plant, so Creed will get the bomb planted. We'll go to a 3v2 retake. Neil and Veer are both sniping here, so Quithilla with a Holger in hand is going to be stretched to take any long-range battles, but Neil gets displaced and nearly taken down, but Creed pushes forward, takes the last 2 kills, and Exclusive responded with an offensive round.
That was such a good kind of post-plant situation from Exclusive, and that's one thing that they needed to do. They're starting on the attacking side, which is something that they favor, and especially when they have the bomb down, they have such a good post-plant setup. And now they're having a different look on the other hand. Still a 2-1-2 split from Animus, but a full 4-man push from Exclusive.
Yeah, this is really nice, I think, from Exclusive, saying if Animus want to keep throwing a lot of mid-pressure, let's try to force them off and over towards the B site. That will work out nicely. Thing is, Boot has rotated early, trying to sneak into the site. Boot gets 1, keeps his life. How is he still alive? Champy can't secure the trade, and that's going to allow Boot to regen. Here comes the pinch. Boot's still alive, and he even gets the turn to take down Champy. Oh my goodness, this guy will not die.
Animus, just so phenomenal, especially with Boot just having his time of his life, having 9 lives in his pocket. Exclusive just tunnel vision up against 1 player from Animus. So far, that Bravo push did not work out just because they couldn't get Boot.
That's unreal.
Defend the objective.
What a key play from Boot to finesse, allow the defense a chance to rotate. What looked so good for Exclusive off the rip, immediately countered. Now Balance looking to get into the smoke. He says, wait a second, Shark isn't here. Where is he? Ah, he's behind you. Shark still finds a kill. Changes the route up a touch, and with that, Boot will follow up, turning this into a 5v3. Shark trying to check to see if there's another push through obstacle, but Neil takes him out, and there's a lifeline here with a lot of time on the clock in the 4v3.
But Boot does have his eyes on that bomb. Not quite sure if he knows, but he definitely knows that there's going to be 1 more player from Exclusive right there, and they just have to play time. There will be a minute to play with, and that late rotation from Shark here in trailer definitely just gave Exclusive a run for their money.
And to be fair, that's the same route that Shark has hit every single round. Goodness. Kobe, anyone? Veer lands one onto Quithilla out of nowhere, and he's manifested a random 3v3 all of a sudden.
But Rasmo is in a really good spot, though.
Yeah. The thing is, he's got to focus on 2 things at once, and oh, he does actually see a player through mid-wood. Neil collects the bomb. Also finds himself a Holger to play with. Rasmo rotates over, does not get expected, but only has a hit marker. That's going to feel bad. Neil will survive, and we'll reset with 40 seconds of the clock.
And now they have to figure out where Rasmo's going to be at. Is he going to be in the same spot, or will he rotate somewhere else? And Neil will definitely get that answer, but he is going to be that bomb carrier. Good for them that if ever he doesn't win that gunfight, it's easily retrievable. But with 25 seconds left on the clock, Rasmo still gets that pick.
Yeah, but that does allow an opportunity for Neil to say, okay, we know he's playing barrel side. The trade is in. Exclusive will gain entry towards this site, but maybe not a full amount of vacancy to plant here. Narks will catch 1 running away, and now the pinch is on. Boot will eventually get here, you would think, for the kill, and yep, from long range, the CBR does the job, and Animus will win the retake and go up 3-1.
Fast response coming in from Animus, going for the pinch instead, and they're just playing their lives so well. And it really is Rasmo that is so pesky in that spot, because that kind of gives Exclusive kind of a little bit of panic. They're kind of unsure whether or not they're going to be moving forward. It really was up to Neil to possibly get down Rasmo.
Yeah, I think that's a big call, and more importantly, Rasmo kind of picking between looking mid, looking outer obstacle, and being able to see that player at mid-wood allows a chance for Animus's defense to get a pretty solid setup in that 3v3. Smoke out once again. Shark will be stuck at sandbags though, so now Trailer is owned by Exclusive. Rasmo takes down one, but nothing further, and you can see Balance has learned his lesson. He says, I know Shark is probably trying to hit me from behind. Thing is, that's not the case at all, and Exclusive are continuing to get picked apart, even though they're actually pretty far forward over by A.
Bomb down. 2 players right here by Trailer. Will probably just wait for the push coming in from Animus, but Rasmo able to go in there for the pick as well. Not only that, they also have to worry about that last player of Shark to try to go in there for the flank.
He's going to be playing through restroom side. Neil, not going to expect that hit. And yep, he does get surprised. And that, honestly, that entire offensive round was Exclusive saying, we know Shark wants to play through mid to Trailer. Let's get ourselves in a position just to take him down. And he wasn't a part of the play at all until the very end. So, again, that's the peskiness of having someone like Shark on your team. He could do whatever he wants, and it never fully reveals the setup of what Animus are trying to do. And now how about this? It's a 3-2 split for Animus defensively, looking to kind of heavy stack over towards B. And keep your eye on number 5 in blue again. Shark is still really far forward over towards wood window, and he's just lurking around the bottom side of this window play.
Shark is just inciting so much paranoia up against Exclusive, and Animus read it as, okay, A wasn't working out for Exclusive, so we're going to be heavily going into Bravo because it might be a Bravo push. So far, though, Exclusive still opens things up. We'll have to worry about those 2 players on that A side of the map, and Shark is going to be thrown right there in a really good spot to cut off that rotation.
Animus are in a pretty fine spot right now, and even Shark is going to get further forward. He's going to isolate 1 kill onto Neil. Oh, wait, okay, Neil actually still takes down Boot before Shark can collect the freebie. And with that elimination, yep, Exclusive says, no worries, let's just rotate back over towards A. Thing is, Gwithilla has found timing through mid. Veer, little hottie dude through the window, and now Exclusive are stuck. They know Shark's in front of him somewhere. They also know Gwithilla's coming around the back. So you have to force the play. And here it comes. Shark slid on, doesn't matter, get out of my face. Oh my goodness, this guy doesn't lose a gunfight. He doesn't lose a gunfight. Get out of his way. Champy eventually secures the trade, but he's stuck a Trailer in a 2v1.
The pinch is going to happen coming in from Animus, and that is the price that you pay for trying to follow Shark. He will dictate this pace. Champy, on the other hand, gets a kill off of Narcs, a 1v1 situation, 25 seconds to play with. He needs to run it, because so far that A side, he thinks it's clear, and Gwithilla will have the perfect opportunity to play this.
Sees him, no worries. Oh, dude.
Nice work.
Shark literally just stiff arms everybody in the Trailer door and says, get out of my way, child's play. Jesus, dude. 12 in the half for Shark as we swap the sides. And that's just simply been win condition, as it often has for Animus on Search and Destroy. Shark just single-handedly winning this game.
He can single-handedly just defend a site. So far, though, it is going to be Champy right there by Trailer. And now Animus, even though they've been getting a lot of those first bloods, not able to convert it into a win. Smoked out. Exclusive will try to go in there for the plant. I mean, Animus, rather, will go in there for the plant, and Exclusive needs to find a way to stop these last 2 teams.
Frag goes out, but Shark, he stays alive through it. Throws a little shoulder. Champy will be revealed. Trades happening on the backside of this lead to Animus with the numbers. Veer's just hoping that Shark peeks. It's not going to happen, though. I mean, there's no reason for him to. He's got so much help around the backside of Trailer. Here comes Gwithilla to clear things out, and now Shark has some freedom. Veer has nowhere to go, and Animus, holy, do they look good on this map.
They are phenomenal, and they know, like what I mentioned already, what we've been saying, Shark is on today. He is so good at just clearing out those sides and knowing very well that he will be chased. And now for Animus, we'll go for the same case. It will be at that A push, but we'll be greeted by those 2 players from Exclusive going in there pretty aggressively.
A wild thing about this Animus team, after you watch Shark do whatever he wants on defense, he's the dedicated bomb carrier on offense, which feels so polar opposite what you'd expect. But Exclusive will heavy stack the A site. They've got Veer watching back jungle alley with a sniper rifle. He will be tested. And oh boy, he's in trouble. Here comes the double chow. There is no safety line. He just needs to get one and tries to find an off angle. Not going to work out. A wide open B site. Very well may lead to a very early plant here, which would not be good news at all for Exclusive.
But then Exclusive gets 2 kills already. Neil spots one more. That's information given to them. But Bomb is going to be going down. So the last 2 players from Animus that are on that ace side and mid will need to find a way to rotate and win those rotations. And speaking of, they do get those kills.
How does Quithilla win that with a Holger? And then Rasmo picks another, leaving Neil by himself. This would be a 1v3. Tons of time on the clock here for Animus to work back into the bomb site. Neil misses timing on the boot. Will maybe have a chance at a quick scope here. Hits, it's a hit marker though. Pistol out, he knows the challenge is coming, and Boot will put him down. 7-1 goes the count. Animus up 2-0 in the series.
Wow.
Unreal.
Just like that, your prediction of it being a 3-0 is right there in the horizon, man.
It's right, it's there.
I guess the choice of firing range, whoever chose that, it did not work out for them. I mean, there's just no information. They wanted to play it, but it was just so far away in terms of skill, rotation, Shark being Shark, right?
Well, I think the thing is, that's not the first time we've said that Shark, even if he does get taken down in first blood, doesn't give away anything in terms of what Animus's defense is, because he's just the rogue player. This is a 4v4 map, you're playing 5v5. That's just heads-up game calling from Animus saying, let our most finesse player go do whatever he wants. We'll set up around that based on what he finds or what he doesn't. And if he gets kills, great. It leads usually to a secured round. If he doesn't, so what? We still have a very solid 4v5 setup. And that's something we said on Standoff. We've said it on Express. It's just Shark is such a problem because he doesn't give anything away if he's found for first blood. And the fact of the matter was Exclusive was beat by him because every single round they set up on the offense was, let's make sure we don't get flanked by Shark. Sometimes he would still find a way to get through. Other times he didn't have to because the rest of the defensive setup was ready to pick apart that Exclusive squad. So it's just a very dynamic setup that Exclusive just never had an answer for Shark.
And speaking of the fight, you already mentioned it, touched up on it. Animus is so good, especially when they were on the defensive side. They always had someone in jungle. We had Veer on Exclusive side, but Animus just played it a little bit better when it comes to the timing. It really is just those individual gunfights. There were solo peeking Shark right there in trailer. So even when they started adjusting, you don't see Shark there.
Right.
So that really mid-round adjustment from Animus is just so pre.
And it's one of those things that when you see a team keep their rogue player floating around mid on the defense and you throw a smoke to conceal the play or non-play, it causes so many question marks for the offensive side. You know, where is he? Is he in wood? Is he playing front side wood? Has he wrapped in towards trailer? There's so many questions. Whereas if your rogue player is trying to push down jungle path, it's only one place he could be. Yeah. So again, it's just really good diversity from the side of Animus, and the Search and Destroy has looked like their bread and butter to this point. Now we go to Crossroads, which the news doesn't get any better here for Exclusive. Yeah. This is by far Animus's best overall control map. They usually just run at you and dominate you. That was the cause for success last time these two teams played. Exclusive have to find a way to battle back early and not allow Shark and Boot to run all over you.
This is where we get to see Exclusive if they really did their homework or how well they've been preparing for this moment. Because you're playing in the best map of this team, which they've beat so many teams. Really good teams in this particular map. 4 out of 4 that Animus had this, and let's see. They're going to be starting on the defensive side as well, but for Animus, it doesn't matter. They do well on both sides.
Yeah. So here we go. Animus get the opening set nade. Shark does get taken down early. So a couple of trades lead to an opportunity for Exclusive to keep out of any early spawn trap pressure. Although the follow-up kills from Quithilla, I mean, he's using this thing like it's an SMG. Are you kidding me? This guy is so slippery with a Holger. And not even Rasmo's trying to get in and flex some quick scoping abilities. Exclusive do battle back, and there is a chance then to stop the clock while getting on the beat.
Oh, player number 3, that's Creed. Try to apply some pressure off of that Bravo side, but not able to finish off that first tick of progress. And Exclusive so far, still bringing down the lives into an even manner. And they'll try to win that mid-street by just putting that one player that will be balanced to try and win the gunfight. He will be smoked out and also allows Exclusive to go in there more for that really good play from A.
Decent opportunity here for Exclusive, 4-life lead. Really taking their time. Second tick of progress being worked on. Rasmo has dropped the scope in favor of Aquilo. That works out for at least one elimination. Maybe a focus here to try to retake this A zone. Quithilla again looking to be the one to step on in. The long-range shots versus Champion are good. Have to stay on, have to keep contesting. Exclusive able to battle back. Still holding on to the 4-life lead, and they also get A. So an extra 60 seconds on the clock, and now Exclusive have a chance to win the game in multiple ways.
But we also see number 4 in Animus. That's Erasmo winning a lot of these kills, just planning for that spawn trap, stopping the push from that left side of the map. But it's a big deal that Neil was able to get rid of that player. Just as I said that, though, Shark will be able to apply a lot of pressure here into that bottom side building where Exclusive need to find a way to get that map control. 6 and 10 is going to be your lifeline, but with a minute on the clock, it is pretty doable for Exclusive to win this.
Yeah, it definitely is. Just based off kills alone. Big wins there from Boot. Gives a little bit of garage space here for Animus to work with. Shark hunting, finds Champy. Hold on a second. Exclusive in a little bit of trouble here. But they will force the issue. Getting on towards B. First tick is locked, second on the way. Animus trying to clear through the offensive garage, and they found the first pretty nicely. 3v5 scenario. Boot looking for some long-range chip damage, but the kills from Exclusive too good. Second tick locked. Guadilla would have to do it all himself, and Champy will pull him from behind, and Exclusive take the opening offense.
Very nicely done, and Exclusive just looking very pristine here in this attacking round. They're holding their angles, knowing very well that, hey, they have a lot of time to play with. Let's just make Animus come to us instead in these tight corners. But now we're going to be switching out our sides, and Exclusive looking pretty good in that offensive side. Let's see what they'll do here in defense.
An opening win by Balance, and he doesn't stop there. He moves a little bit further forward in towards the B side of containers. Animus finding some clearance over towards A, and they catch Balance on rotation or on the flanks. So that's 4 dead. Animus will make their way on to A, at least they should. Clock will be stopped at a minute 8. Progress starting to be worked on. Shark responsible for mid. Boot tries to pop the early operator, but Balance will actually trade him out fully. So we'll really not get too much one on either side. And with 60 seconds on the clock, we'll see a 24-23 small advantage for Animus at the moment.
And right now for Exclusive, they're winning a lot of the essential gunfights, stopping the push, not allowing Animus to get any kind of progress whatsoever. But Narcs is going to be right there in fire room. He will not get those shots down, but with Guthilla just applying a lot of pressure. But again, another operator going to be denied by Exclusive.
Space has been gained. Shark using it nicely. Clock becoming a bit of an issue. 40 seconds on, but Animus are starting to dominate in the kill feed. Shark, yes! 4 in a row for him. Has the Sparrow at the ready if he needs it. Boot on the other side, and oh boy, spawn trap is in play. The only lifeline Exclusive have is the fact the clock is still ticking here, but they still may run out of lives before that even becomes part of the issue. Yep, that very well may be the case here. 15 playing up against 6. Boot in trouble over through fire, and hold on a second. Exclusive do get a bit of a clear here, but Shark still keeps the lives pretty level. Big win though. Exclusive just need to kill off 10 seconds. Problem is, it's Boot who's holding the clock on the B zone.
Oh man, Exclusive. Second tick of progress in Alpha needs to be done. 12 seconds stopped because of that one person. That will be Boot trying to get that first tick of progress here in Bravo. And Exclusive need to find a way to get these kills, but with 2 players, it's just not going to be doable.
It's so weird to say, but Boot saves this round by just jumping onto his own.
Yep.
Because 12 seconds looked like it very well may lead to enough time for Exclusive to get out of spawn, find the kills, and put a little bit more pressure onto Animus. But Boot makes the safe play, backside up, and we'll go offense for offense. The big difference maker is Shark got streaked out of his earlobes that round.
I can just imagine Shark with earlobes, especially with his avatar right now. I mean, but here we go. Going in there, Exclusive goes for a more distanced approach. They're not trying to go in there and overextend, but that does allow that play number 5 from Animus Shark to kind of just be a little bit pesky, but he does get shut down.
Animus still looking for some opportunity to make their way through mid. Exclusive, once again, biding their time. A couple of the kills allow Exclusive to win through mid snowpath. Now the focus is over towards A. Guathilla's a bit caught, and oh my goodness, that's 5 down. Should be a stack here for some very significant progress. Fear, Creed also going to pop operators, thinking that we can just win this offense right here, right now. And they wouldn't necessarily be wrong with the kills coming the way that they are. Neil looking for more, and he'll get more. Makes his way over towards tent side as the second tick of progress behind him gets locked. We've got a 25 plays 15, and this has just been all offense through Crossroads.
This has been so good from both of these teams, and Exclusive now going in more for an aggressive push. Rasmo, on the other hand, goes in there for that back push, wanting to go in there for that spawn trap. Able to get one, stop the push in Alpha, and now the progress done by Exclusive, just because one player from Animus will be right there to shut them down.
A big stun onto Boot. Gets completely crossed up. He was looking for trades through mid. Guathilla will provide, though. Clearance comes out. 20 plays 10. But Animus having a lot of trouble hanging on towards A. There's the extra 60 seconds, and that should pretty much guarantee Exclusive to win this round. Animus do have a lot of operators, but you don't assume that they'll start to use them until this life count gets closer. And especially with not a lot of respawns remaining here, Animus may just have to kind of take the L on the chin here and reset for new.
They will be just holding on a little bit. 6 plays 15, but a minute 33 to play with. So far, Exclusive with that one player, Neil, trying to go in there for the backside push. But there you go. Guathilla and Narcs brings out the Purifier, and pretty questionable. But he will be getting those kills, and Animus bringing out all of their operators right now. 3 versus 9.
They've brought out 3. That's the last 3 members remaining. Guathilla misses 1. 8v3 situation. Narcs and Shark are splitting the spawn trap. Hold on a second. They're getting the kills because there's no way that Exclusive can get these trades in time. 2v5 scenario. Guathilla can't lock down balance, though. And that may be the difference maker. Here comes Narcs on the pinch. He gets 1. Narcs will get the second. A 1v3. Oh, but it's Champy up top to finish the final 2. That's a bold call from Animus. And Exclusive will reap the reward. They didn't have to pop any of their operators in return. And now they hold an advantage going into the round 4 defense.
That was so risky coming in from Animus, and they will pay the price. But for Animus, they still have 2 operators to play with, but Exclusive will have the upper hand. So at the moment, Exclusive will try to go in there for that mid-street presence more.
Decent shutdown of the Claw early. Neil doesn't really find too much with it. Tough gunfight for Creed, backs away from it. Animus will hold some presence over towards barrels. Creed takes down 1 to make this approach a bit softer for Animus overall. Champy has to rotate over to assist. Meanwhile, Exclusive in towards the offensive spawn, not finding a ton of success here either. So Animus will not just get the exit, they're also to get the first tick of progress at A.
Creed is going to be applying that pressure right here in through Alpha, and also for Exclusive, they're stopping the push coming in from Bravo, but we do get to see that last remaining player here inside of the hill, especially coming in from Animus to try and get those kills down, but the Preddy coming in from Exclusive is just making it so hard for them to move.
The Explosive operators are in play. Exclusive finding some space to work with, but Animus keep the lives even. Can you get back into map position, though? Shark able to take down 1, but is traded out through mid. Clock becoming an issue again here for Animus, down to 38 seconds. Kills are starting to come through, but you have to find some sort of success to open up some progress on one of these 2 zones, and Shark may have just done that. He's on towards A.
Animus creates that space in mid and also on the right side of the map as Shark able to get that second tick of progress down almost, but Guathilla right there for the trade gets a beautiful 2-piece shift. That was huge for their team.
Line him up, knock him down. Guathilla not done, still trying to spam down this Holger. And goodness, is he so movable with it. Shark off the respawn, able to find some space to help out possibly towards B, as focus is being split all of a sudden, and now Animus hold the life lead. Narcs now trying to slide in, take care of Balance, who's stuck behind the tank. No worries there. Kills starting to come through everywhere for Animus, and Exclusive once again may have dropped the ball. They do clear off B, but an extra 60 seconds will be added with the A zone being captured.
And that split situation from Animus was the biggest difference. And now that second tick of progress in Bravo for Animus will be easy to clear off. They're going to be smoking that site down, but they do have to worry about that one player. Animus will be sending Narcs right there for that spawn trap and dictating Exclusive spawn to the left side.
Unreal. 1v5. Veer try to get a trade over to Narcs. Not going to happen. Oh my goodness. And Animus still have a handful of score streaks, and now all of a sudden that call to pop 3 operators have allowed them to re-earn almost everything for this opening at round 5. And yeah, there it is. Everything has been earned.
Exclusive is broke, man. Veer is the only person left that can try to make a difference, and we do get to see that Boot is going to be bringing out that early War Machine and also for Shark, but a good trophy system coming in from Exclusive is going to be saving their life a lot.
Yeah, that's the War Machine only getting 1. The Sparrow isn't really going to do too much for Shark. He takes down a couple, but he's traded out. This is fine for Exclusive. That's 3 operators off the table immediately. Guathilla's going to pop the Annihilator. If you can survive through this, Exclusive's going to have a bit of a lifeline here. Boot gets shut down in the offensive spawn. Exclusive is on the A zone. Guathilla is nowhere near this. And all of a sudden, Exclusive will not just get onto A, they're going to be able to push through it as Guathilla will lose the Annihilator.
But then big kills coming in from Guathilla with the Annihilator, just bringing down a lot of those progress down. Exclusive will not have or finish that first stick of progress in Alpha, instead wanting to go in there for the spawn trap. And now that might actually go bite them in the bud, but Animus is just taking cover here inside Fire Room.
Animus are stuck. They are spawning Big Rock top left of the minimap, and Exclusive are holding every single angle. Shark has to open up some space with these score streaks. Balance is just trying to get some desperate War Machine shots to land, and oh boy, do they ever. He takes down 3. Cruise Missile gonna get called in. That will find 1. Make it 2 as Neil called in another. And oh boy, Exclusive is gonna take map number 3 as Animus just could not find success with the operator pulls. 5v15, Exclusive, unless Guathilla can clear off A, are not gonna have a lot of time to work with 60 seconds added, and yeah, just one more member left. Exclusive will take the Crossroads control and get themselves on the board.
And even though that Animus had more operators in that last round, Exclusive just played it so well, knowing that they need to play back a bit because that early operators, they kind of knew it will be brought out. With the trophy system being laid down, that's really good presence of mind.
The true trophy, I think there was 2 that was maybe put down. One up top by the awning, which allowed that catwalk to be completely neutral from what I believe was the Sparrow from that position, and then the War Machine on the other side, or vice versa. Really did not find the opening value that Animus were hoping for. But man, what a game of Crossroads. A lot of offense.
A lot of offense.
Did not expect that, and I will say, again, kind of talking about it, this is what happens when you give Exclusive a lot of time to prep and predict what the map set's going to be. Really good bounce back compared to the last time that these 2 teams played here on Crossroads Control.
And not just that, it's Exclusive being so aggressive in that last round, knowing very well that Animus was already down 2 operators, and so they were winning majority of their gunfights, especially with 1 person. I think it was it Balance with the War Machine getting so many kills, that 3-piece on that spawn trap. That was just beautiful. For a moment there, I kind of was like, okay, are they overexposing themselves and not getting majority of the time on those objectives? But no, it was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, what a wild ride this one was. So with that, as mentioned, you will see 1 go on the board here for Exclusive, working on a reverse sweep. 32 for Balance, by the way. Guathilla and Shark, 32 for the L on the other side. And I mean, I'm telling you, I don't know if there's anyone better in terms of holding an AR in EU than Guathilla. He has been lights out. Did not fully matter in that one, but it very well may here, because now we go to Hacienda, and this is where you expect the ARs to really control the tempo and pace of this map.
Oh yeah, Holger AR, give it to Guathilla. He'll treat it like an SMG. I mean, he's being placed in tight corners, and he's still sliding about and just ADSing all of that. He's just a monster when it comes to that LMG. And so we're putting things in Hacienda where Exclusive kind of had the upper hand up against Animus, but it was a tight game.
Yeah, 7-point game. It came down to the wire. If I remember correctly, it actually came down to a couple of operators that ended up turning the tides. It was like a 2v4 on Rock, and Exclusive were able to kind of wipe and then all of a sudden turn that into a bit of a buffer zone. But I mean, you expect that this map is going to be just as tight here as it was the last time, based on how both teams have looked until this point, and of course the history, not just when they've played each other, but the extended statistics that we have when they've played other squads as well. It feels like it's going to be one of those maps that is going to have a razor-thin margin between these 2 teams, and I'm here for that.
And one thing, just to give Animus, even though yes, they lost up against Exclusive, I mean, by a very small margin, they have been working on Hacienda every single time they played it. They played up against Kings, lost it, played up against Exclusive, lost it. But the moment that they played it again, up against 117 Not Found, they won it pretty convincingly. And watching back how much they actually improved when it comes to their rotation, also operators, is just so phenomenal. But here we go. We're starting things in Hacienda Hardpoint, our 4th game of the day.
This is going to be all about how do you control these top hallways to start? And do you turn that into hardpoint time, or you turn it into immediate spawn flip, depending on which side you start on. Will be Exclusive from the off angle. And it's going to be a 2v2 through Rock here to start things off. Exclusive really putting a lot of focus in towards what will eventually be P4, and it works out beautifully. In fact, on top of that, Balance will spawn right there at the open side of the map, and Exclusive will not just dominate the opening gunfights, they'll be on the early time. And how about Champy? Early double for him as he starts things off hot with a 5 spree.
Yellow all across the board, and now everyone else from Animus going to be spawning up in tin. And it really is that battle for Rock in the early rotation in through P1 is definitely the most important. That's why you see majority of the time that teams bring 2 players in that rotation, and Exclusive just got the better of Animus.
Yeah, huge start for Exclusive. They will not fully flip spawn, setting themselves up for new yet. but 35 plus seconds on Fountain P1? Are you kidding? You'll take that every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Neil not even done yet. He's gotten one and kept his life pretty darn nicely. I mean, that's almost 40 seconds on P1. And with that late focus, Animus are a little bit stretched here over towards Lambo. Champy's got trophy control. Shark shuts him down. Big win. Neil able to get the secure trade, but can't get out. And even though Exclusive have spawns for now, Animus are starting to win all the gunfights to turn the tides. Creed taken out. Champy last one left. And even though he gets in the hardpoint, Animus will re-secure spawns as they look to re-break for this hardpoint.
And now for Animus, they will have 3 players trying to flush in through driveway and just overwhelm that last player of Exclusive. That's player number 4, but they will be winning majority of the gunfights here. But Exclusive going to be right there for the pinch, but unfortunately for them, they're just not set up at the moment.
Very contested P2 considering the circumstances. Exclusive now from the front. They've got Creed on the waterhead. Champy floating around Lambo. And from the front, this is a very nice setup for Exclusive. You've already got Razmo on rotation, actually. This is way too early for Animus to be thinking about rotation. Still 18 seconds here. And they're not winning the gunfights. This is huge time for Exclusive early. And now that Exclusive have won that time, they will essentially 50-50 foot race to do. I don't love that rotation at all from Animus.
And Razmo usually is good at dictating the pace and also the timing of his rotations, but that was just a little bit too early and allows Animus to be far, far away from that P2 hill. And not just that, it'll be Exclusive that will be winning majority of the gunfights here, bringing out the Preddy and also securing that spot. But Animus will have that split spawn and eventually will be spawning off into the left side.
Yeah, Exclusive just got away with murder. They win 20 seconds of scrap and they hold initial with spawns. That is a critical error from Animus. And Exclusive are off to the races early. And they want to make sure that they can put themselves well over 100 points rather from these first 3 hills. They've spent 3 operators to do it. Shark, one last chance to maybe contest this, but this is all getting picked apart, and Animus need to slow down and group up.
Man, chaotic spawn coming in from the right side of the map. They're just spawning on top of each other, but the difference is Exclusive is having that office control, which is a power position that you absolutely need. They'll be giving up this, though. They'll be sending out one last player that is balanced to win the gunfight and not only get the scrap points, but that rotation for next.
EMP goes out for Veer. This should lead to Exclusive likely winning rotation. Score streaks on score streaks. Champy's got the Purifier if he needs it. Tries to predict the left side of screens. Takes down Narcs. Tries to change up the angle. Razmo battling back. Shark right there with him. And, well, for what was essentially a 2v5, Animus do well to at least open up Rock to their name. Shark, good prediction on the Champion, but can't quite finish things off. And Exclusive once again hold operator advantage as Balance takes down a couple and turns the tides in this hard point.
So far, the operator usage from both of these teams is going to be prime, and it's just still going to be more ops coming in from the side of Exclusive. Shark, on the other hand, able to get rid of Champy with that Sparrow, so it is still going to be Exclusive. The scoreline is 128-28.
If Animus were to find a way to make this game competitive, it has to be right here, right now. No operators really left from either side. You have to start stepping into these 1v1s and these vanilla gunfights using just your weapons. Score streaks and ops are all off the table. And maybe a chance here for Animus to win up this scrap time, try to chip away at this lead, but it's much easier said than done as Neil and Champy continue to wreak havoc over the top of the hard point. Creed's on 23 kills through the first rotation to Hills.
And Exclusive is set up. I mean, P4 and P1 are literally just right beside each other, so they will have the upper hand of that rotation in through the hallways, but it will be Animus to win majority of the gunfights up here, but so far it will be that one player in Godzilla, unfortunately, with the Annihilator in hand, not able to use it to his advantage.
Yeah, not the greatest of news. At least the SMGs down low are getting the work done. Shark on the hard point, and you had in a moment, Narcs was playing through bar side. Razmo will follow up. Creed secures one trade, but Animus's SMGs continue to start finding a bit of favor here. Guathilla off the spawn, gets the job done with the Holger. And the awareness for Animus is actually really strong here. They know exactly where Exclusive are spawning. Narc shuts down the push through Spiral. Balance, sure, you'll clear out the hard point, but it feels like a mere footnote as Animus start to once again dictate a little bit of control for now.
Open hard point, and now for Animus to try and occupy and get majority of the scrap points down. That leaves Exclusive to go in for the early rotation. We do get to see player number 2, that's Veer, trying to hold driveway spawn. But it is Animus that'll find the opening gunfights here into the objective.
That's a huge one. Boot can now take his focus towards the back. They get the read that Veer is playing on this backside. He's doing well, though. He's keeping his life really nicely. Narcs with an SMG at range will eventually get him out of the picture. And with that, Animus will hold on to spawns. This would be the time to start thinking about operators if you're Animus. Try to find a way to win this Lambo hardpoint, get yourself back into the game. Balance tries to enter, not gonna work out. Creed with the Sparrow, only finds one for now. He's just really not in a position through Trophy to get much work done with this. So now all of a sudden the focus for Animus just has to be shutting down this pinch. Couple of kills come through, but Exclusive will secure the break.
Good operator usage coming in from Exclusive. It was Creed with the opening Sparrow kills, and then it was Neil for the follow-up Claw. And now it will be Animus to try and get those kills down, but they will be smoked off, and that'll allow them to go in there for those kills down. It's still going to be contested, and it is Exclusive still having majority of the points down here in P2.
And Neil's really starting to step up. He's now on 4. Doesn't quite get the 5th on Guadilla, but his teammates will pick up his trade. And Exclusive will essentially regrow this lead to right around 80 points or so. You rotate over to fences. Animus will have numbers here initially. Creed caught as Razmo just got a staggered spawn behind him. But Exclusive will have a chance with some streaks to pop here to make life a bit easy when it comes to them playing through Office and winning the spawns. Shark able to get one with the Sparrow. He's playing from the front side of the wall. Long-range shots to Creed don't work out. Trades back and forth, but Exclusive starting to build some numbers favor, and they will eventually get into the hard point. Just comes down to finishing off the final kills through 10, and they'll do that as well.
Balance with a War Machine is taken down by Godzilla, so that is one power position gone from Exclusive, and that will allow Shark to just go in there, have those majority of the gunfights down, and it is Animus starting to heat up all of a sudden, and now it is just Exclusive trying to go in there for the contest.
Animus had all 5 operators ready to go on this rotation, so even though P2 didn't look particularly great, they do hold some economic favor here at 3. 15 seconds to fight for. And 3 ops will be held down to by Animus. Definitely a chance, as they will also win rotation. Exclusive still have well-sided spawns. This is very doable. It just comes down to, do Animus get proactive and call something in right here, right now? Shark playing through water. Has Champy in front of him, and yeah, wins the gunfight. Turns around. Balance had cleared off the hard point already, and Animus are getting a bit held. Creed gets a couple of kills through arches, and now Animus are a bit staggered.
Exclusive just had such solid hallway control that just allowed them to funnel through on the front side.
Nades.
And now for Animus, try to go in there for those nade kills, and so far they'll be getting those kills down. And it's going to be Exclusive still with their operators, but is shut down. And Champy just doing a phenomenal job with that Purifier.
Decent shutdowns from Animus, but they're running out of time. They have to start building some favor of their own. They can't just keep playing catch-up. Exclusive off the respawn, still shut down the push. It's Balance who gets a handful before eventually dropping. Narc's trying to finesse, can't get the Purifier out, and Exclusive will clear. How about Exclusive? Guadilla from behind has opened things right back up, but Exclusive have built-in win condition, just 27 points away.
And now they're going to be setting up for next. They're going to be giving away that 11 seconds. They're trying to go in there for the contest, and they will be just by a little bit, though. And that player number 1, that is Neil, to try and apply that pressure. He gets 2 off the bat, and that will allow Exclusive more of an upper hand in the power positions here through hallway.
And Guadilla's got to pop the Annihilator here again just to clear off the hallways. You would think that would probably be the call, seeing as he used it here last time, but once again, Exclusive build a lot of favor on their initial setup. Here comes Guadilla with the Annihilator out. Takes down 1, keeps his life. Animus in the hard point for now, but a lot to be done here. Guadilla's still waiting for someone to challenge him. He's not going to get an opportunity. I mean, look how much Exclusive are just saying, we're not going to give you a chance at this. Guadilla gets pushed around. He can't lock up anybody. Animus off the hard point. Kills are not in. Guadilla caught, trying to swap back to the Holger, and Exclusive can win the game here.
Exclusive dodging and weaving up against the operators of Animus right now, and Balance able to get that War Machine out. 27 to his name, not able to get any kind of information, but his presence will be known, as that allows Animus to kind of play back just a tiny bit. Not just that, Preddy coming in from Animus, not getting a lot of that information down as the scrap points go into their favor.
It's still so much that Animus have to do. They can only give away 18 seconds for the time. It looks like they will win rotation, but Exclusive will get a couple extra points on P1. Puts them to 239 to 150. And look at how bunkered Animus are. They are lucky to see Guadilla still spawn in the back, but Champy from the side door nearly works his way in. Shark makes it safe. Players around the back now for Exclusive, starting to find some favor, but Animus will hold the line for now.
Guadilla wins an essential gunfight in the backside and just allowing them to spawn off into the left side. It is still going to be, exactly, for Exclusive, they need to find a way to just pop their operators down, because they can definitely go and win it here. Animus, on the other hand, is still winning their gunfights, and just like that, Shark is going to go down, and it's still Exclusive here.
Yeah, I just don't understand the call from Animus on a lot of these operators in this map. just holding on to it for way too long. Veer will get the final triple, and Exclusive will take 2 maps straight. This one convincing as ever. And man, I'll tell you, it just feels like in these last 2 maps, the difference maker has come in moments where either Animus is popping too many operators, talking back to round 3 of the control, or here, they're not popping them at all. And it's just like, what are we waiting for? Especially, not to just point fingers at Boot in particular, but it's a prime example. At the end, 3 of your teammates are dropping. Why are we not popping the War Machine there? Like, you gotta save the hill. I don't know. It just felt like Animus were a little bit caught off guard of how the map started and never really able to put themselves back in order.
It was always a back and forth, and Exclusive was on the driver's seat majority of the time here in this Hacienda. And it really goes to show every time that they play the hard point, it was just so convincing. Whatever mistakes that they had last time in Takeoff, we did not see any here from Exclusive. Played their objectives right, played the operator so well, the timing was so good. Rotation, sometimes Animus would beat them to it, but Exclusive would always be there with the operators to try and break the hill.
Yeah, I'm just
flabbergasted.
That is not at all what I would have expected from this Animus team on this map. It just looked like they were a little out of sorts. 41 for Neil. Huge series from him so far. Guadilla drops another 40 plus in the L. But really, I mean, you look at it, no one gets really over a minute of hardpoint time except for Narcs, who you expect to. And on the other side, I mean, everyone's just living and dying in and around the hardpoint for Exclusive. Minute plus across the board except for Creed, who was mostly the guy in rotation. And yeah, that's a huge statement all of a sudden. And even though I think it would have been hard-pressed to sit here at the beginning of this matchup and say, hey, Exclusive, if they want to win the series, have to reverse sweep, I think all of us would have said no way, no how. But with how things went in map 3 and how convincing things were in map 4, you start to build a bit of a mental edge here as you prep up for Meltdown.
Oh, Meltdown is such an exciting map. Exclusive has not played it yet so far here in Stage 4. Animus, on the other hand, they have. I mean, Meltdown for them, they were able to get a pretty convincing win up against 117 Not Found. So it is a question mark as how can Exclusive kind of deal with the pressure that Animus has been doing, because they have been doing a phenomenal job, especially playing against, with Shark in their team.
Yes.
Just can be left alone.
And that's the thing is, what we talked about on Firing Range, Shark going rogue, doing whatever he wants, and it never gives really the playbook over to Exclusive. The same things can happen here. The difference is Animus will be starting off on offense. With Phil, it will be the bomb carrier, though, not Shark. So we'll see if he decides to go a little bit rogue, or will he just support these pushes. And at the moment, he will support this heavy-handed approach in towards A. Opening smoke will allow the offense in, but Veer makes a kill through mid-map, keeping the pinch safe. And now Exclusive can try to envelop and overwhelm this setup, and so far so good. Balance gets a trade back. Guadilla kind of picking and choosing where to look. Neil gets a double with the pistol out, and now it's just down to the final couple of kills, and yep, Exclusive, they completely overwhelmed that Animus approach.
And the fact that they also had 2 players than the usual one that you see up there by the reactor, and Animus just was overwhelmed. Exclusive did a good job at first opening picks coming in from Veer, just allowing that mid space to be open to go in there for the pinch.
See if that will change things up here. Rasmo will snipe through mid this time instead of trying to hit aggressively. Animus showing force and numbers in towards A again. Trophy System will try to assist on the play. Shark getting forward is key. The balance from mid does take down one. Rasmo up top, mid window, has to be careful. Yep, Exclusive are looking for the team shots, and they will get them. So back and forth we go. Opening kills traded on either side. And how about it? Animus have gotten this back to a 3v3, still staying alive on the A site.
That does leave those 2 players from Exclusive. How are they going to push this? I can try to go in for those isolated 1v1s in through both corners. In those 3 corners, 3 entrances that they can do. Or wait for the planet. That's what they do. And it looks like they want to go in there for that really full-flooded intro into 3 sides of this map.
Yeah, and Animus are still looking for information. They have to trust this setup. They're watching everything. Narcs through mid. Shark also watching the mid pinch. And here comes Exclusive. They're making the move. It's all 3 players at the same time. Balance may have found some timing here. He gets the first cleanly. Has his eyes on to Shark. But Boot and Shark find the 2. Just down to Balance, who does find 1, but no chance to put together anything more onto Boot. And a response comes through as Animus take their second round.
It was just down to those 50-50 gunfights that Animus won, and Shark was pretty lucky that he wasn't taken down, and the reload ensued for Exclusive. And now a different approach coming in from Animus. They'll be sending those players in through that generator side instead. It is still a 2-1-2 split from Exclusive though, as we do get to see that information from Animus given to Exclusive that it will be that B hit.
And Animus are going to opt to give away the entirety of the middle of the map, so they will have to try to catch information by watching this cross, which Narcs will do. Withilla, trophy system keeps him safe. He'll plant.
Bomb has been planted.
Veer does take down one. That's boot through mid-map, so again, no potential pinch on the way. But Rasmo, goodness gracious, is it a sniper rifle or is it an SMG? Gets taken down by Creed. Retake now on the way. Exclusive starting to gain a lot of space, and with just one in their way, Narcs will be traded out, and Exclusive put together another nice retake through mid-map.
It really is that mid-map presence that Exclusive just had more of an advantage of. You already preempted it a while ago while we were seeing that Animus was just leaving mid-open. They only had one player there, I think it was Boot, but it was met by 2 players from Exclusive. So it is very difficult to leave such an essential place open. Better leave at least 2 more players in through Boiler Room because you're just giving so much space to Exclusive to get. And now, same case. B push. On the other side of things, Exclusive will still be the same when it comes to their defense.
Shark is going to be the difference maker this time, trying to push through Jenny's. Lots of nades will get him a little bit further forward, but the line in the sand has been drawn. Bomb will be planted. Boot's going to take the scenic route. Not get caught this time. Instead, he will be the one doing the catching. Balance, how does he predict that goodness? I thought he had a read on Boot for a moment. But the first blood is good, and now Exclusive again are put on the back foot. Down into a 4v5, Boot gets seen but not killed. If Exclusive were to make a retake happen, it would have to be right here with Boot not a part of the play, but from the front, Animus put together enough trades to keep this heavily contested. And with Creed being the last one left in FAAR, not looking all that likely. Yep, and he's been red. Withilla stays alive, Boot will finish him off. And again, the difference maker is Boot doesn't get picked through mid.
And like what you said, the scenic route definitely more favorable for him, trying to be pesky like a rat, getting those kills, especially after the bomb is down, because that will definitely leave Exclusive a little bit more vulnerable when it comes to those engagements outside of that side. And now we are seeing a flipped situation here where Animus chooses to go in there for that A side, but Exclusive will be putting a lot more armory on the bottom side.
Yeah, they're looking to aggress into B. Maybe it is to meet Animus's further plays, or I guess former plays. Neil in trouble. He gets taken down. And Exclusive again will have to play a very difficult retake in a 4v5. This time they're looking to go off the flank though. 2-2 split here. But Veer from the front is being pressured. And simultaneously in the back, I believe Narcs has gotten a read that there is a play coming through admin. And yep, he's gotten a pretty solid read on this. Balance not able to get the trade. And Animus in the post plant looking solid. Last one left is Champy, and he will still be stuck on a donut as he gets taken down by Withilla.
Yep. Mid-window is definitely one place that you need to put yourself in. If you're going to be Animus on the attacking side, you just have so much presence. You see in through mid, stop a pinch if ever you're going to see Exclusive every single time. And now for Animus, has the upper hand here finally. And now it is a back and forth. It is going to be switched down. A and B is going to be their preferred case, and now they're going in for that Bravo side instead. Really being aggressive, and Exclusive does not read this at all.
Well, they do get the stun on the Boot. It does look like the defense is trying to rotate in through mid. Creed just has to keep his life as the sole defender over towards B. He's actually going to reposition to get even deeper behind the sniper's nest. And Boot somehow goes completely unnoticed by Veer. No trade immediately, but Creed's able to follow up. And once again, Exclusive playing a 2-2 retake. 2 from the back, 2 from the front. Withilla, goodness! The transfer for the double. And now Exclusive's retake has been read. They're going to retrain their aim over towards mid. Shark gets a read on this, though. He'll play a tight corner. No worries there. Champy, the last one left, will get traded, and it'll be a 4-2 half for Animus.
It's Boot, man. Every single time he opens things up, being that pesky little lurker that he is, and Animus is so good when it comes to getting that first bud and making it into a W. Exclusive tried to go in for a different look, bringing those 2 players to go in there for the flank, but unfortunately for them, it's just Animus covering all lanes. And now as we switch things up, Exclusive on the attacking side now.
4-man hit right down the middle through B. Balance will hold on to Boiler for now. And Exclusive should be in a position to plant here. Creed will make a play for it. Defensive nades late, trying to come over the top. Won't really hit much of anything, but does allow Shark in. First contact will be with Champion. He loses the gunfight. Trade by Narcs. Yep, it's there. And now all of a sudden, Animus have a bit of a surround. In exclusive are a bit stuck on towards the site, not knowing which direction to look, and the retake is swift, as Animus will quickly get to 5.
Now the flank coming in from Animus definitely just paid off for them, and it really looks like even though the bomb is going to go down, the pressure just does not get to them. They're playing their gunfights right and also their angles. And really that mid presence that Animus had this time around, just throwing 2 players there, was a really big difference. Exclusive needs to find a little bit more mid pressure because so far it's been Animus winning those gunfights.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like they have heard you here, Beef Mommy. Lots of nades through mid early. Balance will also play through tunnel. Nades do land. The Balance will hold off instead of trying to push through. The rest of Exclusive will make their way over towards B. Narcs is the only defender near the site, although there is an opportunity for both Rasmo and Guathilla to get involved pretty quickly. Bomb will be planted. Narcs will give this up, and once again, we'll try to focus on Animus through mid-map, but Balance will get the first blood, and he needs to be traded out before Animus can continue to work through this position for their retake, and he will. Okay, here we go.
So fast on the flank, and when it comes to Animus, it's just so hard to get that breathing room. And we do get to see Animus just having a little bit more of that mid-presence. 2 players, and the pinch will ensue as they're just going to be waiting for the entrance from Rasmo. And here we go, the pinch coming in. They're finally getting the information down.
Great team shots coming through. Animus make their way on. 15 seconds on the clock, though. Exclusive still holding the numbers and, of course, the clock in their favor. Means that Narcs would have to go and go now. Gets the first cleanly over the top. Long-range shots towards Veer. Not going to work out, and Creed's also just below him to finish off the elimination. So much better for Exclusive. Once again, like you mentioned, holding on towards mid-map, another key difference maker between both these 2 teams.
And now we're probably going to see another look from Animus here, just not allowing that mid-map presence from Exclusive, but Balance needs a little bit more help here. And now it will be a difference maker because a little bit of a slower push coming from Exclusive. They're playing a little bit more passive with a little bit more eyes here and through mid.
Animus are 4-man stacked around A. This rotation through mid, though, could be everything. And actually, Rasmo's first blood through mid is actually leaning Exclusive towards the teeth of this defense. The boot gets caught, trying to play forward. Big elimination for Balance, and that may force Exclusive to reconsider this approach, knowing that for the first time, Boot's playing up into mid. But a trade back onto Rasmo does give Exclusive numbers. The only member here defensively, Guathilla, would have to get 2. He has to.
Will be met by 3 and will be overwhelmed. And first A hit coming in from Exclusive, and it looks like that delayed push definitely worked out for them. Balance gets another one, a 4v1, and Narc spots one and gets 1 kill.
What?
Gets another. Bomb is gonna go down though. Pressure coming in from Narcs.
Oh, this jump angle. If he could pick any information, he may have seen Champy at range. Also had a couple of shots from Creed, so he knows that he should have entrance into Reactor. And he sees both. Sniper rifle goes out. He wants Champy. Trying to make a decision, actually. He needs to make a choice. Looking to see if there's going to be a play through the manhole. Not going to happen. Narcs hits the first. 1v1 with Creed. No! Creed able to finesse for long enough inside of the pillars. That leads to a 4th round for Exclusive.
Wow, that is just spicy gunfight coming in from Narcs. He's just so good at playing the angles right. But Exclusive, having the man advantage, delayed push, getting those kills first before trying to commit into the site, definitely gave them a little bit of breathing room. And now a 3-2 split from Exclusive. We'll try to get that information. We'll be met by just 1 player, but Neil will open things up here.
And Exclusive need to make a decision. Do you quick plant or try to wait for this rotation through mid? And they may get caught here. Veer's a little bit late on this rotation. Animus have a lot of space gained around the back. Little snap from Veer doesn't work out. Shark gets 1, keeps his life. And now all of a sudden, Exclusive are a bit stuck on the site. Champion's got nowhere to go. Bomb is being planted, but Animus, they've got full map control. Nade from Guathilla could be good, and it is! Rasmo actually the one to connect with the sniper rifle. So pardon me on that one, but still, the presence from Animus on the retake looks good. Crossbow for Rasmo won't work out, though. And we go to a 2v3. Exclusive take over the defensive side of platform. Guathilla trying to work through mid. Couple of shots tagged. Neil watching deep. Balance up close. Shark is hopping, and Shark will not be taken off. Animus get the series point.
Man, Exclusive just waited to the side where the bomb is just not planted for them. And now Animus goes for the ninja defuse as well. And so for Exclusive, they just took a little bit too much of time going in there for the plan. They already got that information down, took down 1 player from Animus, and not able to sustain. But it looks like that alpha push will be met by so much players from both teams.
Could this be down to who wins the gunfights? Veer gets the first, and he gets another on top of it. Guadilla gets backed out of the site. He's got no assistance remaining. Narcs rotating over quickly. Bomb being planted by Creed.
The bomb has been planted.
Exclusive look good for the 5th round. Veer's little shoulder should have seen Guadilla, and yet the predictive shots come through. Champy finishes it off. And we go 6-5.
Get ready for the next round.
And Exclusive just getting that mid presence, trying to go in for the pinch, and that fast alpha push was the biggest difference for them to actually win this map. And they're slowly inching their way into possibly bringing this into that overtime.
They have the bomb.
On the attacking side, let's see what kind of push they'll make. And looks like that alpha push is definitely something that they would prefer, but will be met by just one player from Animus.
Animus are going to voluntarily give away A. Spam shots come through. Oh my goodness. The battle between Balance and Boot up close and personal was a tight one, but Exclusive come out with the numbers. Not committing to a plant as of yet. Shark trying to gain a little bit of space. Doesn't see anything at ladder. Neil, though, through mid-map takes down 2, and now Animus are stuck with nowhere really to go. Veer watching. He gets the first. Holds down the trigger. Narcs has to back off, wait for the regen. It would be a 1v4 to avoid overtime, but it doesn't feel all that likely. Second set of shots are decent, and Narcs just has nowhere to go. To overtime we go.
Beautiful set of nades and flashes from Exclusive. We saw it a while ago from that POV where one person from Exclusive threw that nade, get that information, got the hit marker, and relayed that information to Neil to get those essential kills through mid. And now we're going to be switching things now. Animus on the attacking side, Exclusive, on the other hand, goes in there for a more aggressive approach from Bravo, but a retake looks like it will ensue for Exclusive.
It's all coming around the back. It's Rasmo. Oh, he gets one from the window. That is huge. Just to give himself some numbers. Trade should surely be there, but now the awareness for Animus's retake, or pardon me, for their hold, will be that the retake is coming from behind. At least largely so, but without the numbers and with nades on the way in, everyone is scrambling. Veer gets turned around somehow, though. Guadilla and Shark have re-won mid-map. A key position for them to try to use. Boot follows up just down to Balance for the 1v3. Boot in the corner, gets the shutdown. And how about Boot and Guadilla re-winning mid-map, gaining an exit for that post plant, and Animus take the edge.
Not just that, that combo dealt with the information, and also that first blood coming in from Rasmo in mid-window definitely was the biggest difference as well. And now for Exclusive, we're going to be switching things now. Animus still on the driver's seat, but Exclusive with the attacking side goes in for a more aggressive approach here in through Alpha.
Rasmo sniping this time. Oh, doesn't get an opportunity to hit first blood for free, so he has to back off. Once again, this feels very familiar. It's almost like shoes on the opposite foot. Animus are the ones trying to play around through backside window this time. But Neil doesn't get a chance to hit. Should be a free kill for Boot here. And it will be. So now 5v4, but the bomb does get planted. Exclusive have built the clock into their favor. Shark trying to get in towards mid. Checks both corners. A couple of spam shots come through. Creed battles them back. From the outside, though, Rasmo takes down Veer, creating some space to work from the front, but how about Exclusive? They trade back nicely, 2v2. Narcs works his way in, gets a look at Creed. Shots back and forth, Creed wins the battle. Now just down to Rasmo for the 1v2. First shot not gonna land, and we'll go again.
All right, second overtime for both of these teams, and this is what we expected at the very last. And Exclusive looking like they're looking very confident in those attacking rounds. And the fact that Animus got the first blood and got rid of Neil so early on doesn't matter for Exclusive now. It will be a more heavy approach coming in from Bravo, but also will be met by Exclusive's 2 players.
Yeah, Rasmo, I thought he was just going to commit to sniping through mid, but he backs off. Creed hits an opening first blood by way of nades. That makes life a lot easier here for Exclusive's defensive setup. And Animus need to make a decision here. I mean, Rasmo's really not in a position to do too much besides hopefully find timing on a pick, but Exclusive aren't giving him the time of day. And if this results in a 1v1 towards A, that's the only real route that I see here for Animus is that they take down Balance and then just flood into A, but the bomb's in no position to really follow up on that. They're going to try to force this into B?
They're trying to get that exit off of that one player from Alpha, and that will be Balance. Boot has been phenomenal at getting those kills on that side of the map, especially after the bomb gets planted, and Exclusive is ready for that. Doesn't matter who's going to be winning that, either Boot or Balance. Bomb down.
I like this.
Yeah.
It's a good pinch.
They're a four-man flood this from the front. Rasmo, what a shot. Has the crossbow expecting the trade. Through mid-map, exclusive, win the kills. And Animus is getting broken apart by just sheer force of numbers. Boot gets one through mid. Champy can't quite lock down this player at mid and will not make much of a difference. Still just enough help nearby, and now exclusive go back-to-back rounds, and they will take the edge in our second set overtime.
Even though that Rasmo kind of was able to delay the push a little bit by exclusive, but he was met with so many players. And not just that, we already kind of mentioned it a while ago, Balance versus Boot. Who's going to be winning those rogue gunfights? And it was Balance this time around. 17 to his name, and he's been so good. And you don't usually get to see this player perform so well in S&D, but now he is stepping it up. Now a 5-man push coming from exclusive from Alpha, and Animus will try to go in for a retake.
Does Rasmo get a hit here? He's the only defender once again. First shot misses. Does he get away with his life? In trouble. He's flashed and stunned, but he does get out. Bomb quickly being planted, or at least that's the idea. Not as quick as you'd like, maybe, though, because now Animus will win mid-map. They're holding off to make sure exclusive doesn't push into the defensive side, and they're going to wait a little while longer to make sure Boot can safely clear out the flank. Animus will know that all 5 members are here in Reactor. Just comes down to winning the gunfights. Neil for the first, catches the second. Exclusive now on the precipice of absolutely becoming a Cinderella, but they still have to finish off these kills through mid. Narcs for this to be a 1v3. Veer in the back corner. Champy a little bit closer. Here's the check on towards ladder side. Champy gets smoked to the 1v1. Veer gets the kill, and exclusive upset Animus in winners round 1 and 5 maps.
Wow. That was... no words. I am so impressed by exclusive. I mean, the only reason why we said that they're going to be losing it just because of their performance in the past, but this is where we get to see teams shine, where they learn so quickly in a span of, what, a week? A little bit over a week, and now it's such a different exclusive team that we've been seeing here. A back and forth in Meltdown, and even though we're going to forget about that firing range map, okay? I mean, that did not happen, but here is where they just absolutely shine.
The reverse sweep. I think a lot of it, I hate to just point at one particular moment in this very tight series, but I still go back to that round 3 operator usage and Crossroads control for Animus completely shifts the entire momentum of the series. They don't win that round. It's a bold call. They don't win that round. Animus lose control of the eco and operators, which was the difference maker in map 3. Happened to be the case again in map 4, which ultimately ended up being kind of an exclusive blowout. And that resets the entire mentality on the series. You go into 1 search and destroy, and you get 17 out of balance for the dub.
It's wild. Look at that. 9 and 7.
I mean, we were talking about this a lot in the back while we were watching this matchup, Bobby. After exclusive kind of threw that first hard point, we watched them struggle a little bit, right? Yeah. In the nicest way possible. Talk about a comeback, though.
Yeah, I mean, really, you caster cursed Animus because it was 5-2. He's like, all right, map's done. We can go ahead, head back out, get ready. And things fell apart quickly for Animus. And I mean, like you said, multiple points at which they could have won that map 1 as well. Yeah. We knew that they were going to play things close, but to be able to hand Animus their first match loss in the entirety of EU Stage 4 and to do it on a reverse sweep, huge start to the tournament for this exclusive roster.
And not just so everyone at home knows, in case you missed this part, that does not mean that Animus is out of the tournament, okay? It means that Animus will go from that upper bracket down into the lower bracket and still have an opportunity to play through the lower bracket now if they want to have a chance at making it through to the finals. So if you're an Animus fan, don't worry. They are down but not out. Meanwhile, exclusive will now live at the upper portion of that bracket, and we'll find out who they're going to be playing up against for the upper bracket seed into the finals after the second match of the day. And as I'm talking about it, production in there, look at that, that's perfect. Here's the exact visual illustration of what I'm talking about. Exclusive close out the series 3-2, so they move on to that upper bracket final. Animus drops down. Is this even remotely what you expected here, Shift?
None of us did. We all picked Animus to win this in our predictions.
know.
But the thing that's on top of not just Animus losing is what a bad time to get your first loss in the season in reverse sweep fashion, where you have to let that stew for an entire day because they don't get to bounce back and play later today. They have to let that sit in the back of their mind until tomorrow, where they would have to win not just a very tough round 2 in the lower bracket, but also have to come up against what I'm sure will be another tough lower bracket final to even make it to stage 5. This would be a huge fault if Animus were for some reason to go perfect in groups and then not make stage 5.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough road because, as you can see, 117 versus Kings is the next match that we have coming up, which means whoever loses that match will go down face off against Animus, while whoever wins will move on through and go up against Exclusive. So we said it at the beginning of the day. We knew today was going to be a really solid day of matches. I think this is even crazier than we initially expected here, Mommy, because now there is the potential. No, I'm not going to say it. 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 I'm not going to do it. No.
I mean, can I just say, I think Shift's prediction of a 3-0 was closer than a 3-1, I believe, because Animus just messing up that control and over-investing in that one round easily could have been a 3-0 in their favor. But the fact that they were able to reverse sweep, now that 3-2, it was either a 3-0 or a 3-2. I mean, that phenomenal push coming in from Exclusive, it really is a good mark of a team that has grown all throughout this competition and just knows their opponents super well.
Yeah, and that's something that you guys had all mentioned before we even headed into that match. They had a little bit of time to work on a few mistakes here and there, see if they were able to kind of get them figured out before we came into our challenge finals. And we knew that especially the hard points could have been a swing moment for Exclusive if they were able to nail them down. They almost started off with what you wanted initially out of them with like the 1-2-5. Instead, they just got the later on hard point. You know? It's actually very close if you think about it for what you're predicting for them, Shift.
Yeah, I think the writing's not on the wall when it comes to any of these matchups. It's just every result has been tight. When you deal with a 7-point difference when they played Hacienda the first time, that doesn't necessarily give us enough to sit there and say like, oh, because it happened the first time, it's going to happen again. But I have to say that this Exclusive team came out and looked polished in every single game mode. Sure, the firing range got out of hand. Shark just took over. But outside of that, Exclusive was in winnable positions throughout the entirety of this series. And that bodes well for them when it comes to their stock in a winners finals matchup later tonight, where they could possibly guarantee themselves a surprise qualification to stage 5.
All right, well, let's talk to Exclusive, okay? Because if I'm not mistaken, we've got Creed standing by, ready to do an interview with us after they were able to clutch out the first win of the day. Can you hear me, Creed? How are you?
I can hear you. What's up? I'm good.
All right, first of all, talk me through the reverse sweep. What went through everybody's mind when you guys were able to start kind of getting that momentum under your belt?
I'm gonna be real. To be fair, the hard point, the first one, it should have been ours. We choked. S&D, balance was IGL. No offense to him, but it was IGL, and yeah, we didn't do too good on firing either. We haven't really practiced it properly. And then control, we won 3-2, and then after that we were like, oh, let's go, let's reverse sweep them, and then it actually happened. So
yeah. You guys did a phenomenal job there. I think especially looking back, and realistically, there are 4 very winnable maps in that series. But looking at map number 5, you guys were down big time heading into the round flip. It was 5-2. What did you feel like was the turning point for you guys that allowed you to flip a switch and start getting some momentum in that Meltdown map 5?
on Meltdown, we noticed like their A defense wasn't as strong. I know it's hard to hold A. You gotta stack it, otherwise you won't be able to hold it properly. But yeah, after we noticed that, we just kept pushing A, especially in the overtime, and it worked. So yeah.
I gotta go back. So you talked about Balance's IGLing map number 2. Was he also IGLing in map number 5 to build those adjustments and adaptations? Because like Bobby mentioned, you guys flipped the switch pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm not trying to take credit, but Balance said you IGL last S&D, and then I did it. Because normally I'm the IGL, but we tried to switch things up, didn't work out, and then we switched back.
Fair enough.
Leading up to this moment, you guys had so much time to prepare. And even last night, Neil was messaging me and I was like, you know what, guys, good luck. You already know about that one. But how did you guys make that effort, especially when we did that reverse, to kind of just flip a switch in your mental to, hey, we could actually be the winners up against Animus?
I mean, after after being down 2-0 and winning the control, so it was 2-1, I don't know, something just switched in everyone. I was like, composure, calm down, and everyone just listened. And I'm not saying they don't always listen, but it went well, especially the last 3 games. Like, they actually listened, and it all worked out, so.
Well, the chemistry was definitely evident on the second half of that series. Phenomenal performance for you guys to be able to bring it back. Now heading into the upper bracket finals, what are you guys going to try to kind of focus on heading into that match?
I mean, we got to know who we play against first. We're going to fix up on our mistakes on the maps we played earlier. And besides that, I mean, we have like an hour, so I'm not sure how much we can prepare in an hour.
Well,
and as Beef, Mommy also said, like the past weeks, we haven't had the best practice and things weren't going too well, but we managed to win somehow.
Well, hey, I will take it. Before I let you go and, give you that hour that you need at least to talk everything over before the next matchup, do you have any shout-outs that you want to do?
No, not really. I just want to say shout out to you guys for predicting 3-2 on Animus, all of you guys. You guys that motivated the whole team. So, 3-2 for Exclusive. I don't know if you see it. 3-2. Thank you. And besides that, I'm good.
Hey, listen, I am always happy when you guys make us eat our words, okay? Phenomenal performance, Creed. Thank you for jumping on and chatting, and good luck in your next match.
Yes, thank you. Have fun, guys. Safe.
He's safe, right?
It's like I'm chatting with a friend, right? We're just on a video call on like Discord, right?
I mean, listen, he's not wrong. We were all wrong.
We're all wrong.
I want to know if anybody in chat was wrong as well, because we didn't. That was a miss for all of us.
I mean, I saw on Twitter someone was mentioning in our predictions, all are sleeping on Exclusive.
Okay.
They were right.
All right. Well, Exclusive take home match number 1 of the day, which means they will live to fight another match at the end of the day. But we still need to find out who it is that they're going to be going up against, which means another banger of a match for the day is going to be coming up right around the corner. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it will be 117 versus Kings. This is not a match you want to miss. But before we get into it, we're going to be sending it to a short break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where it is the EU Challenge Finals for us, and we already had an insane match number 1 to kick off the day. If you missed it, go back, check it out. Exclusive, making their way through, staying in that upper bracket while Animus drops down into the lower bracket. And now it's time for us to find out who will be joining both of those teams in their respective positions, because match number 2 is right around the corner between two more juggernauts of this region, 117 versus Kings. What do you expect out of this one?
I don't know. After that, I cannot be bothered to make a prediction outside of the fact that this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm just here for a good time and maybe a long time based on how the first series went, which again, I'm here for that. Double down on my bets here.
I mean, I don't disagree. I think this was a match that all of us were expecting to definitely go the distance, so we might as well start talking about them. We'll dive into 117's roster first. Bobby, talk to me about the players.
Obviously, this is, for the most part, a very young team. The one very experienced player on this roster being Karma, who's been on another different champs teams. But for the most part, most of the players fairly new. Saturn's that other player that he's played with in the past. The young talent has definitely shown out in a big way. I think especially looking at Caesar, Caesar's been phenomenal, but looking at Lucky, he has been an absolute reaper in Search and Destroy. I think Beef Mommy said leading all of Europe when it comes to First Bloods. He's definitely been a player to watch and somebody that you will definitely see pop off in the series.
And two teams that are pretty evenly matched heading into today, Mommy. I mean, we'll take a look back at the other roster as well. On the flip side of things, we have Kings. Talk to me about them.
Yeah, I mean, like we already mentioned it, they're so even, and the last time that they saw each other, the score lines were so close, and we brought it down into an express overtime where 117 just got the better of them. I think it was Says to make last-minute decisions. So you know what, we're going to be delaying it a little bit, so we need to see kind of pockets of that in this gameplay, because so far, Kings has been struggling when it comes to that control, but it is where hardpoint and S&D is a place where they kind of shine, and you do get to see a player like Hisoka. And the last time that they played, he was the one that was the playmaker in his team. Important objective control. So it'll be important to see whether or not Raid and Hisoka is going to be in the mix.
All right, well, as far as both of these teams go, in your opinion, Shift, what are some potential keys to success that we can look for them?
I think the biggest thing is there's a lot more attention and question about what Kings is going to do here, because like Beef Mommy said, there's been a couple of role questions brought up by not just the players, but their coach as well, about who's going to be starting and who's going to be playing what role. But on top of that, I'm mostly curious to see if Kings have been able to polish up their control. You'll see their stats in a moment, but the biggest thing about it is that's always been the difference maker for Kings in tight series. It's been what's happened in map number 3. It happened in this one. Really, really tight. I mean, the hard points was kind of one-sided in one direction or the other. Search and Destroys was as close as they get, and Kings blew that raid control flat out. They had a really good handle on the map for the first time, but 117 in that map, round number 5, just completely took over from the minute zero rather, and Kings just didn't put together a response to it. That's been a problem for them in the past. It cannot be an issue today if they want to have a chance against 117.
All right, we'll have to see if they're able to get that together. Obviously, in that last matchup, though, a little bit of a pendulum swing back and forth between the two squads as well. Bobby, take a look at their head-to-head stats here. What's jumping out at you?
Obviously, the controls has got to be the main thing you take a look at. 117 have not lost a single control map the entire way through, by far the weakest mode for Kings. So that's obviously where you have the most question, but to be honest, the overall map count, not really all that much against Kings, and I think especially given the fact that their loss was in the midst of definitely some big mix-ups, some big roster changes, and everything else happening. I've got a feeling the last 2 weeks have probably allowed them enough time to smooth some things out, given that that's the biggest gap that we've had during the action in Europe so far. So I'm curious to see what that ends up resulting for them. I think a really big thing that could be benefit to them could be firing range getting thrown back into the rotation. I have a feeling they're going to look strong there, and fully expecting to see that in the map pool for them.
Yeah, I was going to ask if I was going to ask your opinion on that as well, to see if we were anticipating that coming in when we get the vetoes up here to talk about with everybody, because that's something that I think we'd all forgotten about in the first match.
Yes, we did.
And then it came through, and I mean, will that be the factor that some of these teams need? Mommy, what do you think?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it also is a matter of who's going to be winning that coin toss, because it will decide which team will choose what side they're going to be choosing on. Because I think for me, Kings need to be in Team 2. They need to find a way to stop 117 to be on the defensive side. Their control has been perfect, yes, but it has been close a lot of the time. And that's because they always start on that defensive side. And it is true, statistically backed, that every time they start on defense, they will win the game. And so if the Kings do get that coin toss, I think they need to be Team 2 to put themselves on the defensive side on whatever map they're going to be playing on that control.
Now, when we did these predictions, did we all agree on this one, or were you also
I was the odd man out. We all had game 5s, I think, but I had game 5 going to 117. You guys all had game 5 going to Kings.
Ooh.
So I'm on an island again.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, I feel like your island might be the safest place to be with the chaos that we just saw after the first match. I think it's going to be, it is what it is. We get the veto starting to come through, though. Bobby, what's jumping out at you?
Honestly, I like the picks so far for Kings. I think Apocalypse is one that they've looked fairly strong on in the past, although I don't think either of them has a ton of reps whenever it comes to the Apocalypse hardpoint. For 117, their only match there was up against 31er, which you can't really put a whole lot of stock in. So you do look and see the firing range makes its way into the map pool, and I don't have any evidence to back this up, but I'm just leaning the way of Kings on that one. So I think if it does go to a map 5, I feel pretty good about their odds.
All right, Mommy, what are your thoughts?
Firing range right there. I mean, we already preempted it a while ago. That will be a thing that will throw off a lot of these teams. But another one I'm looking at is raid control. We already know that for Kings, they struggle in this map. They love to pick it, but they always struggle. So kind of like what we saw in Exclusive a while ago where Crossroads Strike, they had a difficult time, but they were able to adjust their gameplay in the week that's leading up to this playoffs. I'm hoping that it's the same case for Kings, that they do a better job in that raid. And where they're going to be starting off in raid is definitely going to be the biggest reason for them to win it.
All right, well, Shift, I want to get your thoughts on the picks and bans as well while we send the other two over to the other side of the studio so you guys can get ready for the next match, because we'd even asked Zim about that when we talked to him about that raid control, right?
Yeah, his reaction was no one wanted to play them on raid control and scrims because they've been so good at it. And talking with him, I had a chance to do 6 hours of VOD review. We were doing every single map in the respawn pool. He says that there's no reason we should be playing raid this poorly. So you figure that that's still being the trusted moniker of why they have it in the mix. But I will say, I think if you are Kings, you have to win this series from the 2, 3, 4. I like 1, 3, and 5 for 117. So this has to be a 2, 3, 4, I think, for Kings to win it in 4.
That means it's going to be just as close as the first match of the day was. So make sure you guys are ready to go, because match number 2 is ready, which means it's time for me to send it on over to the other side of the studio.
All right. Well, this is definitely going to be an interesting one. I think ultimately firing range thrown back into the mix has changed a lot of the picks, a lot of the bans, a lot of everything, and the expectations for these matchups. So the fact that we get it on map number 5, once again, I feel like that's probably going to go the way of Kings. Ultimately, I think the thing that you really have to look at is the experience on the 2 rosters, and the big question mark around raid, that being the one rookie on this Kings roster. Outside of that, there is experience for days as far as majors go, and from what we've seen, a lot of these players, the more experience they have at the higher level, typically the more level-headed you're going to be heading in these stages of the competition. And for me, that's the reason that I ended up picking Kings, not necessarily based on how these teams match up against against each other based on what expectations I had for the map picks. I just feel like the experience is really going to shine through for this King squad, especially given how much Stage 4, Stage 5 experience they have. So we'll see what they can do. They do get the strong side to start here as well, so nice spot to be, especially if they can maintain that top side control. Should be able to make use of it. It is going to be 117 first entry on into the hard point.
And it's really good for 117 that they're trying to switch their focus not only on obtaining that hard point, but also getting the spawns off Jungle's side. And player number 4, unfortunately, Karma tries to go in there for the flip, but he will be met by those 2 players in Kings, but they're still having a strong appearance here in through P1, and Kings kind of struggling even though they're on the more objective side.
They've done somewhat of a good job of keeping things clear, at least for as long as they can, if not contested. It will be a solid 4-piece through in the feed, and that's going to earn King some hard point time right here. Raid gets pushed up. His entry back into the rotation, definitely one of the question marks answered. He's sitting on a 4 spree already and not going to be able to connect the last bullet for the kill right there, but slides through onto Karma, makes it another onto Caesar, and he's untouchable right now as he has definitely looked like he's got something to prove in this one. Kings not going to earn themselves a whole lot of time on the first hard point, but they maintain those top side spawn control, and that is priority number 1 when it comes to Apocalypse hard point.
And here we go. That fight for temporal spawn still going to ensue as 2 players coming in from 117 outbound and just bringing in a lot of those players, reeling them in. They will have the spawn control, but it's still Kings right there. But the hop-up wall definitely going to be dominated right now by Says as he is going to go down, but enough time for his teammates to go and rotate into the hill.
Not a good sign for Kings, giving up the flip that early. I think around 45 seconds remaining when 117 made their way in. Now they're forced to break from the front side, but they're able to make it happen, at least initially. Spines 1 off the hop up there as well. And King's doing a phenomenal job of fighting back, but Caesar breaks on through. He's got 7 on the board, and just like that, 117 have made their way back on in. Trades back and forth, no real control here on P2, despite it really typically being a money hill whenever it comes to hard point. Raid not going to be able to win that one, and probably should have been able to, but fortunately Grizz is there, able to reinforce, takes down 1, and just like that, Kings are on the hard point with a full blue feed.
Yeah, I mean, Kings winning majority of the gunfights, rotating into this hill, but for 117, their escape is going to be right there on the left side. They do have the more favored spawn as it will be right there, but it's still Kings winning majority of the gunfights down, and they don't have any kind of operator period apart from Spy's War Machine, so that would be a good line of defense, but for 117 not found, they can just allow that operators to play with again. Says goes down with the operators, but Saturn's as well. So for 117, their operators are not being utilized really well.
I mean, 117 have not been able to get remotely close to P3 here. They're already, it looks like, setting up toward P4. There's still 23 seconds remaining. Kings will gladly take any amount of scrap time that they can get right here. And 117, ever since that break that they found on the P2, have just looked like they've been in a blender. Karma actually makes the switch from the Holger over to the UL 736. He's only on 3 kills and has been the leader in hardpoint kills for this squad throughout the regular portion of the season. So he has got to get going for them to have a chance in this one. And he's going to be able to find 1 to open things up as they look to secure a big amount of time here on P4.
Kings getting top left spawn, but will be greeted by the Claw of Lucky. Spots 2, but Marvel pulls out an Annihilator of his own and gets rid of Lucky. Still going to be control from 117 not found, though, as they're winning the gunfights, but they are going to be surrounded by the players of Kings. Still, though, they're going to be winning majority of the gunfights, and especially with Saturns with that Purifier, definitely going to be applying that defensive pressure, but he does go down pretty early on.
Solid operator value for these 117 players as they slowly make their way back into this one. About 30 seconds already found here on P4, and still no real signs of Kings making any inroads toward the hard point. Inferno going to be forced back off the Sparrow in the hands of Caesar. He's going to be able to watch the doorway entry, but doesn't predict that Inferno's going to make his way back. 117 still locking in the time, and it looks like it will be a full 60 to get them back into this one. Right now, Kings heavily prioritizing that topside spawn control. We'll see how long they're able to maintain it, though, as we saw an early break for 117 last time around.
And now we see player number 3 from 117 not found, trying to win those gunfights in through that right side. Will probably want to get that gold spawn. And so for 117, still trying to win those rotational gunfights, going in for the more favorable spawn control. But Kings, on the other hand, able to push down to the left side, just doing so much damage. And that's going to be Raid, just winning a lot of the gunfights here, cutting that entrance from 117.
And with him getting pushed up right here, he's got to be dealt with if 117 want any type of a chance at breaking into this hard point in convincing fashion. Karma shut down as well. Grizz cooking on the flip side. Pred's going to drop from the hands of Spy, and it streaks across the board as the SMGs are going to work right now for Kings. Raid and Spy absolutely going ham, and they're looking to earn a full 60 here on P1, which typically ends up being a coin flip hard point for the majority of the time. Inferno's going to be able to win one on the objective as well. They keep things contested and are perfectly set up, but there's one person that's still going to be dealt with. It's Saturn's, and he drops right there. So Kings once again in perfect position here heading into P2. The big question is, can they hold it?
Kings is dictating the pace of this game so far, especially into those last set of rotations. And it is just winning those gunfight in secret, also in through TV. That will definitely be huge for them. The anchoring spot, they're definitely knowledgeable when it comes to those. Raid, on the other hand, tries to stop the push here in through the hop-up wall, and he's going to be able to stop as it is also going to be smoked out against the 117 not found. So the hold right now of Kings is just absolutely beautiful, but with Says having that war machine, might be able to deal some damage.
Huge kill, but he doesn't want to pursue off of it. They're going to look to break through the front side here. Raid able to shut one down with Sparrow in hand. Karma can't peek the corner quite in time. And once again, Kings in position to lock in the bigger chunk right here. Trying to find one around the corner, but the reinforcements there for Kings. Now sitting up 70 points off the strong start for 117. They have not found any type of footing in this one. And even with Karma starting to get going, the rest of the squad struggling right now as the SMGs for Kings continue to dominate. Obviously, Raid, one of the big question marks. He has absolutely showed up here for them as they now sit up 86 points.
And now for 117, a while ago, we did get to see that early rotation. They had the more favorable spawn, but not able to hold it really well as Kings played their operators to their advantage. And speaking of, they do have 3 to play with to try and go and flush out the players here, but 117 winning majority of the gunfights. But with the claw coming out from Inferno, definitely going to be applying that pressure, shutting down the players of 117 not found. And just like that, Kings get this hill yet again.
Wow. Just perfect hard point being played by Kings right now. 117 cannot find a single way in. Inferno's going to find another 2-piece right there. Back in the AR role where he feels comfortable. Lucky's able to get things cleared off, but Spy on the bottom side able to find 2. Raid finds the 3rd. It's going to be a 3-piece for Spy as they break back in once again. And now Kings only in need of 40 more points to close this one out. They have absolutely rolled ever since that first break that we saw onto P2, and looking like they should be able to lock in spawns over toward P4. One player still to be dealt with, that's Karma. And with the pinch going in, Marvel finds the kill. They're perfectly set up. Grizz pops the Purifier, and absolutely nothing that 117 can do as Marvel drops the Pred, continues to cook right there, and they have to find a way to break through that front side through the operators once again.
Kings is just so knowledgeable where everyone else from 117 is spawning. Grizz being spotted right there with the Purifier hand in secret. He knows how to shut things down. But for Kings, though, they lose this hill. 35 seconds left on the clock, and this is where 117 not found kind of found a little bit of points and kind of a lifeline here in this hard point in Apocalypse. They're going to be winning majority of the gunfights down. Has to worry about those 2 players, but it's still a long way to go to try and catch up with the points of Kings with 231 and 136 on the board.
And especially given the amount of operators that were invested right there for Kings, not a terrible spot for 117 to be. Grizz is going to be able to break through, find a couple more seconds right there, and still with only, what, 17 seconds needed, you sit up 19 points, you sit back, you play like you know you're supposed to, and this doesn't seem like a team that's going to be giving up a 100-point lead anytime soon. Raid finds one to break through. 117 still reinforcing, but it will be Kings with topside control once again. Spy gets pushed on through, finds one before Says drops himself in the process, and they're going to look to keep things contested right here, and you know what? Maybe even win it if they possibly can. At the end of the day, the backup plan is going to be to hold those topside spawns, win things on P2. but they'll do everything that they can to get this over as quickly as possible.
Grizz wins a huge gunfight that allows him to be in through that temple side, but unfortunately for him, 117 present. And when it comes to responding to that, Karma gets that kill, and it will be 117 not found in the more favorable side when they switch off, but it's too late. Kings already is there for those 10 points. It will be contested, but 117 just struggling to touch the point, and they will be for the remaining 12 seconds that they have here in Kings on the left side of the map, and 117 needs to play perfect hard point here, or else it's just a little bit too late for them.
You can only give up 7 seconds, but 117 have done just about everything they possibly can to set themselves up to have a chance at making this comeback happen. Right now, topside spawn control. They need to get some reinforcements on the hard point, though, because every second you give up is incredibly punishing. Right now, Kings gonna try to push for that topside flip. One more gunfight to be won, and there it is. They find the kills once again, and now all that's left to be done is to push through, and Inferno's gonna be there for the pinch as well. Only 5 more seconds needed. They can't seem to get bodies on the hill, though. Even with the topside spawns, the Hunter Killer goes out. Can't quite connect, but somehow 117 are still on the hard point. They continue to win the gunfights right here as Kings scramble. So many operators invested. The claw is shut down, and they still have not been able to close this out. You gotta wonder, is the panic starting to set in?
117 has been tremendous in that gold area to stop that push in temple, but the question is, can they deal with the damage of a point where they had such a difficult time on? That is P3. 2 players, Freddy being played, evening things out, a 1v1 being won by Lucky right now, and he will be staying there, but the pinch ensues. 245 and 227 is your scoreline as the hard point finally opens up, and it is solid as no one else from 117 is going to be right there to contest. Signs of life from 117, but unfortunately for them, Kings able to connect in P3 and win this hard point.
Kings got to be sweating off the back of that one a little bit. 100-point lead starting to evaporate before their eyes. They finally get the good setup. And at so many points, they had an advantageous position where 117 did a phenomenal job of fighting back, but it was just a little bit too little too late. Obviously, largely off the back of a slow start for Karma, especially with him being so crucial to their success throughout the regular season. He's somebody that's got to get going early on, and I think a little bit of the inexperience for some of the younger players like Raid and Spy may have shown through right there as they slow down a little bit toward the late game, but they rebound off P3, get the solid setup. They knew what they needed, and they got it right there as they lock in map number 1.
And it really was that lack of P3 control from 117 not found was a huge blunder for them, because it was just Kings having a field day in this particular hill. And honestly, 117 could have won it. I mean, we've seen it time and time again in this same map, in the same region, where you could just pop off at the very end, use your operators right, and you know, the rest is history. But right now it's being written that Spy having 2 minutes, 55 seconds, and 41 kills. He is just leading the pack right now.
Oh my gosh, I take back anything that I said bad about Spy at the end. I know I didn't really say anything bad about him, but apparently I wasn't paying attention because he put the entire team on his back right there. And you got to give props to 117, despite how negative they were in the kill department, still finding a way to come back in that one. So for Kings, maybe some room for improvement on closing out the hard point whenever it comes to Apocalypse, but you're happy to get map number 1 under your belt, and especially having come off of a loss to 117, a fantastic start, especially knowing that there are big-time question marks around that control map.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm excited to get into it, to hop into it, knowing very well that once we see this Kings team pop off in this hard point, that control is looking muy spicy. But before we get there, we have to go into that search and destroy first, when we're going to be going into Slums. And so far, both of these teams, well, they haven't played it a ton, but we've seen them perform, because so far it is just going to be that one map advantage from Kings. They played it versus Mon and Animus. They lost it against Animus, but it's obvious because they went up against Shark, and you know how that guy is so pesky. But we're starting things up here. Finally, search and destroy Slums. Kings on the attacking side and 117 on the defense.
Well, last time we saw Kings here, it was Marvel going to work every single round. I think nearly a 20 bomb. He is definitely going to be somebody they've got their eyes on, and what do you know? He finds the first kill onto Lucky for that Kings squad. Inferno Rytek in hand, drops Karma as well, and just like that, man advantage has been found for Kings. Bob's still over toward the B side, one player there to defend. Saturn's and Says find a couple, and just like that, no advantage for Kings. Spy pushes up, Marvel finds one there as well, and I'm not entirely sure how Spy hasn't found the kill, but perhaps around the backside, able to pick it up there anyway, and leaving Caesar all alone on an island right here. They will more than gladly take the bomb site and force him for the retake.
50-50 gunfights being won by Kings at the moment.
Bomb has been planted.
As bomb is going to go down. Going to be planted on the right side. And for Caesar, it's going to be so difficult. He needs to find a way to wrap around, get that information first. And he will check that no one's going to be right close. So there's only one answer. One person there and through arches.
Right now, they force back. Nobody wants to peek across, and Marvel not going to take the shot. They know that he's the one that's got to push up. Spy able to capitalize, and it will be Kings taking the first round there. Things look a little dicey at a couple points, couple solid double kills, 4-1-1-7, but at the end of the day, can't ask for a much better play out of Kings as they're able to bait him through and find that final kill. So Spy, bomb in hand once again. Raid, nades over top, not going to be able to connect right there. Trophies down, and now you sit back, play the waiting game, and hope you can find a pick. Fortunately, you've got Marvel on your team, but he gets dropped early. And that's a tough loss for Kings as that slows down the push significantly and now puts a lot of pressure on the subs to try to sniff out some of these tighter corners.
That opening from Says was definitely impressive, and 117 having more of a control, but Inferno gets a pick off of Karma. Will still be met by two players, but with the clock they can just play things down, reset. You'd imagine that Grizz will be the first point of contact here if Caesar makes a misstep. But Spy still bringing things down, and now, just like that, Kings do have the upper hand here.
They've done a phenomenal job of responding to the pushes out of 117. Now a lot of question marks in the air. Saturn's, I don't think, saw the flashbang go out over top. A little pre-fire right there. Trophy's able to keep him alive. And Caesar gets pushed up right here. It's going to get dicey over on the opposite side of the map, but Grizz gets sniffed out. Just like that, we've got a 2v2. Raid waiting for Caesar to peek the corner. Nobody wants to make the first move, though. Still 37 seconds to work with, but the bomb is down, and somebody's got to make the play. But such phenomenal patience out of Caesar. He's not going to peek the proper corner, though, and the bomb should be able to go down right here. And all the players right next to each other, but nobody wants to make the first peek with Says seeing over the top. He's not going to be able to find the kill, and Inferno's been able to wrap all the way across the map and should have an angle for Crossfire right here. Rage is playing time, and there's Inferno with the snipe. Say's left all alone and no angles to work with for him. Raid on the bottom side. An absolutely clinical play out of Kings right here as they continue to peek those angles, give him no avenue to find a kill or a defuse. And it's now Kings taking round number 2 as well.
Beautiful presence from Kings. Even though that 117 got that first pick, they slowed things down, evened things out, and now that push from Inferno getting that pick definitely worked out for them. And not just that, Inferno yet again was the playmaker in that round. He was going around getting those information, and now a 3-stack coming in from 117 not found as Marvel going to be able to get that first blood, and now Lucky, the sniper of 117, going down.
Just a tough loss, and really Lucky was one of the best players on this map last time we saw 117 play it as well. So losing him early, not a great sign. Marvel's going to pick up another 4 early kills for him. And even with the slow push, King's feeling pretty comfortable right here. His Spy still bomb in hand. Nades go over top. I don't think anything able to connect there, but right now 117 left guessing once again. One player there to defend over on the B side. The push on through does not pay off at all. Caesar too clean with the movement. Saturns finds one onto Marvel. And just like that, Raids all alone as 117 bounce back to take their first round.
Man, Caesar is always there time and time again, just doing a phenomenal job at stopping the push on that bomb side. And Broken, 117 needs to find a way to win that gunfight over there. And also getting information first using a flash, but here we go. It is going to be a 3-man push from 117. 2 players on the other side, right in through Alpha. But for Kings, they're just going to be slowing things down. They will try to play their information game with the usage of those utilities.
Oh, and no corners check there for Kings as 3 players drop. Grizz going to be able to return fire. Now it's 3 the other either direction, but it's all down to Marvel right here. A 1v2 opportunity for him. Bomb is down, but the players for 117 are nowhere near, and Caesar's in a position to hit a flank right here, but I think Marvel spotted him out. Should be an opportunity for the kill, but he has no idea where he went. Seemed like he should have spotted him behind the van, and he definitely saw Lucky there as well, so he's gonna hit the wrap back. He's not gonna hit the wrap back, trying to throw misinformation, and does spot out Lucky there. So the question is, who makes the first peek? And Lucky's gonna go ahead and evacuate. Caesar's legs are right there, but Marvel can't see him. The bomb's still down, 50 seconds remaining. In a game of cat and mouse right now with Caesar around the corner, just no opportunity for Marvel to win the gunfight.
I mean, Marvel just tried to create doubt from 117, but they just remained glued to their spot. And now for Kings, you just have to go and check your corners. 117 is feeling pretty confident in rushing towards King's side and just making things a little bit uncomfortable for their end. And now the same case coming in from 117, a 3-1-1 split as they apply a lot of pressure here in through bricks, and Kings will be staying put. We'll try to play in the information from their snipers.
Definitely really odd to see two Kings players push through without checking what seems to be a fairly obvious corner to play from the defensive side. See what they can do over here, but Grizz has not found a whole lot of success looking to counter Caesar, who's continually played that backside of A. Yet to see a first blood either. Trophies have kept both teams safe, and Karma gonna stay prone. Try to find some sort of an angle for a bank shot right here. Nade doesn't connect for the kill either. And once again, just a waiting game. Both teams hoping for a sniper to open things up, and Marvel with a nice angle sees the foot of Says right there, but he's not going to give him quite enough to work with to find a kill. And once again, both teams hoping that somebody over-aggresses and creates an opportunity.
Now Kings knows very well that there's at least two plays from 117 not found. As Marvel opens things up, Says goes down. Now they have to worry about that one player Saturns, but he does get the trade. And now the play from Kings, shut down. They need to find a way to respond. 40 seconds left on the clock. A Spy will get that kill, and that will also allow Kings to try to go there for that alpha side as well, but they need to deal with Caesar, and we already know how well he plays these corners.
Grizz maybe a little too patient right here. Needs some help, and that's going to be him finding the kill. Lucky with maybe a wall bang? I'm not entirely sure. Awkward angle, but he's left in a 1v3. Bomb does finally go down over on the B side, but he's got a Fennec and a sniper to work with. This timing should go the way of Marvel. Indeed it does, as he picks up the kill and Kings retake the lead. But definitely a back and forth map on our hands right here, as Kings look to maintain this lead heading into the flip. See what they can do. Not a whole lot of different looks out of either team. It's just been a big question of who's able to find those first bloods to create more opportunity.
And now, same case here. 117 stacking that B side. But a different look though, as Lucky gets that first blood down. Marvel's gonna go down. And now, we've seen already before where Kings didn't essentially win that first blood, but I mean, with Lucky getting two in a row, it's going to be proving more and more difficult.
It seems like 117 have set themselves up perfectly to be tied up heading into the flip. You got Grizz and Marvel both down. Not a whole lot left to be watched over on the A side. It's actually your bomb carrier and Spy hoping he can hit a snipe right here, but not able to spot out anybody. And once again, 117 are more than happy to sit back and wait for Kings to make the push through right here. No angles to work with, no real defense on the B site, but Karma and Saturn's watching the crosses, and just so little to work with right now for Kings. You just have to hope that somebody makes a god play right here and opens something up. And we do have some utility still yet to be used, but Inferno's not going to be able to connect with it. And once again, you sit back, play the waiting game. Saturn's picks up another right there. Spy may have seen somebody slide across, but in a 2v5, only 30 seconds to go. It'd take a miracle for them to win this one, especially with the flash connecting for the information right there.
And now 117 in a really good defensive setup. Not just that, the flank is going to ensue. Caesar going to get an easy kill right here. But no, Spy actually able to get out and sniff out Caesar. But Lucky right there to equalize. 3 kills for Lucky. And speaking of, that way for 117 to put Lucky on that A side instead was the biggest difference for them to just have the numbers down. That sniper really, really pesky in that angle, especially in that head glitch. So right now, 117 will be switching sides, attacking side on their end as 2 players from Kings going to be greeting them here on the B side.
Just a heavyweight slugfest through the start of this one, but Raid's going to find first blood onto Saturnus to open things up right here. Getting players pushed up through the mid-map as Spy connects onto Caesar, and this is the exact start the Kings were looking for here as it forces 117 back, now down 2 players, and they're in the exact same spot that Kings found themselves last time around, and Marvel's going to find one onto Lucky as well. Now in a 2v5. The only task for Kings, don't get impatient and over-aggress. 2 players going to be able to make their way through right here. And this could be playing into the game plan of 117, but they spot out Karma, and with that information given away, should be everything that they need, although Inferno actually does get a little bit too far pushed up right there. Saze takes him down, and maybe an opportunity for 117 to make something happen, but once again, no real information to work with.
Now that kill off of Inferno can definitely give a reset for 117 not found. The bomb's gonna go right there for 117, but that does give information from Spy that they're probably going to be by Graveyard. And so information relayed to Marvel. He will be that eyes right there, but Saze able to get rid of Marvel, equalizes. Karma as well gets that pick. A 2v2 now, where that bomb gonna be going down in here and through Alpha. And now for Kings, though, the rotation going to be quick, especially since Grizz, with the Fennec in hand, able to go and equalize it. Stops the push. Bomb is going to be planted. 42 seconds left on the clock, and Saze able to get those kills. A 1v1 now.
For Kings, all you had to do was not over-push, but they do exactly that. And now Raid's forced to make a tough play right here. Saze spots him out across the angle, and he's got a Fennec and a sniper to work with right here. So it's just a big 1v1 of who wants to push first. And Saze continues to play back and forth. Raid makes him pay. This time it's 117 over-aggressing, and he wins a crucial round to open things up on the flip side for Kings.
Kings played their numbers so well, man. And now for 117 not found, essentially it was a good shot for them to possibly get the attacking round, but not this time. And now for Kings, Raid being patient this time around, the rookie doing a phenomenal job at doing the right call, but now Gray's gonna be very aggressive in hitting mid.
Oh my gosh, he gets hopped up over the wall already. No way that 117 predict this. Finds one, shots on to Saze, and the trade should be there, but there's nobody for Kings. Inferno doesn't want to push through, and they cannot capitalize off of that beautiful play out of Grizz at all. Marvel is going to be able to find one onto Lucky right there. They once again find the man advantage. And they're forced back right here. Inferno in prime position to find a pick and does so onto Saze. So at the end of the day, ends up cleaning things up. Gets information onto Karma, but why are we pushing through there? Spy is able to take down Caesar, so it's all down to Karma once again, but it seems like a lot of misplays out of Inferno at multiple points. I'm curious if maybe we see him switch weapons, as it just hasn't really been able to find a huge impact with the Rytech, and seems like with whatever he wants to use could find a lot more value.
Wanting to go in for the kill, especially with the numbers in their advantage. And now 5 and 3 is going to be your scoreline. 117 struggling when it comes to the attacking rounds, and there you go. Saze finally opens things up. We'll have to worry about that one last player right there, and Saze is going to win that gunfight, but all alone. He needs to find some sort of help when it comes to his teammates.
Well, 2 players remain here for Kings. It's going to be an easy B plant here for 117. Spy lurking through blue building right here, and might be able to hit a wrap, but it seems like Karma has the read on it. He's actually going to push through mid-map right here, see what he can sniff out, and this may be the perfect flank. All comes down to timing on how it's going to work, but he doesn't see Lucky around the corner, but he should be able to find a freebie on the... Oh, it's going to be a 2-piece, does get traded out, but that opens the opportunity where Marvel only needs a 1v2, but Lucky is there for the second kill as well. And a much-needed round for 117 not found as they keep things close.
I mean, that was a really good defensive setup coming in from 117 not found. That post plant for Garage definitely was going to be right for them. They were having eyes on the backside of the map, but just did not see that there was going to be one person right there in the forward. And now for Saturns, though, he's going to be able to get that first blood.
Well, flashes go across. Karma not able to spot out anybody here, but once again, 117, man advantage. See what they can make of it. No real defense over on the B side, but Marvel's going to sit back and watch anybody looking to push across boxes. Mid-map control going to be huge. Grizz trying to get out right here, but there's wallbang shots. There's flashbangs. He finds the kill anyway, waiting for the hop-up wall, but nobody goes. And beautifully played by him to find a kill right there and leave 117 guessing. That could potentially be a round-saving kill for him as he once again maintains this position. Here's the Holger shots from the opposite side of the wall. And as long as he stays tucked away, should afford them space. Marvel finds one on the Lucky, and once again, Kings in prime position. All they really have to do, sit back and wait for 117 to make the first move.
117 looking a little bit frantic in this round, and now for Karma needs to find a way to kind of open things up because he does have the Holger in hand and he is in a pretty tight spot. Will be met by Inferno. Saturns on the other hand gets that kill. Caesar as well. Marvel gets the trade. A 2v2 situation as both players are going to be isolated, but Karma in a really good position to bring down the kill down, but Inferno takes the quick scope, and now we get to see Kings finally have the match point.
Absolutely absurd turn by Marvel for the Deagle kill right there. And play after play being made by this guy. 12 kills on the board as Kings now sit on map point on the brink of going up 2-0 against a team that they just very recently lost to. Sace doesn't see anybody in the mid-map, but still finds Grizz. That's a huge opening kill. Raid's weak as well. Karma's gotten pushed up pretty significantly, but it's absolute chaos mid-map right now, and Karma continues to sit and wait. Raid finds a kill right there, but immediately traded out, and now Spy all alone as he looks to hold off the push from 117, and somehow both teams still able to keep 3 players alive apiece.
2 players right now from Kings coming into that brick control, but we'll leave Inferno right there with a sniper in hand. He will be that first contact. Spots one, needs to back away. That's good. Or else he will be overwhelmed. But 117 pushes back again. And now that allows Inferno to go in there, re-wrap around, use that heady to his advantage. And now 117. Just trying to get that information first before they commit to a side. They try to go in there for Alpha. It doesn't work out, and now they want to try and go and hit for B, but will be greeted by 2 players.
Even though the shots haven't been connecting for Inferno, just leaves 117 guessing, and once again, big question mark is Spy's able to spot out one. No kill found, but he keeps his life, but Marvel drops in that same breath. Spy finds one, but he can't find the second. The bomb goes down. Inferno once again, Rytek in hand, and he's got to hope that somebody over pushes right here, but Saturn decides he wants to peek the sniper. He finds the kill, and 117 keep the map alive right here as they look to force overtime.
A lifeline coming in from 117. They found it. And now for Kings, just need to close out the round. But 117 forgets the bomb. There you go. Got to pick it up. Karma goes and picks up the bomb, but they need to go and wait for him. But so far, they're just trying to clear out that space around while they're waiting for Karma to go in there for the rotation.
And this is really risky because Grizz has gotten pushed up, so he's going to be able to find the opener right there. Even with the bomb getting pushed toward the site, now you're left guessing, and Spy's going to be able to find another on the opposite side. You still got Marvel sitting back, sniper in hand, and Raid spots one on the cross as well. And that leaves Karma on an island right here, and nobody really in position to help him escape from it. Inferno finds one, all down to Saturn's right here. He needs a 1v4, and he's able to find 2 right there, but the bomb has been hopped, and even if he finds the kill onto Inferno, not enough time to take down Marvel, and now Kings sit up 2-0 with a chance at advancing in the winner's bracket. But once again, heading into the big question mark, the control. Best mode for 117, worst mode for Kings. Can they improve? Did they make those changes in the last 2 weeks?
Well, those answers will be for later on. And now for 117, struggled when it comes to the attacking round as well, but Kings able to go and defend. I mean, both of these teams actually had mistakes of their own, but Kings just capitalized it and had a little bit more flavor when it comes to their plays, right? Kings just doing so well when it comes to the aggression. 117 always needed to equalize, but that was the biggest factor, is that they always needed to equalize everything. And the first blood definitely more going towards the favor of Kings in this game.
Yeah, I think like you said, obviously, Marvel had a phenomenal game. That's pretty much a given in any search and destroy. But it was SMGs that left 117 guessing every single time. And so many of those different looks that they threw, 117 just did not have an answer for. And it was definitely a much more linear approach for 117 that ultimately allowed Kings to make the reads, make the plays. And wow, what performance out of them to bounce back coming off a slow finish to the regular season or the regular portion of groups. They now have a big opportunity. If they've made improvements when it comes to the raid control, this is absolutely a team to be feared. And a lot of people probably have already forgotten. Heading into, what, week 4, week 5 of EU groups, everybody expected this was the #1 team in Europe. Yep. Everybody was assuming they were going to go 7-0. So the fact that they lost two matches off of Animus and 117 was shocking, but proving once again why they were so feared in the first place.
Now let's see if Kings are going to stack on the attacking side or on the defensive side, because for 117 not found, we already say that they're perfect when it comes to the control, but it is going to be close every single time. And every time that it is going to be close, I mean, well, by close, it's a 3 and 5. It always reaches into a round number 5. And every time you reach those game 5s, they're always starting on the defensive side. We already preempted it a while ago on the desk, right? The fact that they always start on the defense. So with that in mind, Kings need to find a way to start things on the defense, but no, this time around they will be on the offensive side. But on a map like Raid, it's still very doable to win it on the offense.
All right, we'll see what looks they're gonna throw here. Heavy push over toward the B side. No real surprises as Marvel, Rytech in hand. Look for an angle across mid, and Grizz gets way pushed up, but can't quite make him pay. Big kills off the start for 117 right here. It's not a single one afforded to Kings. They're forced way back in the spawn and in danger of the spawn trap. Right now, they're just trying to get Red Room cleared out to see if they can create some space to try to get pushed up onto B.
Explosive start coming in from 117 not found, just pushing back King so much, but in between them is actually going to be just 2 kills, 2 lives in between. 1 minute on the clock, first tick of progress now for Kings, but they will have to worry about that one player in Karma that will try to go in for the spawn trap later on once they do try to go in for an A hit. But for now, 117 not found needs to find a way to stop those 2 players to getting that second and third tick of progress.
I mean, Spy has just been on absolute demon time today. He is going crazy on every single map. Kings have found a way to respond here as they do keep the lives even, but they got to get that final tick of progress over on B. Will 117 continue to look to defend right here? It looks like the answer will be yes, but they're giving up a lot of lives to do it. They get B clear, but only 1 life separating the 2 teams. Spy across mid, going to be able to find another. Just like that, they're able to make their way up onto A. And only 2 players left to defend for 117. If you get players in head glitch positions, Kings might be able to make something happen, but phenomenal response out of 117. Lives stay even right here, and Raid does get spotted out due to the flash. So once again, the big question, can they get to those power positions? Finally pushed up onto A. And it will be Kings for the first time, taking the life lead. Couple big kills for Inferno, and now an opportunity with no one in position to get A cleared for 117.
But then it is going to be that kitchen control for 117 not found. They're going to try to get as much information as possible, and Kings try to get in those hills, and then getting that third tick of progress in through Alpha. Doesn't matter that 117 not found will have that power position. They will overwhelm nonetheless. But then 117 giving away that A flag with just 1 more tick of progress for Kings and Bravo with a minute to play with. That'll definitely open things up for them. And speaking of, Marvel with the sniper, able to get rid of Lucky. And especially with that hunter-killer drone, we'll able to get that 1 last player of Karma to try and defend in top laundry.
And Marvel just continues to be an absolute menace. 7 kills on the board in this first round. Saturns can't find the turn. And an 11 life round win for Kings. as they take it on the offensive side as well. You talked about their success when it comes to the defense. Well, they've effectively placed themselves on the defensive side to start this one.
Here we go. 117 not found. Let's see what can you do to that response. They were very hot in the beginning, but not able to get as much kills when it comes to that. Spy, on the other hand, able to get Karma, and King is just gonna be bringing out all of their operators down. 3 ops to their name, wanting to win this via life count, and Marvel still shredding when it comes to the Annihilator. And now for Kings, they do have that gallery control, plus that double kill coming in from Marvel.
And that's the beauty of winning that round 1 by 11 lives. You now know that there's no operators to work with for 117, and you can force them back into spawn and farm those streaks. Marvel already earning an EMP system. He's sitting on 12 kills through the start of this one, and no map control for 117, as this is the Kings that it seemed like Zim was talking about previously being a strong raid control team. The adjustments have been made, and they set up 8 lives early here on the defensive side.
But we do get to see that Saturn was able to sneak away into Alpha while all of that matchup and chaos was happening in Bravo, but only able to secure that 1 tick of progress. 43 seconds left on the clock, and 117 not found is not finding any kind of advantages in the map whatsoever, as Marvel able to go and pick off with the right tech, knows very well that there's one person there. And now 117 pushed back into Zig and just not finding any kind of opportunity to go and push into either side.
13 life lead as Says finally makes his way up onto B, but just so little to work with. 3 operators at the ready, but obviously not worth the investment, and more than likely 117 are going to be forced to use those to try to keep their hopes alive in round number 3. Spy gets pushed up and once again is absolutely reaping. 15 kills sitting on his 6 spree. You can see him celebrating in the face cam right there. And Kings looking like they are well on their way to a 3-0. We're going to see 117 and Animus in the lower bracket to get things started here in EU. Not something I would anticipate anybody predicted.
All right, let's see if 117 can reverse sweep this control to reverse sweep the series. But as 117 brings out the big gun, Says going in there for the War Machine, but Kings on Sparrow of their own, but is denied. Spy, on the other hand, able to spot out Karma and able to defend from far away, but Says having that War Machine, trying to flush out the players from that Alpha side, definitely going to be very helpful for them. So far, though, it is going to be 117 not found, having a little bit of leeway when it comes to their lives.
Inferno, claw in hand, not able to spot out Says, so a phenomenal response by 117, despite a solid investment from Kings to keep the life lead right here and stick with what they know to be their strong side. Says gonna sit back, doesn't read, or no, does read the angle properly as he takes down Spy. 3 kills in the feed, and 117 now here in the driver's seat on the offensive side. Not a guaranteed rounds by any stretch of the imagination. Caesar pushes up, but not able to take down Spy. To be fair, not many people have. He's got 17 kills on the board, and he continues to run through this 117 lineup. Phenomenal response from Karma to take down Grizz. But it is going to be Kings hopping that B objective. And with Raid getting pushed way up, I mean, Lucky is having an absolute nightmare of a map. Increased his kills by 60% in a matter of 2 seconds.
And I mean, 117 just having a field day. They are shutting down a lot of the players from Kings that are trying to rotate. 27 seconds left on the clock, and 2 ticks of progress in Bravo. They need to find a unified push coming in from Bravo. They need to stack it really, really quickly. And 117 is actually just winning a lot of their gunfights in through mid, and that just shut down Kings when it comes to pushing into Bravo. They do have a lifeline though, but with 9 and 17 on the scoreboard when it comes to the lives, and 117 having 3 operators, it will be difficult for Kings, but one step at a time as they try to push towards that top laundry for a possibility of that spawn trap.
Marvel's gonna find 1, but Say's there to shut down the push. Nice trade from Inferno. Nothing to work with for him. It can't quite connect onto Saturns. That could have been a crucial kill. Now down 7 lives. Every single play has to be perfect for Kings right here, and if you're 117, you can sit back on the head glitches. Grizz invests the Purifier right there. down that many lives could be a devastating mistake, but who else making plays? It's Spy once again, now on 21, and he is solo holding on A, and Kings are picking up the kills. Marvel uses the Annihilator, but he gets shut down as well. Mistake after mistake. He just needs some help. Maybe he doesn't. Another double kill as he's finally taken down, and there's only so much that one man can do, as it's all down to Marvel here at the end of the round. Big investment, a lot of mistakes there for Kings as they throw away a lot of utility, and in need of a 1v6 right here is Marvel. Says is there to clean it up.
Oh no, I'm getting PTSD, Bobby. This is like Crossroads Strike and Animus versus Exclusive all over again, but fortunately for them, they still have a Predator missile to play with. I mean, but you're greeted by 5 operators. So if you are Kings, I think you have to be passive just a moment and bring 117 out and just kind of not use their operators to their advantage.
Oh, big shots for Inferno off the start. The operators find no value. Even with 2 operators pop, Kings don't lose but 1 life right there. And Raid's going to be able to spot out another as the investment finds absolutely nothing for 117. And what seemed to be a misplay for Kings, and maybe an intentional play, is they're looking to have their operators charged for round 5. But man, Kings do a phenomenal job there of keeping things in their advantage. Grizz is able to sniff out another, and 117 back-to-back offensive rounds have just not been able to find a thing.
It's just for Kings knowing very well that 117 not found will probably bring operators heavy-handedly in the first early moments of this control round. But we are going to see a response coming in from Raid, though. Still doesn't really quite get a lot of these kills with the Sparrow in hand, but it is Kings that will have one last operator to play with, but Inferno doesn't matter. Deagle shots down, it connects. And also for Kings, they will have one last player in the form of Grizz to try and stop. This is Tiki control right here. He's able to push out those 117 players, but Inferno goes big with the claw.
And all you got to do is keep the objective clear. That's what Inferno does. 11 life advantage, no ticks of progression, locked in for 117. They finally get 1 player pushed up on, but it's going to be Spy there once again. 26 kills on the board. Raid being pesky. 117 doing everything they can to keep this map alive. The Hunter Killer goes across, and Saturn is able to find 1, but still 11 lives and only 11 seconds, or 11 life difference as Saze finds 1, but you gotta think if you're Kings, you're more than happy to give up that B objective, sit back, wait for them to push into you. Looks like that's gonna be the game plan as they sit up 10. That should be Grizz there to sniff out 1, spots another over on B, but he once again plays things well right here, not giving away any lives he doesn't need to, and gives the information to his teammates as Inferno continues to be a menace with the
Wow, I love that.
3 lives remaining for 117. 6-1 in the series count, 7-0 in the control count. Did not matter. Saturn's and Lucky trying to find a 2v12. Doesn't look meant to be.
Lucky has to go on a 1v12. Raid spots him. Lucky gets the kill down though. 25 seconds left on the clock as the players from Kings are just gonna hunt him down. It's just a matter of pride at this point. How are you gonna go? It's the way of Purifier, and there it is. 3-0 for Kings and a blazing start in this day. Upset after upset. And now we're gonna be doing the same case here for the second series. The question is, who will win in that last round? Who's gonna go home? Because the top dogs, one of them is gonna go down.
I can't speak for the next map,
Oh,
but
man.
in that one, 117 was most definitely not found.
Yep.
They were
Nowhere to be found.
nowhere to be found.
My God.
Oh my gosh. And that, I mean, once again, that was the Kings we expected to see, and it once again shows there's just some things that experience cannot replace. And Kings show phenomenal resolve, obviously made those changes over the last couple of weeks, and they get the 3-0 over 117.
You know what? The reason why I chose Kings to win this series is the fact that Zim is so controlled as a coach. He's so determined to just study everything. He's so knowledgeable, and the adjustments, we've seen it already this time around. Seen it in this live. And it looks like he's just trying to polish up every single play that they had, especially their mistakes from the previous rounds. But take a look at that. It is Spy. You mentioned it already earlier. He's been popping off today here.
Okay, I know that the three of us picked Kings, but not in a 3-0 fashion. And I don't... Can you talk me through what you feel like 117 was missing in that match here, Shift? Because that was an insane performance from Kings.
The slow start doesn't help on map number 1. I think flat out Kings came out. They played the map really, really well. They created a lot of mental stress for 117, and it looked like at times 117 just weren't in a position to be able to kind of accept the losses on certain hard points, rotate through it, and then all of a sudden set yourself up for success. It just always felt they're playing as a response. It never really felt like 117 was getting proactive and creating their own trends until it was too late, I think was Bob's words exactly. On the other side, for the search and destroy, I think that's just a hodgepodge of Slums being Slums in a lot of moments, and 117 being a little stubborn. And then the raid, I think that was more of a matter of time for Kings to finally look that good. I wouldn't really harp too much on 117 playing super poorly. I more credit Kings for how they played on that map, but the first two, it just felt like 117 just couldn't get off the gate running.
I mean, okay, so now we at least know who's going to be playing in our upper bracket finals to determine which of the teams will be making their way through to the grand finals. Whoever loses the upper bracket finals will then drop down into the lower bracket. We'll explain it to you in just a little bit. We'll take a look back at that bracket. But before we do that, I was hoping we would get him. We've got Zim ready to chat about the 3-0. All right, Zim, first of all, congratulations. That was a great way to start off the finals.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, talk to me a little bit about the control, because you heard all of the casters mentioning it. That was just, it was a matter of time, but that was clean.
Glitter, we've been good on raid for some time now. I don't know what happened in the group stage. Like, genuinely, we go back. I did so much just looking with Shift. I had the pleasure of sitting down with him and talking to him, picking his brain. And like, we're looking at some of the controls, and it's just like, but we don't do this in practice. Like, why are we doing this here? so it just didn't make any sense. And we went hard in scrim, ironing, stuff out and saying, hey, like, this is dumb. So we got to handle our business. And we came out and we did that.
How much figuring out over the course of the last week and a half has gone into the roster build for this? Because from start to finish, top to bottom, everyone looked super comfortable today, which has not necessarily always been the case in the past. I know you and I had a conversation about, we feel good about this player making these types of plays, but that player making those types of plays. So what was like the deciding factor to go with this 5 in these roles for this weekend?
I mean, the key really is that every single guy on our team is ready to go and serves a purpose on our squad, even our substitute. Like, I can't tell you how much I got to give props to Hisoka over the past, because he's really been a support system. I can't stress enough how important it is for you to have a substitute who's not like threatening the position of a player that's starting. You never want a guy that, you never want to be in starting and looking over your shoulder like my sub's going to take my spot like that. It's not been like that. Hisoka's been nothing but a big brother to everybody on this team and a really big supporter. And when we needed him, we called on him. He got the job done. And just for Raid, specifically, just he's a young guy, so he's got a lot to learn, but he's fucking nasty. This guy's just disgusting. And, what it comes down to is, we looked at this kind of stretch and we said, hey, like, you've got a big box to play in. Let's just clean it up. And we did that. And we gave him the support system and he showed up.
Obviously, everybody on the squad looked amazing today, but I think you got to give a ton of credit to Spy. I think that's some of the best that we've seen him play. I think even looking back, we saw him pop off at some points last year in Stage 4, but I don't think anything at quite the level of what we've seen today. What can you say to his impact on the team, and especially in the matchup that we saw today?
I really wish you guys could do listen-ins, because Spy is like the vocal voice. Like, he's probably the most distinguishable voice on our team besides Marvel. So you can't understand Marvel sometimes. It's a whole lot of French English and stuff. But But you know, he's a great leader, and for him to be so young and this to only be his second year, and for him to really kind of step into that role, he reminds me so much of Nero, and Bobby's going to appreciate that from my NYSLM teams. Like, it's so important for you to have an objective guy who knows what he needs on the hill, knows what he wants, and is open to criticism. So he's incredible.
You guys made a statement today of just able to pull off a 3-0, and it's something that we definitely did not expect. And today was very much unexpected. And now you're trying to get yourself set up for that next round, right? You're going up against Exclusive. How are you going to prepare, knowing very well that you only have a few moments left? And did you even expect that they were going to be here?
No, we thought it would be Animus, but we did we played Exclusive and Scrim right before, and you know, they were good. So you know, that team, they're full of stage 5 players. Their rookie guy, Champy, he's been incredible. Got to give him some flowers. This is his first season, and he's really been great. But we have a clear path to what we want in the draft. We're just going to do our best. They're not an easy team by any stretch. If they were good enough to take down Animus, they're good enough to take us down, so we got to handle our business.
I love the humility here, Zim, but I mean, they just mentioned you've got that next match coming up right around the corner, so I'm not going to hold you any longer, so you can go get set up and ready for that. But thank you for jumping on and taking the time to chat.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Like I said, we don't want to keep Zim too long because they have to get ready for our upper bracket final. If you're just joining us and you don't know what's going on, you can see the score here in the background. Kings, for the second match of the day, 3-0, 117, keeping themselves in the upper bracket while 117 drops down. I mean, already it's been an insane day of competition. We still have one more match left on the day to determine the first team making their way through to grand finals. Before then, it's time for another short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's almost time for the last match of the day, which will be our upper bracket final. It's going to be a very exciting way to close it out between Exclusive and Kings. Before we get into talking about that match, we'll take a look at the bracket. If you're just joining us here for the first time and you're wondering how the day has played out so far, where you've missed some very exciting matches, so take a second, go back, look at those, because some unexpected results so far, to say the least here, Shift. I mean, talk us through what happened so far.
Our top two seeds are in the lower bracket, which means one of the two of them are not getting to stage 5. That's like the biggest thing I could say about it. I mean, the fashion of which both these two series have gone have been just mind-boggling. Reverse sweep from Exclusive over Animus, and then, of course, Kings 3-0ing 117. What do you say about it? I think that this upper bracket final was the biggest surprise we possibly could have had, but both teams are playing really, really well. So we'll see. Let's qualify one of the two of these boys.
And of course, if you guys are wondering what that means for the lower bracket portion, we still have an entire day of competition tomorrow to find out not only who will make it through that first lower bracket round, then whoever loses this upcoming match will drop down to play against the winner of that first lower bracket round to determine who makes it through to the grand finals. Don't forget, there's 2 spots on the line to make their way through to World Championship as well. All right. Now that we've gotten all of that explained, we'll start talking about the match that we've got coming up right around the corner. This is going to determine the first team in the grand finals, Mommy. Talk to me about what we can expect. Or I don't even know if we know what we can expect, but what are you hoping that we get out of this match?
I am hoping that it'll be a close game, because Exclusive brought it pretty close up against Animus, but granted, we thought Animus would definitely bring it to the distance and also win. But now that Exclusive is looking like they're taking advantage of that momentum shift that they brought upon themselves in through that control all the way to S&D overtime, it's hard because Kings look so dominant in that game up against 117 Not Found, and able to capitalize on those mistakes when mistakes weren't being made in the first place. So that's the one big key in this matchup.
All right, well, we've got some stats we'll be able to talk through. We've got some rosters to talk through. We will start here with what happened last time they faced off, Bobby. So obviously this went the way of Kings.
Yeah, and for Kings to be able to take off up against Exclusive, I think says a lot, given the fact that Exclusive have played Takeoff in nearly every single... No, they played Takeoff in all but one series that they played so far. So that's their favorite map. You more often than not would think like Exclusive are going to pick that one, or maybe Kings would ban it, but there's not really any reason to, even when Kings weren't playing at 100% their best, still able to take it. And the fact that they polished up the raid as well, it's tough to pick a really decisive path to victory for Exclusive on this one.
Okay, what about you, Shift?
Yeah, it's just kind of piggybacking off of Bobby as we kind of look at the head-to-heads. The biggest difference makers in this series are going to be the control again, as we often mentioned. Exclusive will have an opportunity to likely play up against Kings on raid. The question is, will they want to do that after Kings just did what they did to 117? Because Exclusive did look pretty solid on Crossroads. The search and destroy is also going to be a really interesting point of conversation, not just for map pool, but also who may hold the edge. Because Exclusive did come up clutch in that meltdown, but the same thing can be said for Kings. They've been really complete in the search and destroy. My expectation as far as map picks and bans go, I think we're going to see Takeoff. Exclusive will have a chance to pick it because Kings don't mind it. And then Kings will have a choice of either picking between Hacienda and Arsenal for their hard point. Search and destroy, a bit open. I think it could be a multitude of places. I think firing range could be on the table. But I would be surprised, I think, to see, does Exclusive get a chance to put raid in the mix? Or will they say what we just saw from Kings is too scary, let's play them on Crossroads? I think the two hard points, and really the respawns in general, are going to determine the series.
Okay, well, when we'll get those up here in a little bit. Don't forget that Kings literally just played the last match, so they needed some time to get themselves refreshed and ready to go. But let's talk about the teams a little bit here, Mommy. After watching the first two matches of the day, just individual-wise, who can we potentially expect to have a standout performance for these teams that could really help how things go?
For Kings, we've already seen Spy absolutely shredded, and like what the coach already said, Zim said, that he is so good when it comes to his comms, and you need that kind of clarity when it comes to a essential day like today, where it's gonna essentially bring you to that first spot in Europe. On the other side of things, I think when it comes to Exclusive, like I already mentioned, they're a momentum-based team, and I think it was Champy. I mean, we already see how he can deal with those clutch moments. He's in really good spots most of the time, trying to anchoring and really those off angles and winning those gunfights. So I'm really excited for this matchup.
All right, well, we'll get those picks and bans up here. We'll see what we are working with, if this is what you guys were expecting.
Whoa.
Hard points up, Bobby and Shift. I can see your faces. I can hear you.
I am really curious to who banned Takeoff. I thought for sure that would get through. And then Slums Express, okay, not super surprised by it. I think just off of what we just saw, and we are hearing from production that Kings vetoed Takeoff. So I love the idea because, like you mentioned, Exclusive loved the map. Force him onto more unfamiliar ground. I'd have to imagine that means that Kings picked Arsenal, Exclusive picked Hacienda. Raid will be there for the map 3. So in my mind, this has the opportunity to go 5. It just comes down to, will the teams win their picks? That's the biggest question.
Bobby?
It's interesting that Exclusive banned Summit because Kings haven't really looked particularly strong there.
Yeah.
1 and 2 on the map. Obviously, the SMGs have been frying today. And that was kind of one thing I was going to say, is that I figured Summit would be in the map pool. And one reason I was thinking Kings might have a better opportunity there with the way that especially Spy has been playing. But definitely not what I was expecting of the map pool. Outside of the control, I think we kind of figured that was going to be a shoo-in. And right now, Kings looking to continue to prove that they can play the map and play it well. Obviously, Slum Search and Destroy, Kings look solid there. And the Express is one that they did lose on. And that was a tight one up against 117. So that'll be interesting to see.
All right, well, we'll let you guys go get yourself set up. Mommy, I want to get your thoughts here on the picks and bans. Because you're the only one we haven't heard from yet.
I mean, I'm loving it. I mean, I'm just going to mirror what Shiv said. I think this can definitely go the distance just by looking at all of the maps here. Arsenal definitely kind of went over our heads. Didn't even try to consider this map would be picked. But you can already see kind of the back and forth, the chess game that both of these teams are actually doing. And Arsenal, the last time that they played this one, Exclusive kind of didn't really get those points down. They didn't win that Arsenal up against Kings, but it was pretty close. And every time that this team actually plays hardpoint, it is fairly close every single time.
I didn't get to ask the boys. we'll see if they can hear me and if they do this. But you think it's going to go the full 5?
Yes, absolutely. After what we've seen a while ago from Animus.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Well, it's the last match up of the day, our upper bracket finals match right around the corner. Which team will be making their way through to grand finals? We are about to find out. Bobby and Shift, let's get into it.
This is going to be fun, brother.
Did Mommy make her prediction?
No. She just said it's going to go 5. She didn't say who, though.
She got out of that one easy.
I mean, what do you like on this one? Because I think this, just by picks, my guess would be Kings picked 1-3-5. Which means that this very well would either have to be a 1-3-5 win for Kings or a 2-3-4 win for the side of Exclusive. I don't have any particular confidence to choose either right now.
I'm definitely leaning the way of Kings. I mean, I know this one could definitely come back to bite me, given the fact that I predicted that Exclusive was going to lose.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm going to predict that Exclusive loses again. I won't say 3-1 this time. I'm going to say 3-0.
Fair enough. All right. Let's take a look at this one because, again, the assumption would be that this is King's map selection, not only because they won it the first time, but they have looked particularly good on it when it comes to controlling the map, manipulating it, and building a lot of favor across the board. But this Exclusive team is looking mighty fine today. We got winners finals. Winner makes their way not just into grands, but also into stage 5. It's Kings and Exclusive. Nope, do not adjust your monitor. That is the matchup. And Exclusive will find themselves at least the initial couple of kills, but Raid holds this life, and the hardpoint stays relatively contested.
So pesky right there. Players flood through the top side. That's going to be Spy picking up 2. And just like that, Kings are in position to pick up the hardpoint time. Veer not able to win that one either. And Grizz looks to get pushed up right here as he finds 2. Can he make it 3? No. Creed able to drop him, but once again, another SMG to replace as Raid pushes up, and this time he's on a spree of his own as Exclusive. Solid break initially into the hard point, but have not been able to find any success since.
Yeah, the SMGs for Kings is just like a baton pass right now. One player goes in, finds a couple of kills, he gets traded, next man up, you do the exact same thing. It's been really annoying, I'm sure, to play up against. So Exclusive will find themselves lacking in the opening hardpoint time. Balance read by Marvel up top at tower, not able to fully get the kill, but his teammates will pick him up, and Kings will not just get the opening time on 1, they'll win the rotation to 2 as well.
Head peeked up over top. He said, oh, there's person. Never mind. I'll head a different direction. Doesn't matter. It's Kings in position, taking down the kills from the high ground, and Spy will pick up that objective time. We saw him get 3 minutes. First hardpoint map of the day. See what he's got in his pocket for this one as Kings sit up over 50 points. Less than halfway through P2 right here. This is about as perfect a start as you could ask. And who else? Marvel already streaking out. Pred drops from above. That gives the SMGs the information to sniff out those Exclusive players. And once again, no real response out of them as Marvel waits for reinforcements, sitting on 7 right now. Gonna be able to not find another right there as Veer takes him down. And nice kill, but you gotta wonder, is it worth it? Especially this many Kings players already rotated out.
The map manipulation from Kings on this map is so darn good, man. I mean, the mid-map focus throughout P2 was essentially perfect. Your SMGs are again floating in and out of barrels, checking over towards mid-connector, and as soon as they start to get an awareness on where everyone's coming from, they're so quick to follow up, and now Raid actually has a chance to bump this opening hardpoint at Statue, and he is going to be a problem in this position. Has a heady to work with, number of members in front of him, but he can just back up, and Raid will even pop the Sparrow and clean up everything. This is perfection from Kings.
I mean, Exclusive are just grasping at straws. I don't even know what they're looking at. It seemed like Raid was invisible on their map. I'm not sure how Balance found a way through. Marvel's going to pop the Annihilator and see what else he can find out of that. And the Kings players continue to streak out as they sit up 80 points early on. And not many bright spots for Exclusive. You got Neil on 8, but man, struggles across the board.
Kings are sending a message right now. I mean, the 3-0 versus 1-1-7, sure, it was competitive, sure, it was tight at moments, but this is just them absolutely letting everybody know that this is the team that we expected to see in week number 1 of the group stage. 127-23. Balance is just trying to win a rotation with the War Machine out, and he can't even find anything to shoot at right now. I mean, Kings are taking their time on this approach, trying to work their way over through tower side while also getting in towards mid doors. Inferno the next one up. He actually gets 2 with the claw. Still up and well, and Kings will even win rotation here in the face of the War Machine.
And Exclusive get what, 2-3 seconds out of that before Kings find a way back in. Marvel doesn't see Champy slide past him. Should have been able to take down the Purifier. But a huge keep for Exclusive as they keep players alive on the top side, but SMGs continue to dominate. Finally, a solid feed for Exclusive, but it's just not able to last. There's always another one. They don't ever stop, and Raid cleans up the final 2 as they get pushed out toward the top side, and Kings in control of the hard point once again.
The SMGs are having fun here, Bobby.
Oh my God, field day.
Spy, Raid, and Grizz are just running it down Exclusive's throat right now. A little bit of scrap time here for Exclusive, but you can see Balance is already feeling the stress on rotation. A couple of members in, just using the smoke as a bit of cover, but Spy is on the other side of this. Exclusive trying to work their way in through cafeteria side. Kings still come out on top of the kills, and Exclusive will lose this rotation as Marvel puts the nail in the coffin with 3. Last player through mid also dealt with Grizz, eating them up, and Kings running away.
Oh my gosh, every time we switch to an SMG POV, they're picking up 2-3 kills at minimum. And more to continue to come through as the War Machine out for Spy. He's gonna find more. They have picked up a total of 150 seconds. He's got 140 of them right now. He is that guy and has been all day for this King squad as they fill up the feed. And right now, it looks like Exclusive wishing maybe they had changed that map ban.
And this is the thing, again, you got to give a lot of credit to Kings to talk about the fact that we know Exclusive does not have the widest map pool, even though they do like Takeoff. Take away your opponent's strongest map. Don't take away your weakest. That's always been a key, at least when I come down to looking at the theory crafting of vetoes. If you have a team who's able to take away your opponent's best map and you're forcing them onto a limited map pool, things like this are going to happen. And it just looks like flat out Exclusive has lost full in this map already. I mean, their solo challenge is just, everything's getting completely ripped apart. Kings are all over it.
And it seems like the SMGs are just in every direction at once. Every single time an Exclusive player turns, at least one player to respond to, and there's Raid clearing out the hard point all by himself. Feared in the top side will be able to find one, but taken out by the stray arrow from Raid as well. Marvel's gonna pop the Annihilator, see how many more he can clean up. And these two teams just don't even look like they're on remotely the same level right now as Champy starts to get going a little bit for this Exclusive squad, but Balance, 7 kills on the board with Kings already at 210.
Yep. Looking like it should be a pretty easy walkthrough here for Kings. And I will say, just maybe to build a little bit of hope into the series overall, this may not be a full indication of what this series will look like, but it definitely sets the tone as far as how well prepared Kings are for this weekend. Whether they end up winning it in this series or not, they're looking like they are absolutely clicking. So Exclusive will be tested here at P2. Oh boy, that could hurt, but good trophy system saves the day quite literally. Grizz also taken down from the flank, and Exclusive will get a foothold here on 2.
I mean, Mommy talked about Exclusive being a momentum-based squad, and the momentum at this point is quite literally negative, just trying to break that 100-point mark. Grizz just slides up over top. Maybe get a little careless with some of the gunfights, but they can afford to have some fun at this point. 4 kills in a row for Inferno, gonna pick up a couple more. With the claw in hand, should be able to sniff out one, but Neil on the low ground's able to get the kill there. So once again, Kings just looking for an opportunity to close this one out, and Exclusive doing a good job of fighting back.
Yeah, really clean P2 here from Exclusive. They've got mid-map control, they've got barrels control. They shut down the claw, and okay, got some lifelines to start building in a potential comeback story here. You've got double pred missiles being called in immediately. If this finds value, maybe there's a chance to win this rotation, but Inferno is still in position to watch through mid-map. He gets one. Spy and Marvel are also in position around P3. Veer gets red off of his back staircase spawn, and now Spy could just farm up this War Machine from the front. Everyone else watches the middle, and that is, again, another perfect execution on rotation for Kings.
2 minutes and 40 seconds on the hardpoint. That is literally more hardpoint time. Did I do the math right there?
I don't know
the
if
math.
you did or not.
I did the math right. I promise. Oh yeah, because it's not. Yeah, I did it right. Trust. Because they have 4 minutes of hardpoint, so trust me. Yeah. We're good. Exclusive break back in though, off the solid early setup for Kings, and once again show signs of life. So even if it's not necessarily resulting in a map win, at least getting back some of that momentum definitely going to be crucial. But it's Kings getting back into 5th gear right there, and pretty much what we've come to expect, at least so far in this map. Grizz going to pick up another, and that should be the final kill to seal the deal right there, as they do take map number 1.
Unreal. I don't know how Spy breaks through mid-lobby like that, stays alive in a corner for like 18 years. He was flashed, I think, twice, and he was just sitting there like, no one look at me, please. No one did. Wow, that is an impressive display by Kings. Small signs of life for Exclusive. To be candid, I'm not gonna lie, I expected Kings to put together this type of a look on Arsenal. I know that the last time they played it was tight, but you know, watching back the VOD, you know, Kings made a lot of really critical errors, and it looks like they've really picked up as far as what the mentality should be on rotation, not just timing-wise, but also how they want to move around the map. I mean, this was near perfect for Kings from start to finish.
Yep. Just a beauty of a map for them. And once again, for Exclusive, the one thing you can look at, you bounce back a little bit toward the end, and got what, probably 80 points versus the 40 it took for Kings to close it out. So
yeah,
at least build some momentum, give yourself a little bit of a chance as you get ready to head into the search and destroy. The map that we've got, I don't feel like you lean one direction or the other too terribly hard, but especially given that Exclusive have had some bright spots in the search and destroy, especially taking the Meltdown in that final matchup against Animus, anything's possible.
I agree, and I don't think that this map necessarily will be looked at as like we feel like we got away with one here in the map selection process. But I think overall, if you're looking at this from Exclusive's POV, you have to find a way to put together some sort of repeat proper progress of what you kind of did in the Meltdown, for instance. I'm talking mentality-wise. Being able to control mid-map was a key instance in Meltdown. Obviously, maps don't play the same, but you have to be looking at where your problem spots are likely to be if you're Exclusive, and make sure you're putting the proper investment to make sure you're coming out on top of those key battles early to try to sway some control on this map in the opening set of rounds. Thing is, I agree with what you guys were talking about in the Kings matchup for their map too. I thought they looked really clean, really calm, and they were making a lot of really great reads in a map that was really, really tight on Slums.
Yeah, and I don't feel like, I think especially when you look at the Slums loss that Kings had up against Animus, you had a guy like Shark that can make so many problems for your team.
Absolutely.
Getting into difficult positions, and while this Exclusive team is really talented, I don't feel like they have one player that you can really look at that's going to constantly leave the team guessing, especially with how well they stayed home, made the proper reads, and made good adjustments in that first matchup. Got to feel like Kings are feeling good heading into map 2.
We'll see how it goes. It will be Exclusive on the defense first and foremost. No forward effort here for Exclusive to get in towards mid-statue. Instead, they try to play forward in towards A, and Grizz will get a pretty free first blood. Attempts at a trade through wallbang are currently ongoing, but Exclusive aren't able to connect, and Kings are happy to just kind of persist into an early 5v4.
Marvel's gonna peek the heady right there. Creed gets the info.
What are you doing?
But like, especially, I guess you don't necessarily know which player that is, but if you did know who that was, I don't know why you're peeking that, because that is an absolute freebie for Marvel anytime that he can get it.
It's just like you see someone jumping behind the van, which is not explodable without at least putting in a clip and a half of Holger ammo. And you're sitting there saying, maybe I'll connect? I don't understand that call at all. And Exclusive are looking a bit out of sorts. Neil's able to get one, but Grizz has already taken over mid-dumpsters, and that's going to be enough for Kings to full forward and take their opening round. A lot of it off of just opening picks.
Whew. That was that was a ballsy challenge.
Yeah.
Definitely the start that Kings were looking for. Only one kill off the opening for Exclusive. I will say Neil has definitely been one of the more underrated players on their squad.
Wow.
As I say that, Inferno takes him down, right tech in hand. Raid gets a little over-aggressive, but opportunity for Inferno, and he takes it. Once again, exclusive, just looking out of sorts. Another player gets red. Inferno gets up to the bomb. Heady, another kill. Veer around the corner, finally there to take him down. But 1v3 is not meant to be.
These are just flat out some really poor challenges from exclusive. Like your opening pick, it gets countered, sure, but you know for a fact that Inferno's sniping from garage. Why bother secondary peeking off the bomb again to allow him more opportunities to connect? This feels a bit out of sorts for exclusive early. And they'll actually give up bricks control immediately here instead. Defensively, 3-man stack through dumpsters, and neither team is willing to step into the middle of the map early. This has been both teams trying to feel each other out until they can eventually land a knockout punch.
Looks like exclusive gonna be first to send a man up, and there's Neil dropping early. Grizz takes down balance, and once again, Kings in prime position to take over the map. Raid's gonna find Champy. Veer not gonna be able to take the shot. And Creed finally finds one. But Raid says, you know what? I'll take the chow anyway. Grizz is there on the opposite side, and that should be the final kill. Okay. There.
I thought they were gonna let Grizz try to go for an execute or something for a moment. But again, it's just like, you're a sniper or an AR, you lose the hard angle to an opponent sniping, and you're still second challing it. I mean, look, I don't want to come off as too harsh, but this has got to feel way too easy for Kings right now. I mean, they are getting blessed with a lot of free looks. This time it's an opening set nade as exclusive try to change things up with tempo through mid, and at least Neil's able to keep the A side of the map safe. So it'll be 4v4. Exclusive defensively will hold mid map. This is doable. Have to have it though.
And honestly, I'd attribute that kill more than anything to how comfortable Grizz is feeling off the back of how easy this start has been. Finally, exclusive find a way to take man advantage early on. And Marvel does not spot Veer over top, but it will be Spy there to take down Neil, and just like that, into a 3v3. Spy bomb in hand, and Marvel picks up a frag onto balance. And just like that, they sit in a comfortable spot once again as Marvel wraps back around. Raid, SMG in hand, gonna be there to pick up one. And now a 2v1 on Champy's hands as he's still trying to find that first round for exclusive.
Yeah, this is a tough position as well for Champy because he doesn't necessarily know what's been happening on the A side of the map. So he's gonna have to track back, clear space, and he'll realize that no one's home. But the timing is going to be everything as far as how does he approach this? Well, maybe not retake towards B. Kings are also getting aggressive over towards police car. Sniff things out towards the opposite alleyway, but will eventually stick for this plant on the B site.
Especially if you can get Marvel playing the bomb heady with a sniper in hand. Should be fairly easy to play. They spot him out on the backside, and that information should be enough for them to get set up here.
Yeah.
No opportunity to push through mid-map, and Marvel's just going to continue to sit back on the backside heady. So once again, SMG looking to chow one of the best snipers in all of COD Mobile. He's going to be forced to push through mid, and it looks like Spy should have the read and the heady to work with, but Champy wins the gunny. Still got to deal with Marvel.
Yeah, Marvel's repositioned perfectly. He's using the clock as his biggest ally. Turns. Champy over the top, does deal some damage, but not enough. Marvel, good reposition. And we will stay perfect here for Kings on the scoreboard, 4-0 up. First round, though, that things have gotten dicey. And I will say again, though, exclusive make a mistake, and you're in a 3v3. You've got mid-map, and still Balance tried to push through to Graveyard. It's just like, why? Just hold these angles, force Kings to come to you. That doesn't quite work out again. And now, look at this. Exclusive getting very heavy over towards the A side of the map. Grizz will be taken down. Veer also tallies another. And Exclusive will now hold everything they could possibly want in a 5v3.
I love the look out of them, and at least a change of pace as they take down Raid as well. Inferno's going to find one before being forced back. And if you're Exclusive, you don't have any reason to push either of these gunfights. They're able to take out Inferno anyway, and Marvel with the sniper in hand not going to be able to do much in that situation. So they're able to take a round, but that's not something I anticipate Kings are going to allow them to do 2 times in a row. So they're going to have to find a way to throw a different look in this one, or maybe just see how hard they can force it, anticipating Kings will be perfectly ready to sit back and let the push come through.
Well, it's going to be a 4-man hit towards Bricks this time, but Kings, yep, they've been throwing nades here, and they've had trophies to keep themselves safe. So the opening idea for Exclusive largely shut down, although they do gain mid-map control. Veer gets tagged over the top of the B site. stays alive. Neil flashed, goes back in towards cover. But yeah, Kings just are so good at breaking this down once they get a read of the setup. Grizz should also call out Neil here. Should be someone to turn, and yep. Perfect, flawless round for Kings. 5-1 up in the search.
Not over yet.
It just, this is not the same exclusive team that we saw earlier today.
No, not at all. I'm starting to wonder if we maybe gave exclusive too much credit and how much of that was some big-time breakdowns for Animus as well.
That's a good point.
The fact that they did not lose a single match all season, for them to lose a team that's looking this way. And once again, we knew they were very momentum-based. Oh, solid start right here is 4 kills on the board, and that is a full wipe. Maybe exclusive looking a little more comfortable on the defense, anticipating a change-up here for Kings, as that did not succeed at all. Fully countered by the utility for exclusive, and they do find another round.
I'll be curious to see what Kings want to do for a response here. They've came out of spawn on the defensive side, wanted to play a bit more passive. And now with a heavy-handed hit early for exclusive towards bricks, I wonder if they're going to, do this. Kind of create some distraction by smoke. Keep your focus a bit split. We've got even trades back and forth. Into the 2v2 we go. Bomb down. Just backside through garage. And as Raid tries to get back in towards statue, he will be taken down. So exclusive will collect the bomb, and Spy will go into a 1v2.
Looks like it should be a free plant over on the B side. Spy left guessing, and with only a Fennec to work with, doesn't have much that he can do besides work through mid-map right here. Veer should have spotted him out, but if he didn't, should have an angle, and it seems like they have no idea where he is right now. That should be a freebie onto Champy. Doesn't want to overpeak on the second gunfight. And getting away right here, it has a head glitch to work with his Veer Chals, but wins the gunfight. And exclusive, finding a way to stay in this one is maybe it's not quite as lopsided as it first seemed.
The moment of near indecision, though, for Veer almost cost him, because Spy was on a single point of health. And if Veer waits a little bit longer, there's a bit of regen, and that position is a spot where Spy can absolutely clutch. But Veer does make a commitment, wins the gunfight. And now exclusive on the offense. Gonna play a little bit slower. Opening nade deep towards police car. Does land at a Marvel, so that's a scope threat off the table, which will mean that Neil can get a bit more aggressive, but a hit marker over the middle. Oh boy. Retrains his focus over towards Inferno, and this time lands true. Numbers for exclusive start to build, and wow, Kings are just not finding any kills.
And it looks like starting to lose focus a little bit right here. As a couple careless pushes earn exclusive multiple rounds, and now, what is it, 5-1?
Yeah.
Is it 3 rounds in a row on the offensive side, as Kings have not found a way to adjust in this one. And they definitely need to start making changes soon. Otherwise, this one could start getting out of hand. Raid gonna be forced back, but nades connect. Marvel finds one on Daniil, and this should be the opening they were looking for, but Spy overextends, and Creed finds one onto Raid. Trades back and forth, and now a 2v2.
Thing about it is Champy left alone. Gets red. I was about to say he does not want to be at bricks against snipers.
Not over yet. Ready up.
Nearly gets back, but not quite able to happen. And I like that much better for Kings. You get a very deep trophy system, and even though a couple of flashes land before the trophy falls, the majority of the frags get deleted, and it allows a chance for members to get in towards statue and try to get a couple of the trades. Look at that stun immediately for exclusive in this round. They're going to back up almost completely. Again, a couple of nades will try to get there, but as exclusive continues to try to play for picks, this time they are not going to have as much of an opportunity as they had in previous rounds.
Neil looking for an angle to work with, and what a nade on the Grizz for Veer. No opportunity for Neil to find a pick, and you got to constantly be aware of Marvel, just so many different angles he can find you from. We do have Grizz already down for Kings. An exclusive looking to apply pressure over toward B, but yet to really commit. Balance peeking mid-map, trying to find something, and once he gets that information, they go. Raid spots out one, makes his way up, able to find one. If he can find two, it'll be crucial, but Spy's there for the trade. And to be honest, not the worst approach there for Kings as he get that player out alive.
Yeah, exclusive did a nice job of trying to work in towards mid very dictatively, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Kings get the trades they need. Problem is, no one expects Neil holding that passive of an angle. So once again, it comes down to Spy. 1v3 would have to be the condition, and no, Neil through mid. Gets him through the broken wall, no worries there. Man, exclusive defensively, they've looked really solid. I mean, a couple of flawless rounds, one round where they only dropped a single member, and then here again, their ability to offensively get up against bricks has created so many issues for Kings.
Well, right now, it's a very different look for Kings as they full send over toward A. Only Neil there to defend. He's going to be able to find one to open things up, and the trade is there. Veer finds two. Kings now down to 2 players right here, and the bomb goes down immediately over on B. It's going to be Veer taken out, and Neil finds another onto Inferno, so Marvel left all alone right here. And the momentum for Kings has completely disappeared.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Neil. He gets the first pick and also makes the call for an SOS, and Veer does his best Mrs. Doubtfire impersonation. Help is on the way, dear! Help is on the way! There's not a single person in chat who's going to get that reference, maybe except for Verdict, who I know is watch partying. Hi, Verdict.
I don't get that reference.
You never see Mrs. Doubtfire?
Oh.
Dude, it's a classic. Robin Williams.
Oh, I know who Robin Williams is.
Well, regardless, Veer saves a couple of lives. It's so exclusive gets the OT. But can they get it done on defense? That's the biggest question.
All right, Spy. Bomb in hand. OT.
I can't believe you ever see Mrs. Doubtfire.
You know what? I'll watch it on the flight back. Nobody wants to push anything here. Kings definitely seem like they're second-guessing their gameplay, despite how dominant they were on the offensive side. And Exclusive now with some added confidence to their play, going to sit back, and especially without any first blood for Kings. Prime spot for them, and Champion finds Inferno. Just like that, Exclusive at the advantage.
Yeah, and this is the moment where Exclusive just need to learn their lesson and say there's no reason for us to overchill anything right here. Force Kings to make a play. Now, it looks like they're going to kind of heed that advice. Balance, playing a tight corner down low. He should be able to get one for free here. No, Spy wins a big gunfight. That opens up space here at mid. The defense has to move. Sure, they still have numbers for Exclusive, but this puts a little bit of a strain on the setup overall.
Marvel praying
again.
Peaks, and he does indeed. Just opportunity after opportunity gifted to Kings. They don't realize Champy's playing the backside of Bomb in a crucial trade for Spy to keep things even. He's going to go ahead off to plant right here. Can Neil make something out of this? I don't think you can wallbang that, but he opts to go for it anyway. And Marvel might get timing to go his way. Veer drops. And now all down to Neil. He's got 14 kills on the board. In need of 1v2, and Marvel gonna slow peek up over top statue. Spy gets the necessary information, picks up the kill as well, and now Kings at map point.
If Exclusive loses map, it's going to be categorized by overchow. Flat out. Too many overchows coming out of Exclusive. But that said, their offense is really good. So still a chance to extend this. Must-win situation. What do Kings call? That's been, I think, the more curious question. And they're just going to get one in for free. Grizz gets forward. Opening snipe battle again as Neil is still testing his luck. Inferno still holding over the top of the A bomb site. And Kings will hold mid-map control. Problems here that Exclusive need to put solutions towards. Even worse, now that Veer is dropped.
And for the most part, the biggest issue that Kings have had to deal with is Neil holding that cross and so many different angles that you can work from over there. If they can get him cleared out, should be not much to worry about. But Marvel says, I'll do it all myself. Kill number 14. And now Exclusive with no map control, no information. Bomb drops right there.
We got the bomb.
It will be balanced, pushing up to pick it up, but nothing to work with right now, and you gotta hope that somebody makes a god-tier play here.
Yep, someone's got to win a gunfight, and it's going to have to be on both of these SMGs up close. Sure, Inferno falls, but that does not really put a lot of stress onto this defense. Marvel's in a position to watch over the A site while also helping at mid. And actually, you could just play retake if you wanted to on this A site at worst. So it's really going to come down to what happens with Champy. He's going to have to be the one to run in. Does still have a nade to play with here. Hold on a second. Raid will be stunned by this. Should be a chow out. Champy gets one for free. Almost gets the second, but Grizz, a key trade, keeps Kings in control.
It was dicey for a second right there, but full reset for Kings is Exclusive. Once again, nothing to work with. Bomb has been picked up, but onto Balance, and he finds a kill onto Marvel and finds the second onto Spy to keep the map alive.
Holy smokes. I thought for sure that whole setup as soon as Champy gets taken off of the initial trade, there's no way in my mind that King should have dropped that. But the kills for the scopes, I don't know where they got them from or how they got them. But boy, do they ever find a way to come out clutch. And Balance finding a late Fennec allows him an opportunity to go 2 of the last 2 kills. And now King's back onto the offense. Once again, Balance gets forward, this time read very cleanly by Spy, who's looking for more, and he actually clears off the entirety of bricks. This should be a very convincing plant for Kings.
And with Grizz pushed all the way up right here, should be prime position to catch any rotation, but Neil finds one onto Spy. Inferno gonna get the plant down, and Neil doesn't read the slide out, so... Wait, doesn't get the plant down?
No, because Spy tried to plant initially, and he got sniped.
And 2 players drop.
No way.
The scope's just causing absolute mayhem.
Whoa!
And you can.
I thought that at most you could only hit marker through that. I'm not even gonna front. I thought that was only hit markerable. Today we learned. Wow. Now Grizz is stuck in a 1v3 inside of blue, and there's nowhere for him to go. And dude, you call it. I mean, these scopes for exclusive have just absolutely popped off. 20.
With them taking the defensive round, like you'd think that should be enough for them to be able to close out the series with the level of dominance they've displayed on offense. Kings just haven't had a response, and especially the Neil, who sits on, like you said, 20 kills. Grizz can't find that opener on the player rotating through, but Spy, or rather Raid and Marvel are there to find a couple. There's Spy with the 3rd. And just like that, it seems Kings have an opportunity to take a defensive round of their own.
Simply put, that is about as blind counter as it gets. 2 subs push through mid. It's a delayed hit to bricks. Neil's still hitting shots, but Kings has put together the right formula that time to deal with exclusive, who were trying to heavy-handedly get to bricks early. And the opening nades and stuns were good, but it's the staggered timing of that retake, essentially, for Kings that allow them to out-trade as soon as exclusive get kind of stuck on the B site. So, again, we go. 8-8 currently. First to 10 is what we're looking for. Opening nades for exclusive do not get eaten up by a trophy, so they will have bricks control, but that's voluntary. Kings have allowed this to happen.
I mean, Balance obviously had a crucial 1v2.
Oh, no.
But outside that, has not had a lot of success, but he doesn't have an angle to work with. Raid's going to be able to spot him out before getting traded, but not the end of the world if you're exclusive. Veer's still got a nasty topside angle to work with, and Grizz, no opportunity to hop up over, and once again, snipers dominating the map. Spy, I don't think that nade went where you want. Doesn't matter. Veer's going to take him down with an SMG and a 2v4 here for Kings. Once again, struggles for days.
Yeah. It's been one of those, you figure it out in one round, you lose it all in the next. Champy does a little bit of damage to Inferno, who does have to back off, and ooh, Grizz nearly puts together a solid response on Devere. Would have given them a lifeline, but now it's just down to Inferno for the 1v4. Got some time to play with. Not a lot, and Neil is waiting for him to take the peek. Exclusive, only dropped 1, and all of a sudden what was an all-offensive affair has become an all-defensive affair.
I don't know what to make of it right now, to be completely honest with you. Not a whole lot of patterns to be read, but I guess the one pattern is the dominance of the sniper on this map. Neil with 22 on the board. And if I'm, oh my gosh, the nades connect for 2 off the start. Trades left and right. Kings come out on top, but Inferno's 1 HP. And Raid gets sniffed out, but Creed doesn't finish off the kill. Looking dicey, working with the heady, and he cleans it up right there.
Whoa!
Finds 2, Inferno, where's the trade? And now it's all down to Marvel.
Creed, that is stupid. What an unreal turn and burn. Leaves Marvel for a 1v2. He's in a good spot at the moment. Whether he knows it or not is a different situation. He's read Creed. First shots to Neil are decent. The transfer! He runs out of ammunition! Both players off low HP and the reload, but Marvel goes 1v2. And I think the only way that we can categorize this map is in 3 words. Welcome to Slums.
Oh my gosh. Creed was on 5 kills and then goes on an instant 3 spree. And they're still not able to clean it up. Marvel plays that perfectly. And the OT continues. New target is 11 right here as the nades nearly connect onto Marvel. but it won't happen. And off the start, once again, slow as can be.
Kings, they want to get into blue here by the look of it. The opening cooked nades by Grizz, plus the support for Marvel, they want to get Grizz forward. And I think he saw the shots from Creed through the wall. So there may be a chance to flash push this. And yeah, they're going to make this read. Grizz is going to be the go call guy. As soon as the stun goes out, expect that Kings are going to try to push right on in through Broken. But look at the call. Veer's here to support this. Creed seems to have some sort of an idea that I can't comfortably hang on to blue. I need a little bit of help. This could be perfectly red.
The thing is, if you want to cross, you got to go through Neil, and there he is, taking down Spy. I don't know why they would ever try to push into blue without a smoke, because you know Neil's going to be holding that cross every single time. Inferno doesn't get the timing to take down Champy. And once again, it's exclusive with the man advantages. The defensive side, which through the regular rounds that we went through, looked like the weak side, is all of a sudden become strong side.
I'm just surprised that neither Marvel nor Inferno could find a way to try to jump contest Neil on this cross, because they're still committed to trying to make their way in here. But Balance, he catches out one, and then there's Neil again on the cross. So it comes down to Marvel and Raid. And the problem here is Raid's on the other side of the map. Marvel, whoa, okay, breaks the Observer client, finds the kill. Raid also gets one of his own, and Raid's not done! Oh! He's able to pick up 3. Now to the 1v1, time's the issue, and Veer's just gonna go run away and hide. Oh boy, but goodness, Raid almost gave him a chance.
Oh man. Exclusive with an opportunity to close this out. The last thing I would have expected after the first 6 rounds that we watched, but they have bounced back phenomenally, largely in the backpack of Neil with 24 kills on the board. And Kings just have not found an angle in the spot that he's holding on the cross. And Grizz in the mid-map, not going to be able to find that one, but Neil takes himself down. Veer finds 2, but with that self-nade right there, it does end up being a 3v3, and it looks like the bomb going to get pushed way past as Creed now looking to push towards spawn. Marvel finds 1. 2 snipers in play, and Veer the only one left to respond.
Inferno has no idea that Veer's behind him, though. They know that Veer's somewhere on this side of the map, but they think he's at bricks. But the longer they clear, the more that Inferno starts to realize that wasn't the case, and unfortunately, he tromps around like an elephant right back into Veer. So now the 1v1. Exclusive, trying to secure this one and tie it up at 1 map apiece. You have Veer on the top, Marvel on the bottom. I can't see a thing.
I don't know what's happening right now. We got the Veer POV. Bomb still yet to be retrieved. 50 seconds. And Marvel's just going to sit back on this angle. The question is, did he see? But Veer, no trigger discipline. And now Marvel's got the advantage. I don't know why Veer looks to peek this. Marvel pushes up to find the kill. So we've got some more free COD Mobile. It's now target number 12.
Holy smokes, dude. I mean, this is the definition of slums, for what it's worth. Like you mentioned, it's hard to pick patterns and trends. Sometimes slums be slumming, and this time it do. Opening nades come out. Oh, what a shot from Marvel. Kind of skates over the back of the trunk of Van. Gets one on the cross. Exclusive will still get into mid-map, but Balance is caught. Inferno gets the kill, and here come Kings with the numbers.
Oh, this could be the opening. It's Grizz pushed up past the sights of Neil as well, and they have no idea. He's made his way back to mid-map. Marvel's holding the entryway, and a free plant over on B. Absolutely nothing to work with. Marvel takes down Creed, and now all down to Neil. I know he's got 24 to his name, but this might not quite be in the cards for him, and Marvel now tying things up with him. 24 for himself. Kings with an opportunity to close this out, but not the first time we've seen this.
Yep, it's like the game inside of the game right now between Marvel and Neil. Kings back to the defense. Exclusive, what's the call? Wow, big stack through mid this time. Trying to get some opening advantage with the pick, but it doesn't come through. Nades for the defense, trying to litter over towards brick side, but it's Champy who does get freedom through mid, turns it into first blood. Inferno trying to watch the cross, takes down one for free, and the fact that Inferno gets into blue this easily is a huge mistake. And even though the bomb is planted, we've got a 4v4 in Kings can't quite actually get over towards brick stairs. So Exclusive looking solid for this post plan unless Inferno can wreck him through mid. Won't happen. Raid, good luck, have fun.
1v4. Neil's there, puts him out of his misery. Nobody wants to end this one. For those of you who are wondering the overtime rounds, the highest number that we can go to is first team to 20. So I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there is a potential. This game's going to keep going for a lot longer. We'll see. Neil responds to the dominance of Marvel is, like you said, the game within a game. Bomb in hand. Nothing opened up quite yet, but the utility looks like it should be on point. Seems like Trophy's saving champion on the back side, but Grizz getting pushed up early here.
Huge.
Gonna offer an opportunity for Spy to find a couple.
Yep. Champy's still alive, though. Hold on a second. He's still hanging out backside, bomb side, trying to finesse his life. He will be sliced up by Spy, who's getting it done, and Creed nowhere to go. And that's just simply put, Grizz does get into blue that time for free. And Kings, that I think was supposed to be the game plan last time they were on offense, but this time it actually works out beautifully. Back to defense they go with the advantage.
Defend the objective.
Exclusive are about to have their third player with 20+ kills. Not something you see too terribly often. Creed, what
was that?
What?
Is Team Flash?
Not my typical game plan, and that might be what ends up. I'm not going to say that single-handedly cost them, but it's a series of blunders for Exclusive. Give Kings the man advantage. Veer's going to be able to respond to take down Spy. But the bomb has yet to be retrieved, and with Grizz on a nasty angle around the side, one player watching the cross, it's going to be Veer dropping right there. Now all down to Neil for a 1v3. On the right side, if you're Exclusive, this is about the only person you would want in this position.
Yeah, I'd say there's just so much that he has to do. It's just hard angles being watched here by Kings, although Neil's selected a pretty decent opportunity to make his way in towards mid. He's going to catch one for free over the top of the bomb. No, not quite going to catch Inferno. And the overtimes will finish at a 13-11 count for Kings. I don't even know how to make apples or oranges out of what we just saw outside of the fact that slums be slumming, brother.
Sniper, go boom. All right, 24 rounds of search and destroy. I think the longest one that we've seen in stage 4, although 31er and
Zidium.
Zidium, yeah, they definitely gave it a run for their money. And you gotta give so much credit to Exclusive because it looked like that was very well on its way to a 7-1. But answer convincingly on the offensive side, and then after that, there were no patterns.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that when you're finding this much value in the opening 20 seconds with snipers and nades, it's hard to pick apart like who's actually playing the map better, because very often that just turns into who's blessed more. You know, who did their sacrificial rituals to the COD gods better. We did learn a couple of things, though, I'll tell you that much about this map. Largely thanks to Neil and Marvel on opposite sides, but simply put, this was a straight slaughter across the map. It felt like round to round. And outside of a couple of clutch plays, most of it coming from the snipers, like you mentioned, it was hard to make, odds and evens out of that map.
Well, it was nearly 320 bombs for Exclusive. On the flip side for Kings, definitely consistency across the board, but so much credit to Marvel. There will be very few search and destroy maps for Kings where he is not at the top of the leaderboard.
True.
Definitely has proven himself time and time again at the highest level of competition, and now Kings sit up 2-0, getting ready to head into the raid control. And were it any other day besides today, I don't think they'd feel too terribly confident. But given the performance that they put on up against 117, they've got to be feeling confident.
You got to be thinking trust the process at this point, because for Exclusive, this map is actually great news for you. Not only are you flawless on it, but you're flawless on it. They haven't lost it, nor have they lost a round on it. A lot of it coming with 2 offenses in the span of those 3-0s that they continue to find on this map. So this is where, again, for Exclusive, you have to talk about what Creed said in the interview. You sit there and say, look, we can beat these guys. Come out, let's play our best map mode combination, take them there, reset into a Hacienda, which they look pretty solid on. So there's still a lifeline after a very grueling search. It just comes down to, can you mentally reset, shrug off any potential exhaustion from those taxing rounds, and get yourself in a position to really take this Kings team on in one of your favorite map modes.
Yeah, and I think if you can get to the Hacienda, like there's absolutely a
100%.
chance that you can push it to map 5. You're able to take down Animus, twice on Hacienda in different matches. So they looked absolutely phenomenal there. Kings, I would say, want as much as possible to be able to close things out here, because if you open up that possibility of a 4th map, then like we saw in map 5 last time around versus Animus, anything can happen.
100% the case. It's, again, as much as Exclusive got kind of beat around in the first map, that Search and Destroy was absolutely winnable, just like we said in many different moments across the entirety of Exclusive's run through group stage. So we'll see what they can find here on this control. Again, it's been flawless for them in every form of the word. Exclusive will have to start off with the offense. Marvel good first blood through mid, although it is countered, and Exclusive worked their way on for at least a stop of the clock at B.
Riz gets pushed past pillars. He's going to be able to find 2 right there before getting traded out by Balance. Spy, cheeky on the objective, able to find 1, keep his life as well. It is life advantage for Kings, but the nades over top will equalize somewhat as Raid gets pushed up into mid-map. And once again, the SMGs reigning supreme in the respawns for Kings so far. They keep the life lead, but 2 players left to be dealt with over on B.
And Grizz has got a perfect route. He's going to get right behind this play. It just comes down to, does he have enough time to stop this second tick of progress? And it looks like his teammates are going to say, we don't want him to come close to getting the second tick. So Grizz is really not even needed for this retake. He will control art and bottom driveway, and this is dangerous. If he can get into garage and force spawns to come down towards A, Kings will have a full grasp on where exactly Exclusive are. Just comes down to, can they actually recontest, because Exclusive have gotten onto the zone and they're finding some quick progress here today.
Marvel wants that final shot onto Champy, but nothing to work with for him. And a big kill for Balance to get things cleared off, so they get a stack onto A, and just like that,
they're trying to do the spawn trap. They're trying to spawn trap him in Jim. Zim, I see you. They've pulled this off a couple of times before. They're trying to get Grizz to play from AC, and they nearly get it. They're looking for the Jim spawn trap. The fortunate news here for Kings is that they do clear off A, and the life lead, because of those spawn kills, have led to a 10 life advantage. But, okay, Kings, I see you.
Well, as expected, the momentum continues as they now sit up 8 lives here. Solid response for Exclusive. What, 5, 6 in a row in the feed?
No.
They get stacked onto B, and there's no map control for Kings. Champy trying to get hopped up, and that's a crucial kill for Spy to get things cleared off. Right now, if you're Exclusive, you mainly got to be careful with the lives that you have. Only 5 remaining. It's definitely winnable, but you cannot afford to give anything away. I don't know why we're challenging a sniper when we've got 5 lives to work with and only need 1 tick of progression. But Krieg making his way up to top modern. The snipers have got to make something happen for Kings to keep this Exclusive roster pushed back.
I know Coach Zim right now is pulling his hair out. He does not want to fall into the smart Omega role when they were NYSLM and try to do this exact same thing, but it very well may happen. Clock will stop at a minute 16. 4 plays 10. Good kill from Spy, who pops the War Machine. Raid, trouble with Balance here at mid. Still on the zone here, or at least nearby. There are 2 members for Exclusive, but these kills will clean things up, and oh boy, for a second, dude, I saw it happening. I thought for sure Exclusive were able to turn that around.
Zim's having war flashbacks right now.
Did you remember seeing that?
Uh-huh.
They pulled out that same spawn trap.
All right. Kings close out the round. 3 operators charged and ready to go. We saw a couple early pops for them last time they were able to do something similar. But they're going to open things up with the regular guns in hand. Raid pops the Sparrow, but no value found, at least not quite yet. Exclusive trying to make their way onto B, but it's just the sniper sitting back and letting the play come to them. Phenomenal start here, even with Raid taking himself out with the Sparrow. An 8 life lead to open things up for Kings, and Grizz trying to get pushed up. Not going to be able to make the spawn trap happen, though.
Does catch 1, so again, the life count starts to become very menacing, as Exclusive have to essentially chalk B and try to get a setup over towards A. Grizz actually misses an opportunity through mid-stairs, so with that double from Balance plus the follow-up, it will be good for Exclusive to regain some map control as they start to look to their defense over on the A zone. Thing is, Kings have so much of a life lead. All they have to do from here on out is just trade.
Yep. sitting comfortably right now as Inferno pops the claw. Not going to be able to take down Champion once again. Exclusive have done a phenomenal job of minimizing the impact of those operators. Grizz finds 2 before getting taken out. And once again, Kings with the life advantage. So you got to sit back and let the game come to you. Raid does a good job of playing his life. Nearly puts the movement onto Veer. Won't be able to make it happen though, but the life lead's starting to dwindle, and Exclusive have 5 operators, but Niels is gonna go to waste. Balance has got to find some value here.
Just trying to hold off this hit, and it does at least force Kings off the immediate push for now. Smoke comes through, Spy trying to peek through it, catches 1. Doesn't get a great look at Neil, but Balance will use the last couple of shots from the War Machine to once again keep the defense breathing safely over towards this A zone. Problem is, Raid on the opposite side through jungles, working on the spawn trap. He's got help from Marvel on top of that. Oh boy, tough gunfight, but Champy once again creates an exit, and there's still a chance, although the lives are not great for Exclusive.
You can't give away a single kill, and that's what Marvel's looking to chip away at. 3 players alive, but nobody coming out of spawn, so they can play their angles. Balance finds 1, Hunter Killer in hand, but Raid spots out 1. That's going to be a second for him as Grizz cleans up the 3rd. And now Kings up 2-0 right here as they head on back to the defensive side and in prime position to lock in back-to-back 3-0s and to lock in a spot at stage 5.
Huge. Biggest thing for Kings is to not get too overconfident right now, though, because there are a lot of tools for Exclusive. But Spy, he starts things off with the War Machine, and that will win opening advantage towards Kings. All over the map. Pred Missile being called in, trying to clear players off towards pillars, and they do get Raid in the corner, so that's Zig now re-won by Exclusive. They're actually finding a lot of success over towards A as well. 1 player behind the play is Grizz, but he's been taken care of, and Exclusive, even though they're down 3 lives, they're in a pretty solid spot to work their way out and in towards A as long as they can take care of Spy up top.
And they've still got plenty of operators to work with as well. Veer pops the Annihilator right there. Marvel does clean up the kill, and no value found out of that Annihilator as Veer drops. Creed's just been in the blender all game long. Only 4 kills on the board through these first 2.5 rounds, and Raid not going to have enough for the kill right there, but slides the corner, cleans things up. And Exclusive continue to get pushed back toward that spawn, and the SMGs continue to be a nightmare as right now nothing to work with for them. Only 1 tick of progress over on A, and Spy still left to be dealt with in Zig.
The SMGs are just not getting traded. Kings are just having their way just by straight Fennec dominance. Annihilator, Sparrow out. Kings looking to put this one away, and they're looking pretty darn good for it. 19 plays 6. Wow, only 17 seconds on the clock, and we've gone from bad to worse as now Kings are all over your spawn. But boy, we saw it. The gym spawn trap doesn't quite find as much value as you're hoping for, I think, but it's still ridiculous that they were able to pull that off in a winner's finals. And even though Exclusive will get out of spawn and stop the clock at 3 seconds, one feels like a matter of time.
Yep. Grizz Purifier in hand, gets pushed up toward Neil. There's kill number 1, and Creed on the opposite side should not have any response. If I had to guess, probably looking to find an execution here, but Raid not here for the fun, he's here for the win. And that is going to be Kings on their way to stage 5 of the World Championships.
In dominant fashion.
Yep.
And I think the thing about it was, like, in every matchup that we had seen from them playing up against top teams throughout the group stage, the control was never there. That wasn't the case today. The control was absolutely there. I mean, straight perfection, I would say pretty much across the board. Slums was Slums. I'm not going to really look too heavily into that, but how they played Respawn today, immaculate. And that is a dangerous looking team who I think really benefited from the extra week and a half off to kind of tidy some things up, have a little kumbaya with the roster. Yeah, that's beautiful stuff.
And that's the Kings that we expected coming into the season. And once again, shows the power of the experience that they have and the resiliency of this roster to come back after a loss to Animus, a loss to 117, make those changes, really ultimately improve in the Raid control where you needed to. Work with Raid, work with those young players to get to a spot where you're feeling comfortable. And man, this is a dangerous looking team.
this was an unexpected day. I mean, now we end up with 2 sweeps on the latter half of the day out of a Kings roster that looked incredibly strong, Mommy.
Kings are looking deadly, and Shift already said it that week and a half. They needed it. They polished up everything, and it was just chef's kiss. I mean, that Slums S&D was a back and forth, and that overtime was so entertaining.
Yes, it was.
Twitter and I were watching in the green room, and when it was that Marvel 1v2 where they had a minute 30 to play with exclusive on the attack, I spilled my water all over the table.
Literally, she when Marvel clutched, she smashed the water bottle, and water went all over the green room. And I was like, you know, we have to talk about that when we go back, right?
That's why we can't have nice things.
No.
It was a very exciting day. Fantastic matches across the board. If you're wondering what happens to Exclusive now, and you guys are just joining us, don't worry, they will drop down into that lower bracket final. So Exclusive still has one more opportunity to try and play their way through to finals, but they're going to have to play through one of our 2 top teams from the season, because somehow, Bobby, Animus and 117 have ended up down in that lower bracket, and one of them will go out in that first match.
Yeah, that's... I won't say I'm incredibly surprised that one of those teams is down there, but the fact that they're both down there is not something that I ever would have guessed. We were giving our predictions to production on who we thought was going to be advancing, and I think most of us had Animus in the grand finals right now, locking at a spot towards stage 5. So them being in the lower bracket that early was absolutely a shocker. I mean, there were a lot of surprises today, but for me, that was by far the biggest one.
Absolutely. And now tomorrow is when we will find out what happens to their fate in this competition. If they somehow pull that out, or 117 pulls it out, they then have to go up against Exclusive and then have to play one more time in the grand finals. So it's going to be a long day, an exciting day of matches tomorrow. You have to make sure that you show up for it. Obviously, like you guys said, we already know Kings not only making it to the grand finals of this challenge season, but also punching one of the 2 tickets to the World Championship. We gotta bring Zim back on to talk to us after a very quick 3-0. How are you feeling now? Is all the pressure gone? You guys not only make it to the challenge season finals, but also the World Championship.
It's incredible. It's an incredible feeling, and just the manner that we did it in. You know, you guys don't know, but man, we've had tough last 2-3 weeks of scrims. Like, we really Frankensteined it, because we were really having some tough time. But you know, it's great to celebrate that we've gotten the stage 5 victory. Oh, I'm not sorry, stage 5 victory. The stage 4 qualification for stage 5. But now it's like we came into the weekend and we said we have 3 goals. We have beat 117. Let's make it to the winner bracket final. Beat whatever that team is, get the qualification, and now we're on to the 3rd goal. We still have a championship to win tomorrow. So we're still working. We're going to celebrate this one today, but you know, whoever comes out of the losers bracket, they're going to be some dogs, and they're going to be warmed up. They're going to be ready to go. We got to handle business.
Love that.
I know, that was so good. That was a statement, but I mean, it was a phenomenal display of dominance. But one thing that I'm very curious about, did you have a beard a while ago?
Okay, so funny story. So listen. So I was in the middle of my shave.
I knew it.
I was like, what is his beard?
The series ended quick, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta do the interview. And so they sent the call. I was like, God dang. I sat down, wiped my face, and then I'm like, oh no, this looks terrible.
I'm sorry, that's it.
Screw it.
That's my
I was
question.
like, I'll screw it. I'll be back. We'll be back.
I think that's the keys to success. Just to start the mid-shave and then just end it magically.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that at stage 5. I'll shave my head, and then I'll shave the other half when we win.
I'm looking forward to that, okay?
I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna cook the beard whenever I saw it, but I was like, maybe trying something new.
You don't gotta worry. Chad did it. I had some friends reach out to me over text. You know, Tech, he reached out to me and said, hey man, respectfully, take that shit off. I was like, bro, it's half a shave, man. My bad.
I mean, obviously, the one thing to talk about for that series was the slum search and destroy. Can you take us through the roller coaster that map was?
I mean, you know, what that comes down to, we had a lead, and that team, by the way, really, really good Slums search. We honestly thought that they would pick firing range, but they went with the Slums. You know, we were prepared for it. We played. We had a lead in it. It was going really well, and then sides switched. They got that offense, and in Europe, that map tends to be T-sided. So it was just kind of you know, it was a slugfest. And man, like, I think when it's all said and done, when we're looking back on this tournament and we're looking at this that map in particular, that's going to be one of the all-time, if not so far the all-time European duel between Marvel and Neo on that map. Like, it was insane. So Marvel got the better of Neo on that one. He won I don't know how many 1v1s or 1v2. He was going crazy. But you know, we got a guy like that on our side, and we're happy to have a guy like that.
Zim, Raid, Control, the spawn trap.
He's a freak, man.
Dude, you guys almost got the gym spawn trap, and I was like, I knew this was going to come at some point in time, but how much were you freaking out when they started to battle back and nearly capture everything on you guys, kind of like Smart Omega did?
I mean, dude, when we did that VOD with you and I showed you, is again like the greatest thing we've ever done, followed by the worst collapse ever. It's like anytime we get the position that we want, we're always giddy. We're like, ha ha ha, it's kind of cheese, like we get it or whatever. But you know, they're a good team. They beat us 3-0 last time, and we really had to kind of shape up on it. So it was a good win.
All right, well, now that you have a little bit more time to talk to us, we don't have to rush you off. Lots of time for you guys to prep now after tomorrow. Not even thinking about tomorrow. I'm looking all the way forward to World Championship. What is that going to look like for you guys?
Well, we're definitely going to continue to try to refine our map pool. From here to stage 5, maybe there's some rule changes, so we don't really know kind of the direction that the administration will go in. But if it stays in this kind of way, like, hello?
Hi, we can still hear you. Yeah, keep going.
Okay, so yeah, we don't really know what we're going to be playing when we get to stage 5, the rule set or whatever. But if it's like this, then we just have to continue to kind of polish up our map pool. We're definitely going to keep experimenting. There were some good things that I think personally, something I'll bring up is just raid on an AR. I think that's something interesting. So maybe we'll kind of play around with that. But like, it's a really open playing field now. We can kind of do whatever we want after tomorrow, and kind of see what works for us. But just keep working, keep putting in the hours, and keep trying to get better.
It's going to be super exciting to see what happens, not only tomorrow, but obviously in that World Championship. Before I let you go, so you guys can start prepping for tomorrow, do you have any shout-outs that you want to do?
Oh yeah, man. Shout out to our team. Like I said, we were, you know, we put in the work, we put in the extra hours. Shout out to Hisoka, our substitute. He's been really incredible for us, just as a supporting system. Shout out to all of the people who dislike us, and shout out to the people who do kind of root for us and give us the pat on the back. We had a couple friends from other teams across the regions, you know, reach out and give their own suggestions. And this qualification was a collective effort, not just on our own, but with a lot of kind of minds coming together and helping out. So we couldn't do it without those people. They know who they are. And yeah, that's kind of what it comes down to.
All right, I love that. Well, thank you once again, twice on the day, jumping on and chatting with us. We're excited to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we'll have to see if we end up talking to Zim for a third time tomorrow, or what happens with that grand finals matchup. It's going to be a very exciting day. Let's get some final thoughts from you guys before we close everything out, whether that's about the interview, what happened today, what you're expecting from tomorrow. Give me all of it.
I mean, tomorrow is definitely going to be a bloodbath. I think it will be game 5s all across the board, because 117 Not Found versus Animus. Come on, that's going to be really, really tight. And when it comes to those teams, they want vengeance. So they're going to pull out everything tomorrow, because one of the top 2 will be going home. And Exclusive is going to be watching that, and will definitely VOD review from now on.
The rematch of the rematch?
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, I'm fully expecting Animus to bounce back very strong. I think today was a super surprising performance from them. Obviously, some less than stellar performances for all the teams in the lower bracket, but them specifically, I know they're capable of way more, and especially when you look at the amount of talent on that team, and also the fact that there has never been a European championship that did not feature Narcs. I think there's a lot to be said about that, so I'm expecting him to step up, and I'm expecting the rest of the Animus team to step up as well.
Okay.
I don't know how it works in COD Mobile, but I'm going to kind of take some multiplayer experience and inject it into this final conversation. Kings get to decide who they scrim against tomorrow, because no one's going to want to play exclusive. Animus is not going to want to scrim 117. So Kings be able to kind of manipulate a little bit, saying like, yeah, we'll scrim 117, leave Animus out in the cold, leave exclusive out in the cold. There could be some finesse there, so I don't know. Maybe they're just throwing out empty statements, but outside of that, everyone who didn't catch the Mrs. Doubtfire reference needs to go get cultured, so say that much.
That's me.
Nice. You didn't get it or you did get it?
I'm uncultured.
Oh, God.
And these are your co-casters. This is honestly your fault for not educating.
Sounds like we're going to be watching Mrs. Doubtfire tonight.
All right. Down.
Right alongside the LATAM action.
Yeah, alongside LATAM.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, today was a fantastic day. I don't think that anyone was really prepared for how things ended up, but it ended up being fantastic competition. But it's not done yet. Okay, our first team qualified through to the grand finals. That is Kings. They are also the first team to punch their ticket to the World Championship, but we still have to find out who that other team is and then who will be the challenge season champion. So obviously follow us on social media. Make sure you're staying up to date on everything that's going on. Make sure you come back tomorrow for the stream to see the culmination of the entire competition, because our top two teams will be the first match of the day, battling it out to keep their hopes alive, moving through that lower bracket. You are not going to want to miss the way tomorrow starts off. Obviously, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, and Monster Energy for making this whole thing possible. And to everybody at home, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we